hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. Quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand
They
new
can tell you
world.
stories which
We're the
are
children of a
brighter than
Mother
yesterday.
Earth. Reach out your
The
hands,
streets have
let
never
us.
been so quiet. The squirrels
Namaste.
found a new hideaway.
Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Let us
Shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Brick by brick, we shall
Namaste.
overcome.
Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from. From hot, humid Hong Kong, it's good evening, and wherever you may be, it may be good morning or good afternoon. A very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our integrated health session, and it's our 7th session. So before we begin, why don't we start with just a little bit of positivity? I will be saying a prayer, the Gayatri Mantra, 3 times, followed by 1 Loka Samasta, which is a wish for peace and happiness and health in the world. You may wish to hold any prayer, any affirmation, any positive thought within your heart. So let's begin. Let's all sit comfortably and easily, and let's close our eyes. Let's take a long, deep breath in. And slowly breathe out. Let's take another centering, deep, long breath in. And let go. Holding any prayer or any affirmation you want within your heart, I will start with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yona prachodayat Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yona prachodayat Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be happy, healthy, abundant, joyful, blissful, and filled with gratitude. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. When you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very slowly and very gradually, you may open your eyes. It's so lovely when we start something with positivity. It brings so much joy and so much energy. And for those of you who have just hopped on, a very warm global namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you from hot, humid Hong Kong. Speaking about heat, we just heard about the UK that it's amber today and it's going into red tomorrow. So for all our viewers in the UK, please stay safe, stay hydrated, and try to stay indoors as much as you can. From Hong Kong, today we are going to be traveling to the UK. Now, this is our integrated health session, and it's our 7th session. And I will be introducing you to a very, very special person who is the health show producer at Healing Our Earth. So from Hong Kong, we are all traveling to the UK, and I'd like to introduce you to all to Dr. Rajiv Gupta in the UK. Dr. Rajiv Gupta is a qualified doctor with over 25 years of experience in the NHS. He has been the chairman of the Regional Council of BMA, Regional Consultants Committee, and is also the chairman of the Central Specialist Committee of the Royal College. He's also a yoga teacher and is interested in complementary and alternative medicine. His belief is no branch or discipline is fully perfect. When combined together, the strengths of various disciplines can benefit patients immensely. He's a professional life coach and an award-winning entrepreneur. Dr. Rajiv Gupta certainly wears many hats. On the digital front, he's the creator of a platform that's been an award-winning platform. His book, Business Use of Emotional Intelligence, is a must read. I'd like to welcome Dr. Rajiv Gupta on behalf of all of us here at Healing Our Earth. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. How are you today?
So much, so kind of you, Seema, for that kind introduction. I'm grateful to you and the whole Healing Our Earth team, particularly Nil Kumar, who has brought like over 200 episodes together for healing the mankind and the earth. This is episode of very, very good on integrated health. I am absolutely fine. I'm in the UK. You know that we are coming to as warm as Hong Kong. So that will be great. So I think it's a great opportunity to be together. Thank you.
Such kind words. Thank you so much. Now, we have something very special today, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. I'm here in Hong Kong. We've just traveled to the UK, and we're going to be traveling all the way to Thailand, to Krabi in Thailand, to meet a very dynamic individual by the name of Mr. Ivan Roka. Mr. Ivan Roka is from Croatia originally. He's a therapist and an educator with a diverse background. After a successful career in the field of video arts, film, and contemporary multimedia, he transitioned into non-invasive therapy. I mean, look at that. That's amazing. And he got into non-invasive therapy work with an emphasis on bioenergetics. His previous artistic experiences in the interest in medical and his interest in the medical and natural sciences brought him up to the world with an unusual combination with group sessions in bioenergy therapy. Advances in this field led him to Thailand 13 years ago. And he has lectured people, and I am one of his students. I have done part one of his courses, has lectured students to develop a method that is now available to clients worldwide. Ivan Roka can be found at www.biotherapy Asia, BioQR Therapy. A very warm global namaste to you, Ivan. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you for inviting me. I was really surprised when you contacted me. I think it was like 2 months ago, and then you introduced me to this wonderful community. I'm really happy that I can share my experience and hopefully expertise with others.
Well, you know, when pandemic hit, and I couldn't help but think about biotherapy actually.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I've done my part one training with you here in Hong Kong a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I was amazed to see the effects and the benefits that it has had on people. And I witnessed it at that stage. You know, I literally witnessed it. So I think they say the proof is in the pudding. And when you see something, then you believe it. And you've been on my mind. And I thought to myself, you know, now that the integrated forum has started with Healing Our Earth, it would be so fabulous to have you here. And we feel so blessed and happy to have Dr. Rajiv and you here with us today.
Thank you. Feel the same.
And now tell me something. What inspired you to move away from the field of arts and film and multimedia into the healing modality of bioenergetics?
This is very good question, very interesting question. Actually, I didn't move from my original longing of communication, essentially, making movies, making documentaries, even commercial work. It's all about the communication. So when you learn once what the humans are and how they communicate, you actually can learn, you know, what drives the people. So sometimes we are driven into the health, sometimes we are driven into the illness. So I had experience when I was at the verge of the illness due to the very hectic practices in movie production and all this world. So I said to myself, is it really worth it? Still not now, I think it is worth it, but I wanted to explore also something else. So I drew all my experiences from before, not just from the business, but actually from the artistic approach to work with the people. And I started to research, I learned a few of the methods, and then created a methodology which is suitable for myself, which is combining the group psychological treatment and the energetics together. And as so, it makes so much sense to me because I am also at the position of, let's call it that way, of a director. Essentially, you don't direct people, but you direct situations that people can benefit from that. Of course, this is psychological part, but there is another part of it which is super interesting, which is, I can call it like a pure energetics, where you are applying something that is very actually easily to understand and to apply and to have a medical or clinical result. And this wild combination attracted me because it's a pioneering in a field which is not very well known, and also I see that I have a capacity to bring something that we consider it supernatural, or something that we consider it like a traditional, that we can bring it actually to the humans, to the modern humans, and apply it in a very easy way at home or clinical way, in a formal or non-formal ways. And this is where I found myself.
Amazing. Now, you say that every human being has their own bioenergetic field, right?
I mean, if you look from the position, I will talk a little bit about it later, but just to make one general picture, if you look from the purely modern physical point of view, there is no particles, there is no matter. It's all one big matrix of energy, or fields of energy, which are interacting together in between each other by excitations of these fields, and this is what causes the forces. And only due to the limitations of our perception and the consciousness, we don't know anything about it, but let's say we call it the consciousness, we have this experience, right? But underlying reality, so from the pure physics, from pure physical level, there is no such thing. So we are actually immersed into the sea of energy and the sea of information. And so from that position, we can say, yes, we don't have the field, we are the field.
Very powerful. We don't have the field, we are the field.
Yeah, we are the field. We are not separated from anything. It's an illusion. We need that illusion for the survival of the body in a very particular physics of the planet that we share. Although we are also the part of that planet, actually we are that planet at the same time. But since we are using the language which is of a dualistic nature, we have to use I, you, us, and so on, so on. So from that perspective, yeah, we are separated in the language, but in the physical and the biological sense, we are not separated from anything at all.
That's amazing. I love all these modalities that are surfacing. And how do you feel during the pandemic? Did you find that more people were coming towards alternative therapies?
I would say that this pandemic did one wonderful job for this planet. It actually educated people and triggered interest in the immune response, or the immunity generally. Before this pandemic, people were not, they didn't know much about immune system, except what we know from the general knowledge, and of course scientists and medical practitioners, holistic practitioners, they know. But now the general public start to understand, there is something I can actually do for myself. I am not in the hands of the medical establishment, which will make me healthy, because even now it proved that it's our immune system that is protecting us. It's our immune system that is managing the homeostasis and essentially keeps us alive. Without the immune system, longer than 15 seconds, you are dead. So that's interesting, right? So now we know that the medicine is actually also very individualistic. So everybody is different. The vaccine doesn't work for everybody the same. Somebody will have a fantastic result. Some will have no any results at all. Somebody will have a side effect. Also, we realize that there is a variety of the responses dependable where you live on the planet, how you live, what is your background, what is your genetics, how the environment triggered the epigenetic response, and all these things, all these big words, suddenly they become known. Suddenly people start to learn about it and read more about it. So I think that this virus did a great job educating people, how to handle our own health and what are our responsibilities.
Now, Ivan, I find this very this process of bioenergetics very mysterious. Now, I have three people that we both know in common. That you have given long distance healing to.
Okay.
You know who I think you know who I'm speaking about.
I
won't give any names here.
Yeah, I treated many people.
And it worked. That's what I want to say. It worked. And what you told them was, all you need to do is you're in such and such country, and I'm here in Krabi in Thailand, and we'll connect on the phone, and you need to just lie down for half an hour, 45 minutes, and I will send you this long distance healing. And Dr. Rajiv Gupta, you're listening here, and all our viewers, this is my hands-on experience with people I know personally very, very well. And they lay down, and you said, okay, you after the treatment, after the healing, you have to drink a lot of water, blah 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 blah. But inevitably, they were better. How does that happen?
Well, I will go in details to explain a little bit how the bioenergetics actually work. The thing is that I just mentioned previously, what we see as a distance, right? It's actually not a distance, really. It's hard to explain, but do we know the science of the distant healing? First of all, I don't think so. It's a mind on mind or consciousness on consciousness phenomenon. I think it's a tissue on tissue phenomenon. What is interesting that how we connect or how we think that we connect. So if you ask me how it exactly works, I don't know. I mean, nobody knows how the distant therapy works. But we can find some similarities in some modern research, especially in the field of something that we like to call quantum biology. Quantum is a big word, and people like to mystify it. And actually, to talk about anything quantum, you have to go into the mathematics, and you have to know abstractions of the quantum mechanics and the quantum physics in general. But still, we can have some overall knowledge, what it is and what is all these stranges can provide us. What kind of clues this can provide? So I'll give you just one little example, which is very important for me, which is actually the best lead into the distant therapy. So if you know, maybe last 10 years there was a lots of research in the field of how the birds are geolocating when they are flying long distances. That was not clear, because the bird can migrate. Certain birds, probably all of them, can migrate from one location to another location by using the geomagnetic fields of the Earth. And this is wild, because if you look at that from the first principle, that tells us that there is a kind of protein or kind of the mechanism. We know which one it is. There is published research, peer-reviewed research. We know that there is a mechanism which can sense a very weak magnetic fields on a very long distances. And this magnetic field of the Earth is 10⁻⁶ Tesla. It's just very, very weak, very close to the biomagnetic field of the heart, which we can measure with a very sensitive quantum-based machinery that we call SQUID, right? This is what you use when you measure how your heart works at the doctors, right, the specialist. But with the birds, it's interesting because it gives us the idea, the clue that the chemical processing can be affected, which means the biological processing can be affected with a very low energy field. And there is this paradigm from the 70s that you cannot change the chemical process with a very low energy fields, which means low strength energy fields. And it's not true. It's obviously not true. The second phenomena, the birds are using this geolocation monitoring system to travel long distances since forever, and so it works. Second phenomena that triggered my curiosity is that we discovered, there was this question: do humans have magnetic sensors? Can we sense north, south, east? Can we sense other magnetic fields and so on? So we know for sure that the magnetic fields can penetrate the tissue and that the cells can respond to that and so on and so on. But there is something wild. We discovered that actually the humans have a mechanism which is not conscious that changes how the brain works dependable where we are oriented or where the magnetic field is. So there is a paper on that. It's a peer-reviewed, it's proven. So our tissue respond to geomagnetic radiation. And it's the same phenomena. It's a very low energy field. very hard to measure it, and it affects all of us. The third phenomena that I was really impressed that we don't look into that a little bit more is that the embryo of some animals, probably humans also, cannot develop without the presence of the geomagnetic field of the Earth, which means that the expression of the genes depends on the very low energy fields. So the question is, can we populate the Mars? Mars don't have magnetic field, geomagnetic field. It's a big question. Can we do it? And are we going to produce aliens? Essentially, the first, second, third generation of humans who are going to be born on Mars will not be humans anymore because there is no supporting mechanism that help us to develop from the embryo to what I'm now, right? So if you look at all these phenomena, we are talking about that there is a very weak field produced by some phenomena that impacts the biology of the human body. So why not my body if affecting the biology of someone else's body? What's the difference, So it's a question, how to prove it, how to go into the science of that. There is a lot of research in this field. Distant therapy was research from the 20s and 30s in Russia. Russians are very advanced in the biomagnetics and all that. There was a political reason for that after the breakup of the Imperial Russia, so on, so on, so on. You see even today that there is a huge, scientific impact on this, new sciences in Russia. But and then onward from the 20s, we are researching this field. We are trying to understand how this works. So I don't say that we know how it works, but I can say that we know how to use it without harming others. And that's enough. For me, that is enough. If you look at many medical procedures which are invasive that we use, and we still don't know the mechanism, but it works. Just one example is anesthesia. Nobody knows how the anesthesia works because we don't know what causes the consciousness. So under the anesthesia, you lose the consciousness, right, at a certain level, so that you can undergo the operation or the surgery. So it's the same thing. We are using it, but we don't know exactly how it works, but we have some clues where we can look, and I think that scientists should look into these clues to try to understand our connectivity beyond technical means and so on.
Very interesting. I'd love to hear Dr. Rajiv Gupta's views on this. It's so interesting to have one viewpoint, in this bioenergetic field and all this. And then we have an allopathic doctor who's also a life coach, who's also a yoga teacher, and who's also so interested in alternative medicine and alternative therapies. Dr. Gupta, I'd love to hear your views on this.
Yeah, it's great to hear what Avan is saying. In theory, when I have studied the medicine, which is like over 27 years, including the experience and teaching and training. I'm part of the Royal College, so we are setting up the system for the education and training. But taking that into a part, the typical system, which is traditional and modern and also evidence-based, use bioenergetics as biochemistry, which is concerned with converting energy into the process of using into the molecules for growth. And it's interesting to see the different definition. And although I'm an allopathic doctor, as mentioned, I also have an open mind because different disciplines heal in a different way. And universe is the ultimate healing power. So allopathy is one, homeopathy is another one, Ayurveda is another one, acupuncture, Tai Chi, yoga, energetics, they all play different roles. And I think it's good to have all together. And as you mentioned, that there is some evidence base now. So I'll be glad to really have and connect to you to get more and more evidence, because one way is people are benefiting, which is the biggest thing. The second thing is that how we say they are benefiting, if possible, what is the mechanism of action? And the third is then cumulative evidence of all of them, whether it is repeatable, and if it is repeatable, can other people use it? If we can get to third step, we are making a massive difference to the whole earth and the universe, because if we can produce hundreds of icons who are healing thousands of people, you can imagine all the disease, ailments, problem will go away, and that will be the ideal situation. So I'm very keen to know, I mean, from my point of view, for my own learning, that this whole, you can have an exogenic reaction and endogenic reaction, which means that healing from outside and healing from inside. And if you can connect the two, it really brings the whole biology into action, where a harmonization happens. So just wanted to know your thoughts. How do you think about it? And you have done it for many years. You might have areas which are easy to go, areas which are difficult to go, or conditions or problems. So would be good to know which are the low-hanging fruits and easy ones that we can help other for purpose of the audience, because all of them have faced some difficulties in life, and I'm reasonably sure water therapy they got, some of them didn't get cured. So how do you see which areas you think are very strong to go? And are there any examples of any disease or conditions which may actually be not curable in other forms, and bioenergetic will be a golden mine for them? So maybe good to start a dialogue there, and then it
Yeah,
may be, but good to
yeah.
know.
Yeah, essentially, I differentiate. Of course, it's there. It's out there that we have allopathic medicine and we have holistic medicine. I would say that allopathy is very important because allopathy saves lives. That's the first thing, and the second thing, it stabilizes the patient. And after the patient is stabilized by different means, it can be drugs, it can be supporting treatment, so on and so on. Then the patient can do everything else, because if the patient dies, or if the patient is in lots of pain, cannot sleep, and so on and so on, that will also lower the immune response. Then you cannot do much with the holistic treatment. So I would say that the allopathic medicine establishment is essentially a military operation to have a stable medical environment, or the well-being environment for the people, and it works fantastic. There are problems. There is this and that, we all know the problems, but let's keep it there as it is because it works. And then on the other hand, we have something that is called healing. So healing is essentially when we have a patient who is not capable to do something for himself, because when you are healthy, then your inner strength, your immune system is protecting you, not just from the pathogens, it's actually protecting you from the many other influences, so that you don't die, essentially, so that you don't die. And when you are healthy, it means that panacea is working. So what is the panacea? Panacea is the cure for everything. It's a Greek term for the cure for everything. So I would say the well-being, the healthy state, is when the panacea is active, right? So when there is a damage of the homeostasis, which is the environment that is suitable for our systems to work properly, this is what we call illness. So the damage of the homeostasis is essentially illness. Reaction of the immune system to that damage is what we call the symptom, right? So the allopathic medicine is taking care of the symptom and is trying to maintain the physiological functioning that you don't die. And holistic treatments, many different modalities, many different ways, are useful if the patient cannot do it for himself. Mainly, if the allopathy works on its own and a patient can do the treatments on its own, which means the lifestyle changes, more exercise, dieting, so on, changes in the mentality and so on, then there is no need for any treatment, right? But as we know from the practice, that most of the people are not capable to do it, not just because they have a chronic disease which make them miserable and make their lives very hard, so they cannot actually, they don't have strength to do it on their own. And also there are people who don't want to do it because they don't know how to do it, right? So this is where you have a holistic therapist, or where you have therapists generally, who can push the immunity, push the inner strength, let's call it that way, or the revitalize the panacea so that the person can get better. From my experience is that there is no rules. If you do the statistics and research, of course, you can say that in a certain conditioning with a certain medical background and history, you can have certain kind of result. We didn't do this kind of research, but I can say that, you know, sometimes you have a results with incurable diseases where people are struggling for 15 or 20 years and it's happening literally like this, you know, over the night. Sometimes I'm treating for 6 months, 1 year, nothing. But then after 3 months, we have some kind of result. So it's very diverse. We cannot predict, and I don't like to go into the predictions because that can cause a nocebo or placebo effect, which is not beneficial in most of the cases because people can get attached to it and they can make a wrong, medical decisions or the life decisions. So I always leave this for the patient to decide which way to proceed and how to go forward. What for sure what bioenergetics cannot do at this moment, although this is something to discuss because there is a new research I want to mention here, is the treatment of the genetical disorders. So let's say that we can maintain symptoms of the genetical disorders, but you cannot reverse it. Although the new research tells us, especially from the Professor Levine, who is a specialist in the bioenergetics, not bioenergetics, bioelectrical activity in the human body and how that can affect the genetical expression. Now we know that the changes in the energetics greatly changes the way how the genes express. So there is a matrix, bioelectrical matrix, which Professor Levine calls a software, which is actually working above the hardware, which we call the DNA, that is actually regulating the expression of the certain parts of the DNA or the genes. And this is where maybe we can go into the energetics and the treatments of the genetical disorders. This is something, you know, how to say, it's very hard to claim that, but I guess that it can be done. One condition that is very hard for us to treat is mental conditions followed by the psychosis, especially schizophrenia, bipolar type 2, debilitating clinical depression, where we also have psychotic episodes also. This is very hard to treat because every alternative method, let's call it that way, is essentially manipulating the immune response. It's impacting, you know, the immune response by fooling the body, right? You know, the immune system will not respond if there is no harm to the body. So this is you know how it works. You have to harm body or fool the body a little bit to have the immune response. Same as vaccination. Vaccination works exactly that way. So when you treat this kind of mental conditions, you will also have a response of the body through the symptom, and the symptom can be psychosis. So psychosis also can be seen from a different position. Psychosis can be seen as a good thing. There are traditions where they are taking a psychosis as a part of someone's spiritual liberation or spiritual, changes, right? So I was researching that field. There is something there. There is a lot of things there because our society don't recognize these paths. So from the medical perspective, I would say that these patients are very hard to treat. So we are very careful. We don't treat actually these kind of patients. If you ask me what other conditions we are treating, I don't remember that. We treat everything, because if your panacea depends exclusively of the immune response, then why not curing also? That can, you know, depend on the immune response. Now we know that immunity is not just about defending from the pathogens. This is very old. This is very old idea, right? And also the idea that we have, that immune system responds only for the non-self, cells, which are not human. But I mean, this is not true. 50% of my cells are not my genes. So microbiome essentially can be damaging for me. For example, when you die, then you break the immune response, and then your own bacteria eats you essentially, right? So I would say that there is this cooperation in between the immune system and the microbiome, which is not of human origin. And so the immune system will not respond to something that is not of my kind, let's call it that way. No, immune system responds to the damage of the tissue. And this is when the tissue starts to produce the alarming signaling proteins and electrical activity to attract the immunity, to attract the physiological changes so that the body can maintain the homeostasis and survive, and then through the certain period of time to cure, where you also have the immune system attention, which means that the immune system is responsible for the, inflammatory reaction. It's responsible for the recovery of the tissue. It's responsible for the messaging between the different systems, and so on, so on, so on. So not to mention that the immune system is also responsible for the development, from fetus into the more developed, beings, right? So I would say that immune system is healing. Everything that is happening with us on a physical level and the energetic level is connected with the immunity. So I would say what the immune system can do, we can do.
Perfect. I think that's an amazing thing because it's, as you mentioned, there are limitations for everything, but there are good areas where everything can work together. And
Yes.
I'm so glad that you have elaborated it so well and you are being realistic, because many people just get driven into one thing because I do, and therefore that's perfect. We know nothing is perfect in this world.
No, it's we are all different, and there is one thing now when you mention, I always like to talk about this subject because it removes a little bit of ego, from the patients and from the doctors and from the therapists and healers. Don't forget that we don't live alone, and we don't get sick alone. We are just one little part of the organic life on Earth, and Earth is probably also alive. Is it conscious, not conscious? We can talk about it, but let's say it is. So we are just one little part of the interconnectedness of the whole reality, right? And when I say I'm healing myself or I'm healing somebody, I don't think so that this is really true. This is why I do the group sessions, because this is like a little world, this is like a little model of the world. And so when you heal one person, it's not actually you healing that person. This person heal itself. You just support it with the different methodologies and inputs. And once somebody is healed, I had these experiences many times. I'm also healed if there is some kind of problem. I overcome this long time ago. But the first period of when I started to work, 6 months, 1 year, there was a period of adaptation where I had all sorts of changes, right? Physical and emotional and so mental and so on and so on. And then once you adapt to it, when you become stable, then you can treat others without having your issues being addressed during the therapy. But what I want to say is that the idea that we are responsible for the disease, it's a little bit, I'm not sure about it. Also, the ideas, about who we are and that will bring certain disease is also questionable. I know many bad people, openly, I can say that. I mean, bad in ethical or moral ways and so on. They're not sick at all. They're just have very good lives. And I know very good people who are cemeterians, who are helping others. They're putting themselves into helping others, and they die of cancer and so on. So I would say that the evolution has something to say about the diseases as well. So I would, the way how we get sick is the way of the evolution.
Wonderful.
So why and how, I have no any idea. I think nobody knows. And
I think that's
maybe,
really good, because that is an honest expression. And I am very much saying that, although the modern medicine has got a very good scientific approach and we know a lot how it works, but not everywhere, not every condition, not every disease.
It's going to be very slow progress, and also now when you mention, once we solve one condition, the evolution will bring to us another condition. I think that there is no state of absolute health.
Yep.
There is no need for that.
I'm just thinking that we are running out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It was good to hear your thoughts and views, and we went into depth, which probably was part of your presentation, which you already talked about.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would want to add through your presentation, or we can just talk a little bit?
If you want, I can just go. I can just go through the little presentation, just that people see where I'm coming from and that they understand my point of view, and maybe they can learn something from that.
Yeah, we can have a quick presentation.
Okay.
Share it
Okay.
now.
I will share the screen now. Okay. Can we see it now? Right?
We can see. Thank you.
Okay. Great.
Bioenergy. Yeah.
Okay, so you can see the screen science of the human bioenergy therapy, right? Yeah. All right. So I said quite a lot of it before. So the main term in medicine is homeostasis and regulating of the homeostasis, and I would say that what we call the biofield is not a supernatural, unknown field that makes us alive, something that we like to call, in animism, we call it spirit or prana and so on. So this is a very nice term. They define us for the history. They gave us the strength to survive. They actually pinpoint where the science should go. But from the modern experience and from the modern science, now we know that the biofield is actually a perspective. This is the way how we look at the things. It's not the thing itself. It's the way how we look at the things, right? Just like any other science, we define chemistry so that we can look at the things in a certain way. So the physics is the same. Rutherford would say that, if you are not doing physics, then you are probably collecting stamp marks. He wanted to say that there is only one science, the science of physics. Okay, now we have to disagree because even the physics diversify into the different fields, like in information science and so on and so on. Philosophy, it's even into the field of the philosophy, right? So I would say that the biofield is a very nice way to put things if we want to understand the bioenergetics, if we want to understand how the body works from the energetic point of view. So, of course, the biofield therapy refers to the treatment where you have two biofields interacting that can change the well-being of a patient, essentially, right? So here on the right-hand side, we can see the computer simulation from one paper. It's an electromagnetic field of the protein. So by interacting with this electromagnetic field, we can actually change the properties of the protein. So one of the cases with, for example, acupuncture, if I look from the first principle, and I always look from the first principle. First principle means what is actually happening there without any imagination. With the acupuncture, I essentially damage the tissue. So I take the needle, I damage the tissue, right? So when you damage the tissue, you produce the inflammation. Second thing, the cells start to produce the debris, which is signaling for the immune system. But the third thing, very important, is that when the cell is damaged, it started to produce non-neural bioelectrical activity or the action potentials. So if it's close to the certain systems, for example, neurological system, it's quite possible that we can stimulate the endings of the nerves and indirectly change how the brain works. So I would say that it always leads to the same point if we are looking from the position of the first principle. So the essence of biofield is that endogenously generated electromagnetic and other fields act within and between multiple levels of biology, from molecular and cellular through tissues and whole organisms to affect our personal and perhaps even our interpersonal function. This is very interesting because with the biofield, we can also look at the social sciences, politics, economy, and so on from the energetic point of view. Very interesting, because the health doesn't belong only to one person. The health belongs to the communities, nations, and the whole planet. The well-being as well. So the science itself is it's a very new thing. It's just it's developing very slowly, because I would say that we should turn more to the strict evidence-based science, so that there is greater acceptance amongst the scientists, so that there is no Wikipedia science which are talking about energy medicine in a very bad way, because energy medicine is not what is written on Wikipedia. It's actually when we apply the extremely low level signals to the body. Signal means electromagnetic, touch, sound, anything that is of a very, very, very low scale that can change, how the body works. So, when you look from the position of the modern science, we have evidence for most of the so-called alternative medical treatments that they work. The question is how they work. For that reason, we need biofield science, so that we can apply certain rules in the research, which are actually drawn from the clinical studies, so that we can understand the mechanism. And why is it important to know the mechanism? If I know the mechanism, then I can improve what I'm doing. This is very, it's not about, sometimes people ask me, prove me that this works. I said, which part you want me to prove? There is no paper, the proof that chemotherapy works. No, but how the chemotherapy works in a certain patients, on a certain level, with a certain tissue, certain materials, so on and so on. But these questions are very hard to ask. So first thing we should start to do with energy medicine research is to define the questions we want to know and we want to understand. For that reason, the mechanism is the root of understanding. So what is the perspective, at least from my point of view, of the modern medical perspective when it gets to the bioenergetics? You see that intentionally I always talk about bioenergy therapy. I don't talk about the energies which are not possible to measure or that we don't have any evidence of. For example, in the modern research from China to the States, all over the world, when we research something that we like to call qi, prana, and so on and so on, you have it in every culture forever. They all mean the same thing. They all mean the breath. Spirit also in Latin language means the breath. Prana means the breath. Qi means the breath, so on and so on. We have to reduce this research into something that is measurable, and very soon in every paper you have the introduction, and after that you will see the reduction to the electromagnetism. So this is where we have to look for the mechanism. So first of all these treatments are biological treatments, which means it's a treatment to stimulate or restore the ability of the immune defenses to fight infection and diseases. Now we know it's not only pathogens, it's the diseases generally. Immune system is responsible for the maintenance of the well-being of the humans. So if we can apply some of these beautiful methods that we have from the tradition and the modern ones that we like to call alternative or experimental, then we can apply it in a direct, proper way and stimulate the immunity in such a way that it can defend us or even cure us. So the therapy, the BioQ therapy that we developed, it's based on a very simple fact that it's a human bioenergy assisted immune therapy. So there is no any healing outside of what you already have inside of you. Even the surgery depends on your immune response. Now, if the wound cannot seal, you cannot do the surgery. Yeah? So it's always about how the body is going to react to the external stimulation. So in our case, we are using the human energy field, which means the body produced energy field, to stimulate and change how the immune system responds. So it's a very precise work. And of course, I emphasize once again, bioenergy is not energy that makes me alive. Bioenergy is energy used, produced, and observed in the living organism. So it's just the energy complex, chemoelectrical complex, and so on and so forth, that we can observe in the human body and outside of the human body, since there is no separation. So what is, I will show you one little video, what is the real world application. Okay, so this is just a little bit to see, the way how I look at the things. I would like to share just one more screen, and then we can finish since we are out of time. I just wanted to share one very clear example of okay. Can you see now the screen?
Yeah, you can see
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is our website. This is biotherapy.asia website where you can learn a little bit more about the mechanism. I mentioned most of these things already. So here you can go a little bit more into the details and learn a little bit more, and which kind of immunological model that we consider as to be right, and why is it so? What is the bioelectricity? How actually the energy in the body is not conducted by the mind and by this kind of tricks. It's a nice idea, but it didn't show actually much result in our case. But we use the muscles that are literally controlled subconsciously, and they are literally, when you tense the muscle, you literally send the energy into the muscular part of the muscular tension, and it's measurable. This is something that is measurable, and that is actually pretty known how it works. Also, here you can find some of the research. We actually have a huge library for the students, like with around 500 papers in this field, so you can learn that we actually researched what we call bioenergetics of the human body, and it's used in the medicine for the diagnostics and for the healing. So I don't know why people are really sometimes surprised, when they ask me, because everybody's skeptical, that's normal. And they ask me about the bioenergetics like it's something, that I'm going to give them some unusual, unknown answer, but actually this is what you learn in the high school. This is a common knowledge now, right? And so I would like to present this video, which is an example of the different techniques and the electrical activity, and why it's important that these patterns of the electrical activity, which you can see it here. These are the patterns of the different techniques, and these patterns applied in a certain tissue produces this kind of effect that is measurable by the infrared camera, which essentially is recording what? A metabolic response. So the heat is a signature of the metabolic changes in the body. And here you have a paper which is published on the Academia Edu, so you can learn a little bit more. So let's see actually what does it mean that there is an electrical activity when you are doing so-called healing.
How long is the video, Ivan?
It's just 30 seconds.
Okay, perfect. Let's have a look. If anybody has any question, just keep in mind.
Yeah, you're welcome. So we just record the DMG, and we put the raw data into the sound. So this is called sonification. Right? So when you are doing the certain movements, they have their own signature, electrical signature. So you can literally visualize what's happening during the energy treatment. It's clear. So when you look at this logic, actually this process of energy exchange is happening all the time. It's all over the place. For that reason, it must be precise what you are doing to trigger the immune response. Otherwise, you would just be close to each other and get healed. Huh? Well, sometimes that happens, but that's another phenomena. Maybe some other time we can talk about that as well. Yeah, so here people can learn a little bit more, what is the process and, how it's actually put into the coherent sequence of the procedures that anybody can learn, that anybody can repeat with the same result, and that anybody can research. So I'm calling researchers publicly, if they want to research this methodology and they want to research bioenergetics generally, I'm very open for that. There is nothing to hide and there is nothing, how to say, hidden. This is our natural ability. This is just our natural ability. So it's not something that you need to be born with or that you will acquire it because you are doing a lot of processes that people think you have to do. No, this is just a natural thing, and
So-
we can use it on everyday life.
I think that was wonderful. We are just in time. So I think
Thanks.
presentation, and I think I learned a lot here because I had a different perspective in my mind, and I have learned about bioenergetics in a very different way, more
Yeah.
about a cellular level and biochemistry level. So it's very good, and I think we'll share the website so that people can learn more. And I personally will connect to you so that we can do a lot more work. We have group of researchers, particularly now when we are having this integrated health where we want to involve every discipline and every sector where something can help healing the body, put it together like a toolkit so that we can offer people a choice rather than just giving the medicine. So I think
I
that'll be
agree. I agree. I agree. This is the way to go, and I think that the way to go is, as you can see, we have very modern approach. I think that people need modernity. You know, for example, I consider this methodology to be a biotech, and then the people tell me, how you can call this biotech? Where is the machine? And the answer is very simple.
Yeah,
Is there any factory that can produce this?
I agree.
You know what I mean? So if you look at the human body, this is the most advanced tech you can think of. So if you look at it as a tech, as a technology, then you can apply it in a very same sense, right? It's we don't know where is the company which produce it, right? But we know what it can do.
The universe create this mysterious,
Yeah.
so complex and so important, which
Yes.
nobody can recreate. The whole structure, the system, the function, and everything put together in such a great way is brilliant. So you are absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Let
Thank
me
you.
introduce the next speaker. She is also having energy healing in a different way. So it's like emotional feeding technique and how we can connect the energy to emotions. So I hope Ivan, you're going to stay because let's try and
I
find
will.
different things, how we can work together. So Sandra, who I welcome here on Healing Our Earth, you know that this has been like a big platform for us to really connect together to Mother Earth and heal every single person. Throughout our pandemic, we have been praying, we have been sharing our knowledge and our thoughts together, how we can help people. Now we are moving on to a more focused approach of integrated health, how we can bring together different modalities of health. So you do a lot of emotional feeding techniques. So Sandra, as people know, Sandra is a modern emotional and evolution therapist. She's widely recognized as an international trainer and she has trained in 10 countries, 20 years over a period of time with emotional transformation and the Guild of Energetics and Energists. So she is quite unique in that way. And she is now retained as a natural healing technique for over, I think, something like 25 years or so. And emotional feeding technique is very good to release the stress and emotional causes of the health problems. And I know within our own integrated health group, Fiona does a lot of work on EFT and she's working with the schools and we are going to include that part, the EFT, into our eat well, think well, and be well. So this is like think smart, be smart program, which we have already kind of started building on. So she and Jane, the other counselor stroke psychotherapist who is involved in the process, she does the emotional freedom technique. So I'm glad that Sandra, you do that and we would welcome you to help and contribute in our Eat Smart, Think Smart. Can somebody silence it? No good. There with us, so let's just hear from you. Welcome, Sandra. Mike.
Hi there, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to join you and share something about the modern energy from the Guild of Energists, the work that we're doing, and our understanding of emotions and evolution and the link to energy and the different methods that we have to help people, to help themselves, and to educate practitioners to work with their clients too. So thank you, Julia. I've just seen the note there down there from you. I just want to make a comment on the videos from the last speaker, Ivan. So beautiful to see the hands-on healing going on in the homes and the families. Really made me smile to see that, as we would want to encourage that everywhere also through our methods. So anyway, I would like to start by sharing our kind of model of understanding emotions from an energetic point of view. And in the Guild of Energists, the GOE, we are concerned with the health and well-being of the energy body, and we're kind of making a stand for energy as well there, working in the third field of mind, body and spirit. And we've come to understand that the energy body is it's the way we interact with the world and each other as we are processing the energies of life. The energies come to us and we experience them, and emotions are representing how the energies of life are being processed and experienced by us in our energy body. So a healthy response of the energy body is flow. In other words, our openness, our acceptance, our understanding, our digesting, our enjoyment of life, and our ability to let go and to evolve and grow through those experiences. So in other words, the energy flow of life experiences through our energy body, the flowing energy, brings us all of our positive emotional states. And love, of course, is like a greater amount of energy flow through our energy body. And of course, when we're talking about our health problems or our distress, then somehow that flow gets disrupted. And as we're experiencing life, and times we cannot accept something that that is happening to us, or we find it difficult to digest or to let go of, then somehow there's a resistance to that natural flow of energy through our energy body. And our emotions then that we experience are the uncomfortable stress emotions. And we've come to recognize that we actually feel that in the body. And where we feel those emotions in the body is telling us about what's happening in the energy body. So when we're feeling a stress emotion, and we might feel that somewhere in the head, the throat, the heart, that's where the energy is blocked. Conversely, when we're feeling our happy, positive emotions all over the body, that's showing us our energy flow. I have actually an energy chart. I don't know if you have it there, Dr. Gupta, to show it, or if I'm allowed to share my screen.
You can share, Sandra. Just 2 comments while you're saying that. I've worked with Deepak Chopra, and he says exactly what you're saying, is that our body is not a fixed body. The structure is there, but the inner side is changing all the time. And that is because the whole system is very different every minute. And therefore, your thinking and your energy is very different at different times. So I'm glad you shared that. So it's fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing that. You can share your screen, Sandra, if you want. It's amazing, actually. It's just harmonizing the energy, the external energy to the internal energy, and believing that, which I think is extremely useful. And I have done myself for many years, although I'm a typical modern medicine stroke allopathic practitioner by my knowledge, but I have done Ayurveda, I have studied the whole homeopathy, I have been a yoga teacher and trainer, and I've practiced it all myself like yoga. And yoga itself is, the word means union, the union of your body to the universe. And that is exactly uniting the energy and the emotions from inside to outside. And therefore, you know that when you are in the nature, you feel better. And I think that exactly is the case. Any blocked emotions causes distress and then causes disease. This is, dis is opposite of ease. So this is. So I think that is absolutely perfect, that we should really clog up the things which we really don't want. On the other hand, we should open the channels of our emotions and energy so it can flow. And when it flows well, all dis-ease will go away and we will acquire a healthy body. So Sandra is amazing to show us that path. So she's going to share us. If you're ready, Sandra, please go ahead to share. Sandra, you look to be frozen. Are you back?
So sorry about the connection. Seem to have a technical problem.
Technical problems are universal.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so it's just from my side. Okay. Right. Can you see this modern energy chart on your screen?
Not yet. Not yet, Sandra. You can just see you.
Okay.
Sometimes it take a few seconds. Don't worry, you can keep talking.
Okay, so sorry about that. I had a beautiful chart to demonstrate what I was talking about. So, so what we've come to understand then is, first of all, our energy body state affects everything, affects how we think, how we feel, how we relate, how we, what decisions we take, how we perform, and also our physiological well-being. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And so I've talked about flow states in the energy body and our positive emotions. And the more that we go into stress and blockage states that we feel in our body, then these places of blockage are low energy places in the energy body. So what we've come to recognize and understand is that, is that my slide now visible at last?
Yes, we can see it.
Can you see that now? Can we enlarge it?
We can see it. Very small.
Sandra, the version you have sent cannot be enlarged, so this is the best.
Okay, okay. So let's do our best to understand this. So as we get more and more blockage and stress from life experience that we've been resisting for some reason, those accumulations in our energy body, the more stress we have, the more blockage we have, the less energy we have in those places in the energy body. So the answer we've come to understand is adding more energy, that we need more energy. And this chart, which has been developed by Sylvia Hartman of the GOE, the modern energy chart, is shows us all the different states that we can experience as a human being from let's say, look in the middle at 0, we've got like a little grey man, the neutral, a kind of a peaceful don't care about anything state, then as we go more and more stressed, we get into worry and distress, and then a kind of an emergency response, going crazy to survive, and then into that collapse recovery response. Then we have less and less and less energy available in the energy body. Conversely, as that chart shows, as we add more energy to the places where we're blocked, we can climb up that chart and make our way not only back through to zero, but on and up to more positive states. So it's effectively a roadmap out of any problem. We measure ourselves from -10 to +10 in relation to this situation. How do we feel, and how bad is it on the minus scale, and how good is it on the plus scale up to +10. And the +10 represents a healthy flow of energy through the energy body, and even the overflow into the spiritual states of love and forgiveness and gratitude and grace. So in the GOE, we've developed, through Sylvia Hartman's wonderful creativity, different methods to help us to improve the energy flow by working with the emotions. Most people now are aware of EFT, but in the GOE, we do tapping in a certain way. We actually do positive energy tapping. So in other words, instead of going to tap to improve the energy flow by focusing on our negative emotions, we ask ourselves, in that block state of stress, what is it that we need? And we tap and we add energy to the energy body instead. So that creates a different direction for healing. Instead of us kind of going down deeper in through the negative emotions of the experience until we've cleared that, and then we kind of resurface and come back up and then go up into the positive. We start from the problem and we just go straight directly up into the positive states. So we're adding energy, and that's sometimes a bit controversial, as some people will say, well, no, you have to go to the roots and the origins of the problem. But what we've also discovered is that you add enough energy and you get high enough in adding enough energy, there's an overflow state which creates a threshold shift in the energy body and a lasting change, and where we actually evolve. And that's the approach that we've been working with in the GOE. So we call that modern energy tapping now, as a slightly different way of doing EFT. And then another one of my more favorite beautiful methods for improving the energy flow is EMO, energy in motion. And with that method, we simply ask, when we are distressed, when we perceive a problem, when we remember something that's happened that's still painful to us, or perceive something in the future of a challenge, we say, well, where do you feel that in your body? That's where the energy is blocked, that's creating the emotion that we're experiencing. And we just recognizing, again, it's a low energy place, we bring energy to it, first by paying attention. So as we pay attention and we use our intention, we can, and bring the energy of our hands also to that place. We're bringing energy there. We add energy to the low energy place. We actually experience it flowing and moving through the body, and we've restored our energy flow. And we add further energy to bring us up that energy chart towards +10 till we experience the all over positive states of love and thankfulness and energized states where we can create lasting change. So EMO actually is in its 20th year anniversary, thank you for that. And I'm actually coincidentally celebrating 20 years of being a trainer with the GOE. And we have a special event next weekend teaching this particular method of asking, where do you feel that in your body, and can this energy soften and flow by us just adding attention, intention, and working with the energy from our energy hands, bringing to that place. I would also say that these techniques that we teach in the Guild of Energists, most of them are where the person is actively engaged in their own process. So they're in an empowered state, even assisted by a practitioner. And we do have a hands-on healing modality as well that we teach, where for the times where the client wants to or would like to be or needs to be in a more passive receiving mode. And then finally, the last technique that we teach, Supermind, is a very another level of method where we go somewhere in our mind using the metaphors that the unconscious gives us, or the subconscious mind gives us, and we enter this world of metaphor as an energy world, and our energy body responds to that in the same way as it would a physical experience. So we use this to create evolution and change in the energy body as well. So we call this supermind, as we're joining the conscious and what we call the energy mind together, and we enter fully into these mind journeys that affect and change and evolve our energy system. So these are the methods that we use to help us with the health, the emotional health of the energy body, which we've seen our thinking depends on our health, our emotions, our relationships, our performance, and our physiological health and well-being follows from that, although that's not in the remit of what we actually work with directly. It's this nice side effect that we allow to happen.
Yeah, Devika does a lot of like dance and physical energy and connect to emotional energy. One of the demonstration I've seen yesterday. So it's just amazing how we can connect the physique with the emotions and the universe all together to help healing. So it's
Absolutely. And actually, that's actually how I started out on my energy journey, because I started as a natural health practitioner with nutrition and detox methods, working with natural healing. And I started to add energy methods to my practice. And it was the power of working with healing the emotions and the blocked energies inside the energy body, which set the physical body free as well, that I discovered as a kind of a young natural health practitioner, which led me on the path of training to be an energy trainer and a practitioner as well. So absolutely very important to free up those unresolved and blocked emotional experiences, get back into our flow, and then the physical body and the mental health can follow from there. So
beautiful. What a beautiful combination of, the whole system approach, which is typical. And Ivan has talked about this, holistic body and holistic healing technique. And you have talked about this whole system approach coming from inside out, the emotional blockage, clearing the blockage, causing relief. So I think that is amazing. I don't know if Ivan and Devika, you want to have any comment. I'm thinking we've got a few more minutes, so if you want to have any interaction, we can do that. Otherwise, we can invite people.
if anybody would like to ask anything, I was going to be, do a demo when I first came on, but then I didn't know if I would have the time actually to actually allow that. But basically, EMO, energy and motion, is basically to say, well, when I think about that, where do I feel that in my body? And as we're normally then resisting something that's painful, that kind of holds it in place. So we kind of allow that feeling and then just bring energy to it and then assist the flow again. It's beautifully simple, actually, but still we need to learn how to do it. And our training next week would be a good opportunity if anybody would like to know more. Maybe I can just put in the chat the web link, just so it's here for the record.
5 minutes. So if you would want to have a mini demo.
Would anybody would like a mini?
Sandra, so you know that the audience are on YouTube, Facebook, website, and Periscope. These are only the few invited people. So if you could slowly mention your website, which is on your profile in Healing Our Earth, but you can just mention it out slowly.
Thank you for pointing that out to me. Yes, so the information about the special 20-year anniversary of training to learn about energy in motion, EMO, the information is on bit.ly, bit.ly / capital letters EMO dash 20 years, 20 capital Y small EARS.
So Sandra, let's remind them that this was actually held on the screen for 5 minutes. When they just look at the recording, they can rewind back and they can get the URL very clearly. Devika and Ivan has got a comment for you, Sandra. And maybe even after 4 o'clock, after Julia, you might have a 5-minute demonstration. Let's listen to comments from Devika and Ivan. Devika, first to you, over.
Okay.
Hi, namaste. My name is Devika Rao, and I really liked both of your presentation, and I was just connecting how my artistic practice is, and there is no answer for my question why this is feeling good and this is feeling bad. I am an Indian classical dancer, and I'm trained in theatre also. So my art has helped me to connect to more people. And yes, we do not have a touch language, but we do feel emotions. And my specialty is 9 emotions, where I trained in. So, and these 9 emotions are like, if I tell all those names, Shringara, Hasya, Karuna, Veera, Raudra, Bhayanaka, Bibhasa, and it's so connecting, particularly when we worked with patients in one of my experience I would like to share with you in Robert Ogden Macmillan Center. So people say that when they go through when they get cancer, and which is not curable, and you live a new normal life. So at that time, we enter and we start doing dance with them. And in the process, they connect to more people and they make a friendship with them. And also they could get a control on their hands, because they just come out from the chemotherapy room and then they come to the dance lessons. So where we, what exactly I do, I try to play with their emotions through the breath and the gestures. So I really connected how you say, instead of going depth into the emotion, better you get into that state and this burst out, and then, you will get better result. I totally agree with that. Thank you very much for that. And commenting on Rika, so yes, when we had a vigorous dance practice, and then we know where does the pain come from. Because of the heat we can feel it, but we have learned in yoga just to breathe, hold and breathe. But I never seen you treat it, yet it can be treatable, it's benefitable to the person next to us. That's really good to know about it. And at the last thing I wanted to comment, sending positive positiveness to the people from the distance. So me and my brother, we actually worked a lot. So okay, whenever he's in trouble, I was just, you pray for him, and then, or if my mom is in trouble, and then we pray for them. And we never know, like, there is a scientific connection there. So it's so nice to hear all of that. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Let's have a quick comment from Ivan, and then we'll get Julia in shortly. But amazing session, Sandra. It's just great. Ivan, do you want to have a comment, and then we'll have a final?
I want to thank for all the insights. Emotions are, of course, super important. I just want to mention one thing, that the emotions have this cultural background. The emotions are not the same around the world. So, for example, I'm from the part of the world which is called Balkans, where the certain emotional complexes are quite different than somewhere else in the world, right? So, so there is something interesting. First time I come to Thailand, which I really love to live here. I really love to work here and so on. So amazing culture. Is that the way how the emotions are handled here and the way how the emotions are handled in Balkans is opposite. So in Balkans is, what you mentioned, Sandra. People in Balkans just express everything exaggerating. There is a lot of handwork when you explain things, and there is a lot of expression, especially on the Mediterranean part of the. So I would say for Thai people at the beginning, I felt like an animal, but that was normal for me. That was quite normal. For Thai people, the emotional world is hidden. It's not expressed directly, but it's expressed indirectly. And to learn this language, how to deal with that, actually taught me that some things I was dealing with, I dealt wrongly. So I pick up from this culture, how they handle the emotions into what I inherited, so that I can be better in handling things. It's very interesting how it works, and I would say that emotional states and emotions in general really have their geolocation. Now they belong. Certain emotions are higher in a certain geolocation, and somewhere else they even don't exist. That's super interesting. So I would also say, Sandra, I think this is something to look at, as the microbiome is different of every city. I would say that emotional, let's call it problems or emotional, disturbances are also different if you're in Bangkok or Singapore, if you're in Bali or if you're in Zagreb, right? So this is a very interesting subject. Seems like the diversity is here also for some reason. We don't have same emotions, right? We have a little bit different emotions in different places.
I think there's something in that. I think culture can also train us to shut down and not feel. And so we can have training not to feel, and therefore to express in a very different way, as you say. And I actually discovered that in my own personal journey, as I didn't used to feel my emotions. Getting back to be able to feel them again was a healthy thing, a part of my own journey. So that is something that we would try to help people to explore, actually, to reconnect with themselves and start to feel again. Because if you're not feeling your emotions, you're not also feeling love. So that's interesting, very interesting observation.
I would say, I would also say that when it gets to the emotional world, I mean, it's a large subject, but when it gets to the emotional world, there is this transference of the emotion. There is a telepathic, let's call it that way, transference of the emotion from the person to the person, and that's really amazing. Sometimes it's happening without being aware, because when we look at the other people, we can see these micro muscular movements and behavioral patterns that we subconsciously actually recognize what it is. But sometimes you even don't have to see the person. The person can be just there next to you. You can feel it. That's really something to explore. That this is really something to teach people about this phenomenon, because this separation, like I'm alone in the world and I'm communicating with others, doesn't exist, right? So this is something really interesting to understand how that works. For example, in the group session, because energetics in the group session are quite different than one-on-one. I would say that group session is much more powerful. There is transference of the, not just of the emotion, but of the whole states through the therapist, who is essentially not molding, what is supposed to happen. But if you are in the state of that is called zone, then you will automatically reflect the needs of the group. Very interesting, very interesting kind of work. I would say that the way how I'm working with emotions, it's a little bit different. There is even not acknowledgement like what it is. I don't go into it. It's just happening on its own. So it's like it's a natural appearance. This is called, actually, they call it metempsychosis. It's a transference of the soul, transference of the spirit, and it's happening actually in acting techniques. So I was trained in some of the acting techniques, especially in the one Russian method, which is called Stanislavski method, where you adapt the characteristics of a character. And you can feel their emotions, but not just that. You can feel the history of these emotions, and that's scary, because you don't know where that's coming from. It can be imagination.
Right, it's perfect. I think Julia has raised her hand, so let's just hear her. And I might actually introduce as well. Julia and I know each other for a very long time now. We've worked together on many occasions. She is an entrepreneur, an award-winning entrepreneur. In fact, she has been coordinator for our P4B network, which is a business network. She's a success coach, international speaker, author, magazine, lifestyle columnist, and then obviously she believes in better health and better life. In fact, she has introduced us to one of the head teacher, deputy head teacher for our special program of improving the health in the children, which is part of our integrated health program, the Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart program, and discussion with that. And it's really, really good. So thanks again, Julia, for introducing us and our program into that. She has a unique combination of science, and she has got family members who are doctors. So that's actually very, very powerful. The GP at home, learning all those, and she works with nutrition and mindfulness. And I think she's an amazing person. She's a mentor, and I think gut microbiome is very, very close to her heart. She works with nutrigenetics, and I think let's hear from her. So Julia, you can fire your question and share your presentation. It will be lovely to hear you.
Roger, we're just talking about emotions. You get me emotional here with such an introduction. Very, very kind of you. Thanks for your kind and warm words. And all that right straight back at you. Before I understand now, so I go into my share for today, but I just wanted to say very quickly about Sandra and Ivan's conversation there. I think it's an interesting point that Ivan raised, but the beauty of Sandra's work, and I've experienced it firsthand, which is why I'm very big supporter of it, and I'm actually can't wait to get qualified myself at the end of the month to share it with more people in the world. But the interesting part about Sandra's work is that it is completely independent of your social background. Even I myself come from emotionally a much harsher background. I am German, I live in the UK, but I'm so probably almost a bit more linked to the Balkan areas and countries than the warm, more warmer and gentler societies and languages. And I can absolutely relate to what you said there. But I think I have to disagree that you say, emotions are so different. The beauty is everybody has emotions. Not everybody might express them, but everybody has emotions. And we have the opportunity to dig into them, to tap into them. Digging is a negative, but, to tap into them and get the best out of it from everywhere. And that is independent of background. So I think, I hope there is time later on for Sandra's presentation. Rajiv, do you want me then to go straight into my share for today?
Yes, please go ahead, Julia. Over.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I titled today's share as the 5 strategies to find inner balance and freedom for healthier and more successful life. You know, just to start properly over again, I have to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to really everyone, to all our listeners. You know I can't see you at the minute, but I know you're out there. And last time I know there were listeners from over 34 countries. So that's really amazing. It is a great pleasure and honor again to be speaking to you. And I'd really like to express my deep thanks to Rajiv and to Neil and everybody on the team for their amazing and completely non-stop work behind the scenes to actually allow our speakers to share this and on this platform. So it is a true privilege to be part of this forum and sharing here on stage with such highly qualified and knowledgeable individuals from all over the world. I love this. I think everybody here and other listeners can agree health is our wealth. If not, then we definitely need to have a chat. Now, I personally, as Rajiv said, I specialize in the gut microbiome balance, in DNA lifestyle testing, and heart disease and heart disease related health issues. And the role specifically that nutrition and lifestyle play in this. Lifestyle is very important for me, and I'm a total foodie, so food is an importance in my life, and it is important for everyone's life. But we spoke about all that about 6 weeks ago, and I could share. So today I wanted to have a slightly different look at life there, and that's where it comes to the 5 strategies to achieve better health by looking at the freedom we enjoy or the dependencies that we are facing in our life. So if we are dependent, we cannot be truly free. So think about, what is independence for you? Now, we just had the 4th of July. That is a big, big day for the Americans. It celebrates the end of the war, of losing lives in a fight for a better tomorrow. It was driven by passion and the belly fire to free the people from being ruled by others and to gain the freedom of forming their own society and living their own belief systems. Nearly 13,000 Americans lost their lives and were wounded. I think there were about 20,000 prisoners taken, to name just a few losses. But the Americans won. They believed in something. They had a big why in their heart, and nothing could stop them as they looked ahead at their future and the future of generations to come. And they realized they had to act in the now for a better tomorrow. So let's leave this historic event for a moment, but think, this day might not mean a lot to any non-Americans. But when we look a bit deeper and just apply the concept of what led to this moment in American history to our own life, then each and every one of us should celebrate Independence Day every day. So let's look at what I mean by that and what independence, why is it so valuable for our health? Let me just ask you, are you enjoying freedom? Are you truly free every day of your life? And if you do not feel free and independent, how much are you prepared to offer, to give, to do in order to achieve that freedom? So what is true freedom then? Why am I suggesting to ask yourself this question? Let's look at the dictionary. According to the Oxford Dictionary, freedom is the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants. It is a state of not being imprisoned or enslaved. The Cambridge Dictionary has a similar definition and says, the condition or right of being able or allowed to do, say, think, etc., whatever you want to without being controlled or limited. Now, for me, to achieve full joy in life, full freedom, means finding the balance and independence on different levels of personal spheres. And I will share with you now what I mean by that. Let's look at the 5 strategies to gain inner balance. The first strategy to gain more freedom in life is a physical independence. The first thing I'd like to look at is really our physical body. Let's ask ourselves, am I dependent on anything to get my physical body through every day? There's medication. Are you living without painkillers or drugs that help to regulate your blood pressure or thyroid, for example? Or do you feel the need for those every day to make a better life? So are you dependent on those drugs? Have you considered gaining back your freedom by finding alternative methods to heal your body? Are you allergic maybe to specific elements of foods? Life-threatening allergic reactions mean that you're completely limited in your choices when you go out for a meal, socialize, or you enter environments that you're not 100% familiar with or in control of. Let's think of, I'm traveling a lot, hotels. You might struggle with a bedding due to a dust allergy or pet hair allergy, and if they didn't manage to get every single dog hair clean from the previous guest, maybe. That's a life of worry and anxiety, not freedom. Do you smoke? I used to smoke a long time ago. One cigarette here or there, but before I knew it, I too had fallen to the dependency of nicotine every day. And it took me a long time and a strong mindset to quit smoking. Thankfully, I'm free now, and I've been free for many years. Do you need your tea or coffee, or worse, even energy drinks every day? Do you need that kick that caffeine delivers for you? And despite knowing that after the high, there's usually a big crash, yet we still want this caffeine. I used to drink at least 10 mug-size espresso strength coffees every day. And it wasn't until I had the great opportunity to trial a then completely new program in 2016 to reset and rebalance my gut microbiome. I had caffeine-free short periods in the past, maybe a couple of weeks or a month if I was lucky, but I was drawn back to the badness quickly every time. The caffeine withdrawal caused me migraines and terrible pains, and yet I had to go back on that stuff. There was a need. Rebalancing the gut was a way to take away that food noise in my head, and it gave me the freedom I'd not felt since I can think. The difference just 21 days, little days could make for my life was incredible. And I've since been trained in coaching this program for my clients and can wholeheartedly say it has changed thousands of lives. And I personally see the life-changing feedback every single day. I'm also coaching other coaches on this. Now, this is delivering freedom and feeling freedom for me. Many of us need alcohol or drugs or any sort of, something to calm you down in the evening or to experience highs. But those are short-lived. It's a short-lived happiness and fun. Alcohol in particular is often associated with happy social events as a great addition to a lovely dinner. Well, alcohol was present every day when I grew up, and I too had times when I drank too much. I did not like the morning after feeling. Thankfully, I never had this I cannot remember a thing from last night experience of too much alcohol, and I really don't ever understand why people find this funny or interesting. It actually motivated me to step away from alcohol. I wanted that freedom back for my body, for my life. I felt my body and witnessed the dependency in others, close family and friends, and the long-term damage it could do to lives. Today, I can have a glass or more, and I do really enjoy the taste of certain alcoholic drinks, I have to admit, but I drink when I fancy it. I choose to drink for the taste, not for the happiness. It's a very liberating feeling. And I have months going without a drop of alcohol, like at the moment, for example. I haven't touched anything, I think, in the last 4 months or so. Another common element in our lives nowadays is sugar. Sweets, biscuits, snacks, fast food. Yeah. Often when we feel stressed, we think we need the sugar kick to get us through the situation. So again, we're not really making choices out of want, but out of need. That's a dependency. That's a huge dependency, in fact. I mean, chocolate used to be my vice. And when I had it in the house, rest assured, I would finish it, regardless of the size of the chocolate box. Now I eat it when I want to enjoy it. And being able to say no to it, or even sharing it out to others without needing to have some myself, is a new life experience, and also a result of addressing my gut bacterial balance, by the way. So it is so easy and so powerful. Take a moment and think what level of dependence you might have. What is your relation to any of those substances? Are you free to choose when and what you take, or are you reliant upon anything to create a kind of artificial freedom? And think, are you physically dependent? Are you experiencing pains, withdrawal, uneasiness when you do not have or do something? Or are you habitually dependent? Like, I need my coffee first thing in the morning, or the cookie with the coffee and the wine with a meal. That can be a need of habit. And it's not always just triggered by the need of bodily sensations. Go on and on about this, but let's look at second strategy for more freedom in life, and that's emotional freedom. I would like to look at. This is a very different level to the physical one. So how emotionally dependent are you? Look at your relationships to partners and circles of friends. How do you respond to their actions and presence or absence? We tend to develop habitual behaviors and reactions that create a zone of feeling secure, but it can also create drama. And we can get entwined in such drama, living almost a life of, rather the devil than doing something about it. But that's not freedom. You're not choosing better. You're dependent on that perceived safety zone, which actually is a very unsafe place to be or can be. So think about, how could we move ourselves away from such drama? I've got 3 children, including 1 teenager now, and the other ones are closely behind it. It's so easy to be drawn into a playground mindset when they argue. So before we realize that we're engaging in arguments with them instead of staying emotionally put. Freedom would be keeping the control of your emotions, especially when the emotional barometer is peaking. Practice methods to keep calm, being balanced within us, to freely respond out of to like outside drama and to situations that are thrown at us. It is such an important part of life and living a free life. Now, the third strategy to more freedom in life is your mental freedom. How do you take to outside opinions, to teachings, to the news about recession, a virus, or a war? How do such elements affect your choices and emotional state? Are you able to critically think and execute the freedom of personal opinion or speech? Are you being upset by what you see and hear as the world is being told to perceive specific situations in a media-dictated way? Or are you strong enough, free enough, to look at it all from your own personal point of view and to see how your life is impacted personally? It might not be so bad, actually. If you have such strength, you have the freedom of choice as to what information to pass on, what knowledge to teach to future generations, and thus to influence the future in a way that you think is best. That's freedom. Are compliments and opinions about your way of life from others important to you? Do you need to hear that you're beautiful or exceptional in a certain way? Or are you balanced enough to look in the mirror and make your own judgment on yourself and your life? The peer pressure of social media is scary these days. Look at our children who pose from early age to starve themselves to be like you should be, who become depressed and anxious if they do not comply with the promoted ideal personality or form of being. Look at the self-harmers, and so sadly, the suicide cases everywhere. Now, critical thinking can be life-saving. Critical thinking is, basically the tool to mental freedom, because it can strengthen your self-esteem and help you see your own beauty, strengthen your belief and trust in yourself, your decisions, your actions, and it frees you up from needing validation about who you are and what you do. That is freedom. Such an important skill to keep our life in balance and experience freedom. We heard about emo just before from Sandra, and this can really help dissolving blockages that hinder you from living with, more with emotional strength. So now we've got the fourth strategy to more freedom. It is spiritual freedom. Are you totally free choosing your belief system? Spiritually, it's all about connection to a higher level, to the universe, your religion or energy fields. So let's look at how we're potentially dependent then spiritually. Are you following a group, a guru of some kind, or maybe a religious leader who tell you how to think and what to believe in? Do you form your way of life depending on their teachings to feel spirituality? Or are you able to connect with your inner self, your personal higher state of being without their presence or guidance? Are you free to follow your energetic flow, or in need of help to find it at risk of constantly trying to copy someone else's spiritual equilibrium? Which will mean then that you help that you keep searching for your own without being able to find your own center. Being spiritually free means you can be one with yourself. You can feel everything you are and connect with your higher self at any time in order to find balance. That's freedom. Now, the last strategy, the fifth one, is financial freedom. This is a very different kind of freedom and seemingly independent of the four aforementioned strategies. But is it really? Financial independence is a huge freedom to achieve nowadays, as it takes away a lot of worry, especially when we're having to provide for others, like supporting a family, for example. And it opens many doors to more easily make life more enjoyable, sure. So are you financially independent? I would imagine that about at least 90% of the listeners here are not enjoying this freedom at this moment in time. And this includes myself. What are you reliant upon? A job, maybe? Do you need to remain in good health as you're self-employed and to serve your clients? Are you financial constraints due to a mortgage, or are you under pressure to keep a roof over your head, really, in your house? Or do you need to pay off debts, maybe? All these factors can lead to immense stress in life, which in turn scrapes on our health and well-being like lion claws. We all know that stress is one of the biggest health risks that we are facing, and nowadays even more so than ever. So you could win the lottery, or you're inventing or discovering something the world needs, and those situations will bring you great financial support. So that would be one solution. But this is true for just a smaller part of the population. Finding financial life balance, the independence, the financial reality, so finding the financial independence in reality is not often just in our hands. It's possibly a bit more difficult to achieve. But I believe strongly, if you can master the other four areas of freedom, your physical freedom, emotional freedom, mental freedom, and spiritual freedom, then the financial freedom will sort itself along the line. Living a life of freedom is about not being controlled or governed by any person, any substance, any environmental circumstance, or being able to stand in your own power, being emotionally grounded, centered, and mature, being connected to your higher self, your consciousness. Freedom is to be able to be who you really are and not questioning it, and to a point where you can teach others to break free too. So for me, freedom is health and wealth to achieve fulfillment throughout the things I can give and do when I want to give and do them. Let me ask you the starting question again. Are you truly free? If not, what are you prepared to do about it? What are you prepared to sacrifice to achieve your personal freedom and independence? All five strategies I mentioned, whilst addressed independently, are all also interdependent. And that's the next level to look at. Once we can create the freedom in each area, synergistically, they elevate one another to allow us to experience a level of freedom we might not even have thought existed. Interdependence is building the connection, a healthy connection between all those areas. That's an holistic approach, what we are trying to with this forum as well. And a healthy connection with our environment and the people around us. So just let me give you a couple of examples of interdependencies that are very powerful when it comes to your health. Your gut microbiome. I mentioned earlier how I lost my addiction to caffeine and cravings. Well, this ecosystem of microorganisms called the microbiome is an ecosystem to which the body has outsourced many important functions, and we could simply not survive without it. It influences our moods, our immunity, our behaviors and decisions. We must look after it and make good choices to feed it right and keep it in balance for the microbiome to help us stay emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually fit and in balance. Teamship is another one, our environmental one. I work within a team where the top can only succeed by helping the weakest link, if you like. So there really is no hierarchy as we all work together to succeed faster together and achieve higher levels altogether. And again, this is how I see this forum here. And as we're all trying to inform and educate others about better ways of life, this teamship is very fulfilling. But interdependencies are another big topic for another day. Working with clients is amazing, and I thoroughly love coaching others in this environment. But if you enjoy coaching others to a better state of life, please let's have a chat, reach out to me, and let's see how we can collaborate. Let me close here now and just again encourage you to think, are you truly free and happy, or do you have dependencies in life? You might be happy living in dependencies, and that is okay. You might experience fulfillment with those dependencies. But if you're not fully satisfied, if you feel this little niggle inside yourself, physically, emotionally, spiritually, financially, then the time is now to look at it more closely. Reach out. Use the support of a coach, a friend, an expert with an eagle view on your life situation to help you define this niggle faster so you can make a plan and the best choices for you to achieve the freedom you desire and certainly deserve. So be honest to yourself, seek support from experts, health or wealth experts, and create the life you want to live. Here is to your balance and life of fulfillment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's brilliant. What a wonderful and energetic talk. Physical independence, emotional freedom, mental freedom, spiritual freedom, and financial freedom deriving as a result of that. What a beautiful flow and the combination. I think all of you would agree with me. Such a beautiful combination of all of these put together in one thread that just allows a natural inclination from one to the second to the third to the fourth, and financially we would be able to get it. Happiness comes from inside, not from outside. Money doesn't give you happiness, car doesn't give you happiness, a house doesn't give you happiness, a beautiful wife or husband give you temporary happiness. I would say more sustained happiness is from inside. And I think the formula is if we connect and make ourselves free on the other hand. So it's an interesting combination. We need to connect in order to be free. And when we connect to the right place, we automatically free from the things where we shouldn't be. So Julia has given a life example of her own life while she was into the things where she was possibly dependent, and then she has made her independent. She has made the journey. She's where she now because of that. So thank you again. So I'm happy we got a few minutes and then we are going to move to the next session. So Sandra, do you have any comment or question? I have something, but let me get you first.
That very thought-provoking. Thank you, Julia. Made me look at my own life and different aspects of my life and identify areas where I also could free myself even more. And that comes back to love actually being the freedom. Is our relationship with each of these areas of our life, and how much we need is showing where we're still hungry at some level energetically, and so bringing that back into balance in each area of our life is coming back into love, in fact, within ourselves in each of those areas by whichever method that we and there are many methods that we can do that, but that's interesting, very revealing for me personally, listening to you, Julia. Thank you. I'm sure other people will have been shown a few places in their life where they need to bring some attention to evolve a little. So thank you.
Fantastic. So Julia, taking that all into, you know about, you have been involved in this integrated health approach. How do you think this all can be incorporated into this approach? Because our ultimate aim is to help people, giving them opportunity to heal themselves. And all these, whether we call it in the conventional medicine or Ayurveda or conventional or complementary medicine, alternative medicine, or emotional, all these are vehicles to take from where we are to where we want to go. How would you kind of see it connecting together in order to make it happen?
I think what we're doing here is the first big step. It is coming together as holistic healers and practitioners, and as medical, medically professionally trained and qualified people, because again, health is a holistic approach, and traditional classic medicine is as important for our health and well-being as is the holistic healing. And I think so far as a society, we've always seen that to separate it. We've also trying to see mental health issues separated from our physical health issues, and they are not. So I think there's a big movement out there, and Healing Our Earth, this forum, and integrated health, that forum, there are big steps in the direction that we need to go, that we inform and educate people. It's all about informing and educating that actually, whilst they're all different areas of expertise, we need to approach and address them holistically. I cannot say just because I've lost weight, my diabetes has gone away. I cannot say just because I don't know, I'm applying healthier lifestyle or healthier eating choices, all of a sudden I'll become the next world champion in marathon running. It needs training. It needs always different solutions working together. Our environment has changed. We're not gatherers and hunters anymore. We're living in Wi-Fi. We're living in stress. We're living in car. We're exposed to exhaust fumes. We're exposed to medication and hormones through the food we consume, to pollution, to, even if we try to have the cleanest approach to life, we cannot escape radiation and pollution anywhere anymore. And so there's always an impact on our body. And we just need to be aware. I think we as a forum have the duty, I would say, it's a privilege, but it's also a duty to go out and shout it from the roofs and say, and help people to understand that whilst they might see you as a specific practitioner, that if you refer them to others, it's because that your step, you appreciate that what you deliver to a client is not everything. There is more, and we just guide them around. And it doesn't really matter where someone starts. The importance is that we understand it's a circle, and it's only in this circle, the circle of life. Everything is a circle somehow coming back together, isn't it? And it's bringing this closure together. And that's what this forum, and I hope, I know there are many other forums like this as well. I think the next step would be to try to identify how many other forums are out there, and let the forums work together. Let's unite the audiences that we've each acquired over the past about 2 years. Neil, is that right now? Healing Our Earth has been going. I think, there's a massive audience and followership that has been built up. And so there are other forums very similar to this who have the same train of thought. So let's unite us on a forum level and, reach out to more people together.
So Sandra, you're right. It's more than 2 years now. And you mentioned the Healing Our Earth actually connects forums rather than just individuals. If you look at your flyer, there are already 7 forums in there. They're all very large forums in that flyer. And it needs to create now and plan person-to-person conferences and conventions, because the world is open and wonderful people like yourselves and others globe over. Together, we can make a bit of difference, because now the world is global. Thank you, Julia. Over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you so much. And I completely agree that it has been a big journey. We have come quite far, but there is still a lot more journey to make. And I think putting our efforts together in such a strong energy is going to make it happen. Most people keep telling me that, oh, you have taken a very big task. And I always tell them that, yes, it's a big task, but unless we start, we will not be able to get it. So we are into the journey. We have made big changes. We have made lots of evidences already, which if I get time in between, I will share. There is all connections outside as well as inside, in order for people to keep that energy, that motivation, and more importantly, a tolerance, so that we do not deplore or criticize each other's discipline. and rather embrace the good parts of each in order to make it happen. So I'm so glad it's happening, and I'm grateful to everybody who is just putting the effort for it to happen. So thank you once again. Let's invite our next speaker, who again, to my view, is one of unique and fantastic person. I have known Ish for some time now, and incidentally, he is from same place, Jodhpur in India, and we have gone to the same school. Uh, so it's really amazing to see that this has happened, and he is a professor of Ayurveda and is on deputation from the Ministry of Ayush in India, currently placed in Mauritius. He have made a lot of discussions, and there is a lot of plan and strategy in action. Has been quite helpful to me. In fact, creating the whole idea of producing a scientific journal of the integrated health, and that is actually extremely useful because we are not quacks. We do not say that, yes, I have treated one patient or two patients or three patients or five patients. We are evidence-based. We are based on what we have got, and we are producing that, and that is actually extremely useful because unless we have evidence, people are not going to trust us. And Ish has got that talent which he has created for us in order to really do things for life. He has written a lot of articles, a lot of scientific publications. He's an international speaker. In fact, he has UK, our High Commission of India has conducted a seminar on the dietetics, and he has been the presenter. When I'm saying not one of presenter, the presenter, and he has conducted it beautifully. So he is there, he is practicing as well as teaching, but more importantly, we have talked together, and I hope he get time to share now the program that we mentioned: eat smart, think smart, and be smart. So he has kindly created, now the Mauritius government has asked to create 5 points for each year education to be incorporated into the curriculum. And I'm little bit envious that we wanted to start in UK first, but we are equally happy that we together would work and make it happen. And if Mauritius starts first, we will probably take a lead from there to do it. So I think we should give a warm welcome and listen to the wisdom which Ish is going to share with it. Welcome, Dr. Ish Sharma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for the kind words. And Mauritius is such a small city, not even like Charlie, it's just a big city. So as compared to UK, where the world takes lead, it surely will be much more difficult over there, because once you do it, then it is done across the globe. So you have got much bigger a challenge, but maybe we can set a small model which some nations could follow. So thank you very much for the appreciation and recognition. And just to sum up, yeah, as you rightly put it across, I have been asked by the Ministry of Education to give 5 bullet points each grade 1 to grade 6, what they call primary grades in Mauritius. And I have submitted it, and now in the next meeting we'll be fine tuning to incorporate my suggestions into their existing health and physical education curricula. But I believe this is a big leap, because going into the school curricula in a country, maybe a small country, so seems very honoring to me. And this has led many new channels back in India. The high officials are talking to me that, okay, now let's strive to duplicate the model in India as well. Surely even in India, surely we have not yet done it where Ayurveda comes from. So surely bigger places take time. Maybe before I start with my topic, I would like to repeat that I went through a bit of exercise with the Mr. Biju in Mauritius, what we were discussing about a cross training, where many of you can join us in Mauritius, or it can be any other country for that matter, where we should be sensitizing each other towards our specialty. Because if I listen to some, like I can see Jayant, my very good friend, who is working very hard with like a craniosacral therapy. So maybe if I do not know what it is, and I might not be believing Jayant, okay, Jayant in Bangalore, what are you doing? But once he comes over, once he trains us, he teaches us, I talk about Ayurveda. Dr. Gupta will be telling what will be the high time to refer a gastroenterology patient beyond which you should not overstretch. Then you are really risking the patient. Those like cross training is very, very important, because this is the only platform I am a part of. Such a vast specialties are encountered. I am fortunate to listen to such stalwarts from across the globe. So surely a face-to-face cross training will be very, very important. With Biju, I did work out like it could be costing somewhere maybe for a 5-day training, somewhere like maybe euros, maybe around 600 could be with a average kind of accommodation, which would be like acceptable to all. And we all would be like, we don't expect any grant to roll in. If there is any sponsor, then nothing like that. But otherwise, like from our pocket, we might have to spend like somewhere around euros 600 per person, plus the travel expenses. So that can be a very wonderful 5-day retreat where we'll be having some vacation time along with we have got Chef Daksha with us. We'll be cooking with her. She'll tell us the finer details of cooking, and we'll be having lectures and going around. So that can be a real like 2-in-1 kind of program, enjoyment as well as learning. So if I start with my topic for the day, I can share my screen.
Please do. Yeah, if you can share your screen.
Okay, just a minute.
Technology sometimes take a few seconds, but don't worry, just keep talking.
Yeah.
You can see it's a wonderful thing. We have been thinking about it. It'll be great to have that retreat where we go completely cut off from where we are to really enter into a world of understanding each other, and then cooking in a healthy way, living in a healthy way, and then developing a connection from outside to inside ourselves. So it will be a big thing. We're looking forward to it. So yeah, again, Mauritius may take the lead. We're thinking of doing it.
Anyway, somehow, Dr. Gupta, I'm not able to share my screen, but maybe we can keep it like a verbal, I believe. That will be more interactive, and we need not rush through some slides. And I can just like present the broad outline, like what is cancer from the Ayurveda perspective. Did Ayurveda know about cancer like 10,000 years back? Did it use the term cancer? Yes. Ayurveda called it Arbuda and Granthi. And multiple cancers have been mentioned in Ayurveda, like but depending upon the tissue preponderance, depending upon the location, the organs in eyes, ears, bone, muscles, lungs, blood cancer. Many types of cancers have been mentioned, and many incurable conditions which have been mentioned in various like diseases. Those 100% resemble to cancer. Liver cancer, metastasis has very finely defined in Ayurveda, called like Dviarbud. That is a secondary cancer. Dvi means second. Those secondary cancer. Then Adhyarbud, that is a super cancer where there is a local spread, a gravitational spread of cancer. That condition has also been mentioned. It won't be suppurating. It will be large. If you compare an abscess, a growth can be an abscess, a boil which would suppurate. But the cancer has been told in Ayurveda not to suppurate. It would be large. It would be immobile. It would be having metastasis. All the feature, it would be painless. Very interestingly, Ayurveda has told the cancer to begin with will be painless. So having so much of like a wonderful detail, Ayurveda knew a lot about various types of cancers, and very interestingly, we have been treating many patients of cancers in various stages. Could be in like a stage 1 or stage 4, because there goes a saying that yavat nasti nirindriya tavat chikitsa kartavya. That is, until the time the patient becomes like lifeless, you have to keep attempting. You cannot show a rosy picture to the client, so I'll cure every condition and I can do some magic, no. But to boost the patient's morale, you have to keep attempting. And Ayurveda says the course of time is very unpredictable. The way the patient is having a bad time, in the same manner the times could reverse, and he can start having good times also. So keep trying, and going by this principle, we keep trying. And now if we come to etiology, what are the causes? If I correlate Ayurveda and the Western science, because I did study cancer from the Western perspective as well, to my understanding, the biggest factor, surely smoking goes without saying. 30% of cancers are caused by smoking, and smoking does not damage the lungs only. Like we could imagine that we smoke and the smoke goes into your lungs and comes out, so it can lead to lung cancer. Not simple as that. Smoking is the most important cause for the stomach cancers and for the urinary bladder cancers. So the smoke, especially carbon monoxide, and the 70 plus carcinogens tobacco has got, along with many free radicals it generates, it would be reaching where not, it would reach everywhere. It can lead to a cancer of every organ. Simplifying it, 30% of all the cancers have got some tobacco etiology somewhere. So very important to quit ASAP. And we cannot be like Winston Churchill, who used to tell quitting smoking is very easy. We could see like Churchill's pictures with a cigar, and his very famous quote is, quitting smoking is very easy, I have done it many times. So we cannot do that. We cannot quit many times, that every evening you are quitting and every morning you are starting. So we cannot be as smart as Churchill was. So, but one message is, you can never quit, or most of us can never quit by reducing the daily intake. If you believe you are taking like 10 cigarettes a day, now you have come down to 5, this won't work out. You have to stop it then and there. Abrupt stoppage will only help. Initial few days might be difficult, but eventually this is very fruitful, trade-off in longer run. Leave apart smoking and infections, like all, there are many bacteria, viruses, protozoa, which can lead to cancer, like we know very well, HTLV and Epstein-Barr virus and Helicobacter pylori. There are many microbes also. But what is most controllable, most modifiable after smoking is your stress management and your eating habits. A stress and eating habits will be giving you the maximum amount of free radicals. And the biggest blunder in eating habits is overeating. This has been very well proven time and again, that if we go for intermittent fasting, some intermediate fasting, there are many like ways and means. You could be fasting once a week, you could be fasting once a month, because one size will not fit all. It has been very well proven even by the Nobel laureate Dr. Ohosumi, who got 2016 Nobel for autophagy. Autophagy means self-eating. If you starve, if you don't overeat, your metabolism would start digesting your own toxins and your own diseases. 10,000 years back, Ayurveda told that we are living only till we have the metabolism. And metabolism in Ayurveda is called Agni, or fire. The fire has to keep burning always. No fire means death. Now, fire has got some preferences of fuels. Food is the first preference. If we keep eating, the fire would always be occupied with food. It would never be going to the second preference, which are diseases. If you don't take food, your diseases will be burnt away. This is not being mathematics, this is a medical science, not being a mathematical science. So being hungry will not eradicate your all the diseases, and within 7 days you'll be free of cancer and free of diabetes. Not like that. But this has very well been proven by Dr. Ohsumi that if you starve, if you do not overeat, the lysosomes in your cells would start degrading. Lysosomes are the killer mechanism in the cells. Every cell has got lysosome. Lyso means to kill. O means body, the killing machine. Every cell has got a killing machine, which is called a lysosome. Lysosome would be giving preference to destroy, disintegrate your harmful inclusion bodies in the cell. Whatever in the cell is harmful, misfolded proteins, wrongly coded genes, and like toxins, and whatever are the metabolites, toxins inside the cell would be destroyed by lysosomes. And this is lysosomal activity is more heightened when you are into a stage of autophagy, that is intermittent fasting. There has been one gene responsible for this, BECN1 gene. BECN1 gene is the autophagy gene, which is found missing in most cancer patients. Most carcinoma patients are not having this BECN1 gene, or this gene is inactive. Upon genome profiling, this gene is found to be missing or inactive. And this gene controls your autophagy. And if you keep practicing like intermittent fasting, this gene can be reactivated. And this is a wonderful cancer suppressor gene. This is going to help you in a very big manner, and surely which is like beyond our imagination how wonderfully this will be helping us. Because once we have cancer, you know, being painless is the biggest killing mechanism for cancer. It does not give you any time to get alert. A small sprain in your ankle would be giving you, you know, bed rest for 7 days. You won't move your leg until your sprain is gone. You have got a little headache, you are resting and you are taking tablets and you are taking every care. But like being painless, that is why we are not alerted at all. And it keeps spreading, and cancer cells, because of a genetic modification, these become immortal. Every cell has got a life. Like skin cells live nearly like 28 days. GIT, gastrointestinal tract cells, live for 3 days. Bone cells live for 20 years. RBC, red blood cells, live for 128 days. White blood cells live for like 5 to 7 days. You know, every cell will be going into a programmed death called apoptosis. Now, this programmed death is evaded by cancer cells. They refuse to die and they keep on accumulating. That is why we end up having a lot of immature cells which are big in number, but they don't work. This is like the mechanism which we all very well understand. So we go beyond what we can offer in Ayurveda, because we might not be having a lot of time, and I would like to have some time for interaction as well. So I would be coming to my personal experiences with the cancer patients. What do? We have got 4 modalities to deliver. The most important is diet. Any patient could be very weak whatsoever. Intermittent fasting will be helping one and all. You could be grossly underweight. You could be very weak, low blood sugar, low blood pressure, no energy, fatigue, whatever. In no condition Ayurveda has told you to overeat. Never has been given this message to overeat. That is where intermittent fasting is one thing which will invariably suit all. It will suit all. So first of all, I tell my patients to undereat, eat only when you are hungry, go for more and more of God-made food, that is natural foods, you know, which you don't cook or which you process the least. Because high temperature cooking will be denaturing protein, and denatured protein, as whenever you're cooking beyond 300 degrees centigrade, the proteins will be denatured, and those denatured proteins will be sending out wrong protein bases to your genetic makeup, it will lead to genetic mutations, eventually leading to cancers. Barbecue is a very bad practice. You cannot be practicing barbecue a lot for your guests and for yourself. High temperature cooking will be denaturing proteins and can lead to cancers. Genetically modified foods are very, very important. Now we are taken away. Why not to have a fruit which should be having more pulp, a smaller seed, more pulp, more greener, and growing all the year round? Why to wait for summer months and winter months for apples or mangoes or X or Y or Z? Why not to have them 24, like 12 months? Why not to have them all the year round? Why can't we make them bigger? Why can't we have a square watermelon? Because we are Alex smart. We are so smart. We can have a big mango. Now, very interestingly, the human beings share many, many genes with plants. Banana and human beings have got 70% genes in common. 70%. 85% of human genes are common with cow and 99% with like chimpanzee. We are only 1% different from chimpanzee and we are 30% different from banana. So if, for example, if we like have a banana, which, for example, doesn't like rot off, which would be staying fresh for longer time, it refuses to die down, the same genes would be incorporated into our genes and our cells would refuse to die down. And that is what we call cancer. Genetically modified foods are really, really like an alarming signal which we all should open our eyes to. So after dietetic corrections, I would be suggesting them upon lifestyle corrections. Lifestyle corrections would be surely stress management, so that you don't have like an abundance of stress hormones, which would be like the most important stress hormones we have got: adrenaline, growth hormone, glucagon, and thyroxine. All the four hormones, and most importantly thyroxine. Thyroxine will be loading you with free radicals, because thyroxine from this thyroid gland is responsible for all your metabolism. And when you have got a lot of thyroxine, you will have heightened metabolism. That is your vehicle, that is your body will be producing more pollution. And what is the most important pollution in the human body? Free radicals. Why do we age? Why do we fall sick? Why do we die? What happens? The common mechanism is free radical damage, oxidative stress mechanism. And the biggest source for free radicals is overeating. That is where we have to go for intermittent fasting. We should not be driven by the wall clock. We should look inside. When we are hungry, we should eat. Third comes, there are many, many herbs which have got proven efficacy against cancers. The most reputed herbs which you all have got, the most important one is curcuma, then holy basil, tulsi, then ashwagandha, gugul, and then if you could have heard of a small plant called periwinkle. Periwinkle is Vinca rosea. Vinca rosea is the source for the most powerful anti-cancer medicines in the Western world, vincristine and vinblastine. These two very potent anti-cancer medicines, vincristine, vinblastine, they come from Vinca rosea, V-I-N-C-A, Vinca rosea, R-O-S-E-A. So these herbs have got a proven efficacy. There are many, many studies. I need not like reiterate about them, and better we can have some more time for diet, like discussion. So correct diet, some exercise and stress management, some yoga pranayama, and third comes some herbs like Vinca rosea, tulsi, ginger, black pepper, ashwagandha, and curcuma. And last comes periodic detoxification, panchkarma. Ayurveda has told, as we keep living, every day we are having onslaught by the environment because of aging, because of genes, because of pollutants, because of wrong eating habits, because of stress. The body is under constant attack by all these factors. And That is where we keep on building up toxins in the body, and they keep on accumulating in your weaker organs, and we never come to know your different organs depending upon your particular immunity. Maybe because you are smoking, so your lungs are weak, then toxins would be attacking your lungs. Because you are taking a lot of fat or alcohol, then your liver is weak, then the toxins would be settling in your liver. Because a lion chasing a herd would surely be catching the weakest animal first of all, who can't run fast. That is how the toxins circulating in your body, Ayurveda has very clearly told, the toxins circulate in the body and they attack the weakest organ. So to get rid of those toxins very periodically, very regularly, we have got a mechanism called Panchakarma, where like in the months of March, June and September, we undertake you for periodic detox, and we call it Panchakarma. And this would be lasting 1 day in the month of March, 7 days in the month of June, and 1 day in the month of September. Like if you can give 9 days to your body for periodic Panchakarma, periodic detoxification, I can assure you maximum of your toxins would be removed very periodically. As you run your vehicle, every 10,000 kilometers, you go to service station, you change engine oil and air filter and oil filter, you get your car serviced. But like you are so selfless that you never service your own body, never go to anyone to service your own body. So this can be a nice platform because you all are healers. By giving this message to you, actually I am giving this message to thousands and thousands of your followers. I'm not talking to like 12 persons right now. I'm talking to like more than 12,000. This is a very powerful platform. So this mechanism of periodic detoxification, periodic panchkarma, I assure you, we can train you. This is very simple and very, very effective. This is the most powerful tool Ayurveda has got. So I'll be concluding, Dr. Gupta, with my final suggestion. Whenever we have got a cancer patient, we should be going for correct diet correction as per Ayurveda, lifestyle correction with like no addictions and a lot of physical activity and no stress. Some herbs like curcuma, ginger, and some periodic panchkarma. We don't have any fifth parameter. We have got only 4 tools, and these are very, very effective. So maybe we can be open for some question answer session. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, or anyone can kindly unmute and have some discussion.
Ish, that was a fantastic delivery by you. Nice, easy quantum to understand as well. Rajiv is slightly frozen in his internet because he's having a problem. So what I loved was the examples you give. We always take care of everything, but we don't take care of our body. For example, we walk a lot, but we don't change our shoes enough. And you know, Ayurveda, what you said, the important bit was try to eat little, eat enough to maintain your simple hunger. And I go one step ahead, have a glass of water half an hour, because the way the mind works is it says you are hungry, but you might be thirsty. And water is alkaline if you take it in a right way, okay? Because water can be very beautiful for the body, because more than 80% of our body is water. I think we have found Rajiv. Julia, you had a comment as well. Go ahead and we'll try to locate Rajiv. Over.
I'm here. Don't worry. Julia, you go ahead.
Sorry, couldn't say. What did you say? I had a conference about water.
Julia, you had comments, so go ahead. Over.
Oh, well, so a comment in general, okay. Yeah, I mean, I was listening with fascination, because especially when you get to the DNA, I'm very fascinated by how the DNA works, and you know, the epigenetics, the interaction of lifestyle on our DNA and vice versa. And one thing, again, yeah, the examples that you brought, it is, I think, bringing this realization out. You know, just not long ago shared a post again, which is so simple, and it's years old. Most of you might have seen it or so, where it says, you know, the I don't know, 200 pounds for a Gucci belt is acceptable, but you know, 20 pounds on your food or something is too expensive. Or like different examples, you know, so much like £1,000 for your iPhone is acceptable, but this and that is not. And it just puts our life into context, I think. And I usually use the example, and I say, especially when I speak about the gut health, where I say, well, you know, we're so precious. Our cars are so precious to us. Mobile phones, cars, and computers these days. We panic. We think our life is over, including me, when our phones are gone. Yeah, so I'm the same addict there, and that's just what our lifestyle is. But with our cars, we take it to the service. We have to, in the UK, in most countries, you have to service it to pass a certain test. Here it is called the MOT or the TÜV in Germany or whatever, in order to for it to be safe, considered safe on the road, so that we help to prevent breakdown. But when it comes to our bodies, we just think it is okay to live the life of Riley. We wouldn't dream of putting diesel into a petrol engine. With our bodies, we just, you know, follow marketing slogans or whatever we fancy, and we just don't think of the consequences. And even worse, and I think that's an important point you highlighted in a different way as well, is it is the compound effect. Now, when we drive a car, and I'm really not a car fanatic, I have to admit, but everybody understands a car, and it's such an easy example. But, you know, when we drive a car and we have a flat tire, I always say, you know, you mentioned the free radicals. This is how I explain about the power of free radicals. Because if we have a flat tire, what is it that we need to repair? We need to repair the tire. But what is broken down? It is the car that's broken down. The tire is part of a system. And without that part, the system doesn't run, or it's of no use to us. And so these free radicals that you mentioned, these unhealthy, you know, these volatile cells, they destroy healthy cells, which form themselves part of a system, which can, you know, improve the cancer spread. It can speed up the cancer spread. So it's so important to go into these, you know, method that you mentioned and the different options that you shared there with us, to reduce the number of free radicals, and you know, to help prevent this tire to be broken. And last but not least, I'm asking you, if your tire is flat, do you take a post-it note out, write on tire flat, stick it to the tire and keep on driving? Yeah, would you do that? No, you repair the tire, because, oh my goodness, our alloys might break down and something else might happen. But when we experience moments of unhealthiness, maybe we've been diagnosed with cancers, or we see just a tumor, even if it's a positive growth or something like this, then we think it is okay to just say, oh, the doctor told me I've got colon cancer, and we continue on our same path. That is like sticking that post-it note on the tire and keep on driving. And I think you've given a very good you know, insight here, an overview into how the importance of addressing this, and
Rajiv,
the possibility.
Try to connect with another instrument.
So yeah, sorry. So I just want to say, finish that sentence. You know, the possibility that we can revert illness. There is a chance that we have. Never a guarantee, but there is a chance. So thanks for that.
Thank you so much. If Dr. Gupta, if you permit me, we have got Biju with us. And we were working upon the retreat program where Biju has worked out upon some expenditure, tentative expenditure, like around like euro 600-700, as I was telling you, for a 5-day retreat. If Biju has got something more to share on this platform, for 1 minute, Biju.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Master.
And first of all, we are very happy to invite all of you to Mauritius. We are planning for a health retreat in Mauritius. It can be a world conference also. Maybe we can consider that this is a first hour conference. All the people can gather into Mauritius. So we are planning for at least 5 to 6 days of programs, which includes a knowledge exchange and experience and practice. Basically, we are working for different streams of various medical systems, so that knowledge we can exchange each other, plus we can experience. Now we are online platform, we are talking, but we cannot experience. Physically we can experience by the treatments kind of things, and also we can share the information. That's a good way, and we can sit together and discuss together and live together, and we can. That is a fantastic experience in one of the lovely places in Mauritius. And we are Dr. Sharma and myself can coordinate in Mauritius. I can invite all of you, and we'll be. I think altogether one person can maybe 1,000 euros for the total cost of 7 days or 5 days of stay, including food and sightseeing. All together, a very low cost we can manage here. So this is what I was thinking. So what is your opinion? Then we can think about it.
So Biju, let's remind the viewers who are working on the YouTube and thing in our forum groups that the potential planning is in Mauritius, in Indian Ocean, which is a very beautiful country over there, and excluding the flight because it depends which country you come from. So the flight is excluded. There are no visa problems because quite a few countries have got visa on arrival, and or if visas are required, Biju and the team with Professor Ish Sharma will organize that. And the plan is that accommodation, including the fun part of getting involved in person-to-person experience, including things like Ayush and Ayurveda and Panchkarma, etc. This will be a beautiful retreat. So what we can do, Biju and Ish, is we make a nice, simple one-page document, and then we share it to people. Let's finalize some of the costs which are actually finite from the moment they land into Mauritius to the moment they get out of Mauritius. Over to both of you.
Sure. Sure.
It will be good to really work it out. I'm pretty sure that that will be extremely, so you cannot eat food just online. You need to physically experience it. So that is extremely useful, and we are grateful to you both, Ish and Biju, for working it out. And as Nilkumar said, he has so much of experience of the events. The best is to work out what we have, the minimalistic, and then the additional expenditure of flights, etc., can be added on. But I think it'll be good to do that, and it will be good to really have intermixing and learning from each other discipline, which is extremely important. We have been talking and we have developed more tolerance in theory against each other, while people used to hate each other discipline. So that's very positive, but that will be hands-on experience. And as you mentioned, healthy cooking with the Daksha in our group. We have Ayurveda, homeopathy, Tai Chi, which we will talk about in a few minutes, is like all putting together yoga. These are all healthy ways of life. And that would become our way of experiencing healthy life, looking at Panchkarma, how we can do it and then do it. So I'm thinking that's actually very, very good. So Daksha is sending a positive experience. So Julia, I think somebody is trying to call you. I think let's move. Jayant, do you have any comment? Because I think you have been working with Ish as well. So I think it looks like Mauritius team is going ahead.
Yeah, Jayant, can you unmute and share your comments?
Ish has been talking about you.
Am I audible? Is it audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yeah.
So very, very fortunate to be here with all of you. I have heard a lot about this group, so good to be part of it. Again, a very nice session by Dr. Ish. I am very blessed to be part of his sessions, and we keep on conducting such sessions for the general audience out there. But today it was very special, especially because, like Dr. Ish said, that this is not, we are not 12 or 15 of us. It's like we could reach out to millions and billions of people. So I think this, if we grow together, then we can, like the name of this platform, Healing Our Earth. So I truly believe that we all need to step up and also allow other peoples to take charge of this earth. And when this place is healthy, earth is healthy, then automatically all these things which we are going through will be good. So I would like to tell about craniosacral therapy, maybe less some other time, because I know there are sessions planned. So thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have a special session for you, Jayant. In the forthcoming sessions, we can have we can give you half an hour to share your expertise with us.
True. Because craniosacral therapy is It's quite important, particularly, bringing the alignment all the way from together, as we know that all chakras are actually in there. So aligning all the chakras from top to bottom is quite useful. And then healing happens with that, and joints and musculoskeletal system as well as the emotional system. So I think that'll be great to hear from that. I'm thinking that there would be another session for us starting in like 7 minutes or so. But there is one thing I wanted to ask. How would you think, because cancer is a scary thing, Yesh, and how we can, I know from yoga point of view, hyperoxygenation, I was talking to somebody yesterday that increasing the oxygen supply to the body actually helps in healing the cells, because if there is not enough oxygen supply, just like no food supply, the cells get irritated and they multiply left, right, center, and that's actually the cancer. The mitosis, which is unregulated and uncontrolled, is actually the cancer. So with various methods, particularly I know pranayama, actually with difficult cells, we can actually help them healing through providing them the food, which is the oxygen. But at the same time, providing a healthy environment can be good. So would you think that that can be part of our normal integration?
Yes, for sure, because we very well know that alkaline environment will be working like as anti-cancer, and acidic environment will be pro-cancer. So whenever we have got higher concentration of carbon dioxide mixing in water would be forming carbonic acid, which would be like making the environment acidic. And we are very, very sensitive to pH, like 7.38 to 7.42. Such a narrow pH, we live around that. We cannot like go we cannot go too astray on pH. The body would be responding very soon. That is where a few strokes of Kapalabhati would be enriching you with more oxygen, and that very minimal kind of like a heightened pH, maybe from like 7.41 it goes to 7.42. This is a big change, and that can be brought in very easily. That is very rightly told. Pranayama, especially Kapalbhati, will be of great help. And my very particular message would be, see, if for example we all are not cancer patients, none of us is having cancer. If I tell you that you change your lifestyle, you do like 1, 2, 3, 4, you come to me like three times every year, then you would say, why would I travel to you? Why would I follow the precautions? Because I am not a cancer patient. My very sincere approach for last 20 years is, if you are the first degree relative to a cancer patient, because cancer runs in genes as well, if you are a first degree relative to a cancer patient, like your mother, father, or grandparents, or your kids, your brother, sister, these are called the first degree relatives. Your cousins are your second degree relatives. So if any of your first degree relative unfortunately had cancer, then that person should be very, very alert that because my brother or sister or father or mother had cancer, I am at a very strong risk to have cancer. So I should be practicing everything available under the sky. It could be Tai Chi, homeopathy, Western medicine, Ayurveda, pranayama, herbs, whatnot. You should try everything, because you stand a very high risk to have cancer because it runs in your genes. So if we can alert, if we can educate those first degree relatives, which I have been doing all my life, wherever I happen to like have a chance, then I speak to the first degree relatives of the cancer patients, and those are like real sincere to take up the advices. Because if we talk all the wisdom on this platform for like these 4 hours, many of 12 we are here, even we might not be like incorporating those wise changes because we don't feel the need. But if I feel the need because I have got a first degree relative who is or was a cancer patient, then I would be double alert. then I really cannot ignore your wise talks. So that is where we all should reach out to the first degree relatives of cancer patients, and we have to enlighten them before they catch up with the deadly disease.
Ish, Ish, you
Yeah.
mentioned alkalinity, and Ayurveda actually considers all dairy products as generated from the cow's milk,
Yeah.
particularly the Indian cows, maybe A2 cows, to be alkaline. However, the vegan people don't like that. But avocados, coconuts are very alkaline, and as are rock salt and sprouted beans and vegetables like spinach, cucumber, broccoli, which I love all of them. Could you clarify, confirm, or guide to the general audience from these comments?
Yeah. Simplifying it, Einstein once said, if you cannot simplify it, it means you don't know it. So if you have to simplify your message. We all are not drinking sufficient water, which is the best alkalizer. We should drink more and more of water. And there are many conditions where, like for example, constipation. If we have got any patient with constipation, before thinking of any laxative, the first treatment would be double your water intake. It works in all the cases. Like I should not be talking all this because we have got Dr. Gupta with us, a gastroenterologist. So I surely should not be talking about gastroenterological conditions. But anyway, so drinking more water, and all the vegetables, all the greens are alkaline, no exception. All the greens, all the vegetables are alkaline. And the dal, pulses, and meat, they are all acidic. So it has been proven time and again that meat, not only barbecue meat, but any form of meat has can really be a potential carcinogen. So eating more and more of vegetables, fruits, salads, and most importantly water, doubling your water intake will make you alkaline enough, I believe.
Isaiah, Ish, our next guest will be Isaiah in about 5-10 minutes. But before we go to him, and you mentioned exact point that Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who is a qualified NHS doctor in UK, will be an exact person to either countermand, confirm what you say. But would you also agree that some nuts, seeds, and legumes are also alkaline?
Yeah, there are like legumes are mostly alkaline because they are greens. Sabzi, like vegetables, they are the part of vegetable family, so they are alkaline. And I believe most of the nuts have got this alkaline nature. Nuts are only one point where I do not much agree with the nuts is they are loaded with fats. They've got a lot of healthy oils, but still they have got a lot of oil. So anyone with uncontrolled diabetes or obesity or metabolic syndrome, I tell them either you should not take nuts or you should take less of them, or better to take nuts which are soaked in water, which are soaked overnight. Then the fats would be simplified, fats would be broken down, the nuts would be going into germination, what we find with the sprouts, because they have got the stem cells. They give us the benefit of the stem cell therapy. That is how wheat grass or sprouts help us a lot. So these are wonderful alkalizers, and can be not only against acidity, but the acidic atmosphere at your cellular level surely will be negated by them in a very worthwhile manner.
I think we will bring this subject much more because we are now giving the audience specific foods, whether they are fruits, nuts, seeds, or vegetables, so they can understand the quantum of what is available in their country. Dr. Rajiv, we still have got about 5 minutes before we move to Isaiah Ting, who is our next guest here. Tell us your views in regards to this from Ayurveda point of view, but in regards to your specialty.
So again, I think it's extremely important that food, I always believe, although I have practiced the modern medicine for 30 years, I always believe food and air and the way of your living is more important than the medicines or drugs or pills. Pills are 1/4 part of your treatment. 1/4 is what you eat, 1/4 is what you live, and 1/4 is what you think. Because if your thinking is interrupted or disrupted, then that will cause, your mind will cause disease. And the same is the food you eat. I think we heard from Jayanti even last time, that quote where Jaisa khave an vaisa hove man. So we always believe that what you eat is going to make your body. And the same is family. With how do you interact with family? How you really work together as a part, whether it's a work environment or home environment that's there. So I think that's extremely good. So coming back to the point of fruits and vegetables and those which make, as very, very aptly mentioned, that the hydrogen with water is H2O, and that water with carbon dioxide is carbonic acid, and that acidity is a toxic environment for the cells. So now to convert that into alkaline form, a lot of food, as you mentioned, are there, and soybean, tofu, nuts, seeds, legumes, as we call dal or pulses, they're all alkaline promoting things, and they are actually extremely good and they are really healthy. On the other hand, if we really breathe properly, then we wash out the carbon dioxide. A deep breathing in and out, we wash out the carbon dioxide. And that is the other way of alkalinizing the body in a natural way, because more carbon dioxide wash out. Because every time we know that when we take a deep breath in, we're filling the oxygen into the body, and when we are breathing out, we are throwing out the carbon dioxide. So that's the other way to deal with. So I think it's extremely important that we do a natural thing. Now there is a lot of fashion about gluten-free food, fashion about going dairy-free, and these all work, but it's difficult to say because there are limited cross-control double-blind trials about this, and cancer is not one-day disease. It develops over a period of time, and same way it heals over a period of time. So the effectivity of these is not completely clear. However, I always believe if anything can possibly help, do it. You do it, there is no harm in it, and that will be going to be useful. So I think that's kind of my views with that humble words. We would like to thank Isharma for a brilliant talk, extremely elaborative, very thought-provoking. And if you would want to have final comment before we invite Isha Ting, who is one of our learned PhD student and is going to share wisdom and knowledge, and then we'll probably have a little bit of discussion about the Tai Chi, which is the other, like a slow meditation form, and that actually also has a very positive effect, because with the slow motion, you're not just revolving the joints, but you're also revolving all your body, and therefore there is also a possibility of reducing any long-term disease, including the cancer.
So Dr. Rajiv, after Isaiah, for 30 minutes, we'll go into a general open discussions with various people, including Kit Shah for Tai Chi and Qigong, and Dr. Madan for general researches and up-to-date latest in the globe. So Professor Ish, if you could stay around, including Biju, let's then have a nice group discussion. I think today's subject just now, what we talked about, Ayurveda, food, alkalinity, gut microbiome, I think we should bring a full session, maybe even a week after next, because we've got yoga and meditation next. I think we can dwell more into it, because then people can understand the exact quantum. We always say eat boost immunity products, eat alkaline product, but we don't tell them what is available easily that they can consume readily without having any problems. So I think let's go into a zoomed quantum talk maybe on 31st of January, which we'll discuss Rajiv a bit later. So Ish, your final comments before Rajiv introduces our young gentleman, Isaiah Ting.
Yeah, maybe there is a question, what can be my message for the young generation? my suggestion would be a stitch in time saves nine. The sooner, the better. If you are if you are young, then you don't believe much in prevention, and then you are waiting to fall ill, then go for reactive medication that might not be helping against lifestyle disorders. So you have to be predictive because your father is a diabetic, your mother is a diabetic, you stand 80% chance to be a diabetic. So now, if my father is a diabetic, my mother is a diabetic, and I am not, then I really will be, I will not be too wise if I wait to listen to anti-diabetic advices when I am diabetic. That will be my reaction. We call it reactive medicine. That doesn't help against lifestyle disorders. So you have to be predictive and preventive. You have to predict, okay, I stand a chance to develop cancer because my ex-relative had cancer. There, that is how we have to be more predictive to be healthier later on. Then only, see, the quantity of life no one knows, will we be alive tomorrow or not, no one knows, but the quality of life is very, very important. We will be having such a poor quality of life which can be like worse than life, could be like worse than death. That is where we have to be very like predictive, promotive, and preventive than being reactive. Neil, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Ish and Biju. And we would like to know more about our retreat that we are planning, and maybe even within the month or so, we put up a timeline and a date so that people can start blocking it off. We'll discuss further a bit later. Dr. Rajiv, over to you for Isaiah thing, please. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And it's so vibrant and so active session that I'm really delighted. It's working very, very well. Let's welcome Isaiah Joseph Ting. I think it's really, really important topic. He is a final year PhD student and is going to talk to us about sleep, why we sleep, the importance of circadian rhythm in everyday life. And this is the topic of his research, the biological rhythm which happens. All of us, we think in cycles, we sleep in cycles, we eat in cycles, and to the extent we even vomit in cycles, which is called cyclical vomiting. So there is a circadian rhythm. The body has got a hypothalamus, which is a center in the brain that controls everything. And that's how it's so important. So he's going to share about circadian rhythm, the ultradian rhythm, which is the next level. His main interest is gene expression and effects of disrupting the biological rhythms in the animals. So he's going to share his experience. Primarily, he's from Philippines, but currently working in UK for 18 years doing the research, and he is going to share us. So let us just have a bit more interactive session, but listen to him first, and then we'll open for discussion. There is so much to talk about. Welcome, Isaiah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we are fine.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for providing this platform for me to share my research and knowledge. And also a special thank you to Mita and Neil, who were the ones who've encouraged me to present at this platform as well. So I'm very glad to be here. Okay, so I will share my screen. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, it's beautiful. If you just maximize it so we get the full screen in, over.
Perfect. Yes.
Beautiful. Go ahead, over.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So yes, so thank you for the introduction. I'm a final year PhD student in chronobiology at the University of Surrey. And basically, chronobiology, just to give a general introduction, chronobiology is a subsection in biology that studies biological rhythms, sleep, as well as what Dr. Gupta mentioned about how there are cyclic behaviors that we have in biology that falls under different categories of biological rhythms, the most important one being circadian rhythms, which is what I will primarily focus on today. Okay. So just a little bit about me. As it's been mentioned, I'm originally from the Philippines. I came here when I was 8 years old to the UK, and I've studied and worked here ever since. I achieved a bachelor's in biochemistry at the University of Surrey and am now finishing my PhD in chronobiology at the University of Surrey too. My special interests and focus is on EDI, so equality, equity, and diversity and inclusion, especially within academia. My my extracurricular work is to do with sharing and giving scientists individuals a platform to present their work to raise awareness of the different issues that we as ethnic minorities have in the world of research, where it's predominantly Western or Caucasian. So yeah, so outside my research, that's kind of my passion project. So yeah, so let's get started with the concept of biological rhythms. So they are there to enable us to adapt and anticipate to environmental changes, which we can then adjust our physiology throughout the day. So for example, the digestive system is downregulated or turned off during the night because when we sleep, because the energy expenditure to maintain our digestive system is very great. So we would need to downregulate that to make way for other physiological processes like sleep, which I'll discuss later on as well. So we have three main ones, depending on the cyclic behavior that they present. So we have the ultradian rhythms, which occur between milliseconds to hours. So for example, within sleep, we have, the non-REM and REM sleep that occurs every 4 hours. That's what we would consider an ultradian rhythm. We have circadian rhythms, which have a period of about 24 hours. And I'll talk more about that later on in later slides. And finally, infradian rhythms, so which are longer than 12 hours. So for example, the lunar cycle, the menstrual cycle, seasonal cycles as well. So those would come under infradian cycles. But as I said, the one that is most relevant and most researched within the field to us is our circadian rhythms. And I kind of just wanted to take you through kind of the beginning up until where we are now and how we understand it. So the circadian rhythms were first observed from the 4th century BC in the daily leaf movements of the tamarind leaves. And this was actually observed by one of the ship captains under Alexander the Great. And what happened was they had tamarind trees in the hull or in the storage of the ship, and he saw that even without the sun, the tamarind trees moved. Even when they were under the ship and they weren't exposed to direct sunlight, they still moved as if it was day or night. So he kind of noticed that behavior, which then later translated to circadian rhythms. The 24-hour period has evolved from the 24-hour day-night cycle on Earth, as it takes 24 hours to complete a full day. So in Mars, what we would consider a circadian rhythm would be different in terms of period, in different planets with different day-night cycles as well. But for us, this circadian rhythm fixed onto this approximately 12 hours is actually due to the the 24-hour day-night cycle that we have on Earth because of the rotation. And as was mentioned before, the input, the light input, which is the most important synchronizer of our circadian rhythm, is received by a region in our brain, in the hypothalamus, specifically called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And that's what we consider a master pacemaker clock, because we have a brain clock and we have a body clock. And how I like to think about it is that if you think of the symphony or the orchestra, the brain is the maestro that synchronizes the orchestra, or these the groups of instruments, which are the body clocks. So they work autonomously in groups, or the string, the wind instruments, but they all take cue from the maestro. And this is what happens with our circadian rhythms too. So our the SCN takes input from the light, which gives it a perception of the time of day, and following on from that, it will kind of downregulate and synchronize all our other body clocks. Now, its evolutionary origins come from the Earth's rotations, but the molecular origins are actually somewhat new in terms of the discovery and the investigation of these. So we have to thank this amazing organism, the fruit fly, which has actually single-handedly given us a lot of material and a lot of knowledge to discover circadian rhythms within humans. Because although this is not a mammal, Drosophila isn't a mammal, the Drosophila melanogaster shares about 90% of our, that shares or have 90% similarity in the genes that we have to humans. So it was very easy to kind of translate that work into human and mammalian knowledge of circadian rhythms. And we see here that, and this is just a disclaimer, this is very technical, and this, you don't need to memorize this, it's fine. But the kind of main players that we have genetically is clock and BMAL1. So the clock and BMAL1, which are the positive arm of this loop, and these are called clock control genes. And what they do is that when they're upregulated, they're upregulated during the daytime, and their downstream physiological processes activate, say, a higher heart rate, an increase in cortisol, and, for example, to wake up as well. So these have become activated during the daytime, and their kind of anti-mechanism is the per-cry complex, which again are clock control genes which are activated at nighttime. And what that does is that it represses this activator BMAL1 clock. And that goes on in a 24-hour cycle every single day. And it takes cue from, as I've said before, the light or the daytime of a specific environment that you're in. So, and I'm sure most of us here have traveled across different time zones. So for example, when from London to the Philippines, it usually takes me a couple of days to get used to it there, in terms of my sleeping patterns, and we all know this as jet lag. And basically, that's what's happening. This whole process in our brain is taking time to readjust, because they're used to the sunrise and sunset routine in our home country. So, i.e., for me in London, that when you're exposed to another time zone or another kind of time light regime, it is very malleable, but it just takes a couple of days. So that's kind of the molecular explanation of jet lag as well, because our body is getting used to the lighting regime that we have. So as I've mentioned a couple before, but some examples of circadian rhythms are body temperature, heart rate, the sleep-wake cycle, specifically also melatonin, because melatonin is a hormone that helps promote sleep onset and sleep maintenance. So what we would expect is that this peaks in the nighttime or in the middle of the night, which is shown in many research papers. And that is actually how we measure circadian rhythms in humans. We take blood samples from them within a 24-hour period, and we measure when their effective night is, or circadian night is, by identifying when the melatonin is produced and when the peak of the melatonin is produced. So yeah, so this responds to the darkness, and it is produced by the pineal gland in the brain. So once we're off to sleep, when it gets dark, our melatonin starts to increase. We start feeling sleepy. We start winding down, and we go through 4 stages of the sleep cycle, which altogether covers about 4 hours of sleep. This again can range with different individuals, but the average kind of cycle to go through all of these are 4 hours. So we start with N1. So this is the lightest form of sleep, where our core body temperature starts to decrease. We close our eyes, and the release of melatonin, this is when the release of melatonin starts to increase rapidly to help us to sleep and promote kind of that sleep onset. The N2 is a deeper form of sleep. So it's not the deepest, but it's an intermediate to the deepest form of our sleep. This is where we reduce environmental awareness. Our heart rate and body temperature decrease even further, and the relaxation of upper airway muscles also occur during this stage. The N3, which is the deep sleep, usually occurs about 40 minutes to an hour after falling asleep. So notice that N1, you're not really asleep, you're falling asleep, whereas in N2, you're asleep. So there's a difference in chronobiology about when we say you're falling asleep and you've fallen asleep, because those two are very different physiological events that we can see in brain waves, brain activity. So yeah, this usually occurs after 40 minutes after you fall asleep. The blood flow decreased to the brain because the muscles, the rest of the body, they're prioritized in terms of toxin cleaning, and memory consolidation also happens within this stage. And then REM sleep, this is where the rapid and random eye movements begin, and where your vivid dreams do occur as well. Please don't ask me what dreams mean, because I also want to learn. But I didn't. That goes beyond the scope of my project. What dreams mean, and I get asked that a lot actually. And the paralysis of the muscle called rematonia also happens. So here in the REM sleep, you start to see when things go wrong, there's a sleep paralysis. So your brain is still stuck in REM sleep, but your physiology has already moved on to lighter sleep again. So that's kind of what happens physiologically when we experience sleep paralysis, is that our brain is one step behind the physiology of our body in terms of the stages of sleep. So how do we measure sleep? As was said in the introduction, I measure, my main interest is on gene expression, but also I'm exposed to sleep measurement, sleep clinical trials, and often we measure them using either an EEG or PSG. So the EEG, the electroencephalograph, measures just general brain activity, whereas the polysomnography, which is what you can see in the photo there, measures specific areas within the brain. So each electrode here, so like each dot here, corresponds to a different space in the brain to measure their electrical activity. And the PSG usually looks like this. So each line is a different region of the brain, and with the different regions of the brain, you can identify if the participant or if the individual is going into sleep, if their eyes are closed, if they're breathing in and out, if they're blinking, and if they're transitioning into deep sleep. So this is how we effectively monitor sleep within individuals in a clinical setting. The EEG is used mainly in hospital settings because that is just a measure of general brain activity. But when we study sleep in a clinical research setting, we need more detailed, more succinct information about what happens in the brain, and the PSG or polysomnography is how we do it. So this is just another example of, an example of an EEG. So again, as I said, it's a general brain signal. So it's much simpler to look at. It's not as intimidating and doesn't have as many lines. And you can see that in the EEG, our brain works really hard, specifically in stage 3, and so N3, which is, as I've said before, if you remember, that's where memory consolidation happens. It's where, although blood flow decreases within the brain, the toxin detoxification of the physiological systems also happen. So a lot is happening within this NREM N3 stage, as shown by this EEG figure. Now, there are different types of sleep dysfunctions as well. And I'm sure we're all very familiar with at least one of these. I know that there's a joke within the chronobiology and sleep field that most researchers within our field actually do have a sleeping disorder, which is very ironic, and we just laugh at it. But it's an inside joke that it was very funny to know, because all my supervisors all have sleep deprivation as well, for research purposes, not voluntarily. So types of sleep dysfunctions include insomnia, which is difficulty getting to sleep or staying asleep; sleep apnea, which is a blockage in your airway, which can lead to oxygen deprivation when you're sleeping; narcolepsy, so falling asleep uncontrollably and unable to regulate sleep and wake cycle; restless leg syndrome, which is the uncontrollable urge to maneuver your legs whilst at rest, and REM sleep behavior disorder, so acting out your dreams while you sleep due to lack of muscle paralysis. So yeah, these all have these all show the importance of sleep and healthy sleep. And usually when we have one of these, when we have one or two of these, it likely means that something else is imbalanced within us. So insomnia, we may be having too much caffeine, or too much stress, or our circadian rhythm. It could just be a short onset insomnia because of jet lag, you moving different time zones. Sleep apnea, usually that is a sign of obesity, because your upper airway isn't as relaxed when it should be. Narcolepsy, that is more on the genetic level, in terms of individuals with narcolepsy aren't able to control their cycling of sleep, them going into sleep, and melatonin production, which is often why they just fall asleep at irregular times. And yeah, so the REM sleep behavior disorder as well, that is again that has a major genetic component to it. So these types of sleep disorders often come from circadian desynchrony, and the sleep disorders, are negative manifestations of the circadian desynchrony. And what I mean by that is, let's take, for example, shift workers. They are a perfect example of individuals with circadian desynchrony, which means that they are awake when they shouldn't be, so at nighttime, and asleep when they shouldn't be, so they're asleep during the daytime. So nurses, for example, or construction workers or call center workers, a lot of these studies now in chronobiology and sleep have been because of the rise of the requirement of shift workers and the potential health deficits that they may incur over time. So circadian desynchrony can also be referred to as circadian dysarrhythmia, so loss of rhythm, and it's implicated in pathogenesis of cardiac arrhythmia or sudden cardiac death, increased risk of hypertension. It also increases the rate of tumor suppression, as a lot of our protective mechanisms against cancerous or metastatic cells fall under circadian control, so that when that is disrupted, that whole downstream physiological system is also disrupted. And increased risk of obesity and glucose intolerance. So it greatly increases the chances of developing metabolic disease such as diabetes type 2. So again, it's a very important aspect, which has now increased the awareness of circadian rhythms because of its far-reaching physiological effects. Now, a way to promote circadian health, as I've said in that picture, consistency is key. Listen to your body. So the early chronotype versus late chronotype, that is where the early bird versus night owl metaphor comes from, because both are equally valid in terms of circadian health. The early chronotypes tend to get up earlier, have their meals earlier, and sleep earlier. And physiologically speaking as well, their melatonin, which is the hormone, again, just to recap, the hormone that helps us sleep, go to sleep, that also peaks a lot earlier during the daytime. Whereas with the late chronotype, everything just happens a lot later. And this phenomena hasn't really been, we don't have a concrete explanation as to why there's a split, but we just know that there is a split. So consistent wake time. So, setting your alarm at the same time, it really helps with promoting your circadian health. So I know that in the Northern Hemisphere, we tend to change the sun time changes according to the season. So that's why, especially in the Northern Hemisphere, we need to be mindful of our circadian health and consistent wake time, because in the Southern Hemisphere, when there's no summertime saving, the light, the sunrise and sunset is often enough to synchronize our circadian health, synchronize our circadian rhythms, which also promote its health as well. But in a consistent wake time is also highly recommended to promote circadian health. Morning bright light exposure. So light, we measure it in lux, L-U-X, and actually you can download apps on your phone that measures lux. So the intensity of light that you're receiving, or the intensity of light wherever your phone is pointed. And it's usually recommended that you get an hour of bright light. So bright light is 500 lux or more. So I would say kind of staring into your bedside lamp isn't gonna be enough, and also it's going to strain your eyes a lot. But like a sunny day, a sunny morning day, that would be enough. Consistent meal times. So as it was discussed earlier, consistent meal times is important. A pre-bedtime routine, so an hour before we just find lower levels of light. So we're very, very sensitive. Our eyes are very sensitive to blue light, which is why with phones, with laptops, with newer technology, we now have a blue light filter to combat this. But yeah, so a pre-bedtime routine where you switch off the lights or adjust it so that it's lower level will also help increase circadian health. As I said, so light emitting devices. And for those who really, really can't get to sleep, there are melatonin supplements and sleeping agents, so sleeping pills that can aid in falling asleep. But it's very heavily, the knowledge with these supplements have a huge discrepancy in terms of their efficacy, their effectiveness. In the US, they are given as supplements, so as gummies that you could take like vitamins, whereas in the UK, they would need to be prescribed. In the EU, it's a different system where you can buy them, but they also need to be prescribed as well. So it's one of the ways that where if exercise doesn't work, if light exposure doesn't work, and all these other things that I've mentioned beforehand doesn't work, it would be the way to kind of help improve your circadian health. So just as a last slide, I just wanted to explain a little bit about my project, my PhD project, so a little bit of a plug, just to increase awareness of it. So as well as circadian rhythms, which I've been discussing for the past 30 minutes, 25 minutes. I also study ultradian rhythms. So I gave you examples like the cycling of the REM sleep and non-REM sleep. So every 4 hours. There are other, so in behavior as well, the foraging behavior of certain animals, they also undergo ultradian rhythms. So these animals, so the common vole, which is field mouse, are found in mid-temperature countries, and the musk ox found in the Arctic animals. What they have in common is that their behavior presents to be highly ultradian, and literature has noticed that so for the voles, so for the mice, cold winters means food is scarce. For the musk ox in the Arctic, there's certain times of years where there's months without light. Their circadian rhythms become weaker, and the balance falls towards ultradian rhythms in their behavior. And basically my project and my aim of my study is to develop an in vitro or a laboratory model of this ultradian rhythm using cells and genetic expression, and challenge this model to replicate an environmental challenge or a metabolic challenge. So I use that with low glucose, for example. And investigate why it switches from this 24-hour circadian rhythm to a less than 24-hour ultradian rhythm. And that's kind of where my project lies. So thank you for listening. I'd just like to thank my supervisors here, Dr. Dan van der Veen and Professor Deborah Skeen from the University of Surrey, Professor Menno Gurkema from the University of Groningen, and thank you again for Healing Our Earth for providing this platform for me to present. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. It's so good and so useful to hear about the sleep in such a long detail. And as you know, that sleep is ultra important, and being a medical person, I have always found this very mysterious, because the body behaves in a very different way. So there is a structural part of the body and there is a functional part of the body. And the sleep has been the functional part of the body, which people have found a long time to get around to the different hormones, how they affect the body, then the autonomic nervous system, how it affects the body, and then now the genes which affect the body, and now the environment which is affecting the body. And it's a combination of all. We know that sleep is essential. It boosts the immune system, it strengthens our emotional processing, it reduces stress, it improves the memory, it improves the cellular growth, it improves and helps the muscle recovery, it increases productivity, and to the extent for athletes, it increases the exercise performance. But the bottom line is, how do we do that? So at least you have shown us how to promote the circadian rhythm, and that is a way forward for this. An important point which I took is be consistent. Being consistent
Definitely.
is most difficult in the current life.
Definitely.
Very
Yeah.
stressful life. And go. I've got a question from Meeta. Please go ahead. Meeta, you raise hand. You want to talk? Madan is here.
Rajivji, namaskar.
Yeah, please. Namaskar.
Isha, I enjoyed your talk very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, you know, this issue of sleep and the genomics of sleep, you know, there are two aspects that you can actually, I heard you mention a little bit about the genomics of sleep. And By the way, my name is Madan Tangavelu. I'm one of the resident hosts for today, together with Rajiv Ji and others here. Greetings from Cambridge, here in the UK.
Hello.
And enjoy it very much. Now, how the aspect of sleep is so poorly appreciated, particularly in the workplace. And quality of sleep is another very, very important aspect that is not appreciated, and almost to a point where you can start to see the need for more sleep education. And sometimes you will find, which came through very clearly, that there are simple ways, what I find, which works for me, synchronizing the breath pattern at the time of sleep, and how you can train yourself into getting a better response, for people who find it difficult to sleep, how a very simple exercise of understanding your breath might get you into sleep and then onwards to better quality of sleep. I don't know if you wanted to tell our viewers something about this. By the way, up here on the back, I've just come off from one meeting in Toronto, and you can see the big interest from around the world. We had today colleagues joining us from Kenya, and people coming from India, from the world of Ayurveda. And in Ayurveda, there is a Sanskrit term called Tristamba, the three legs that hold a human in good health. And one of those legs, the tripod of health, one of those legs is sleep. So as Rajiv Ji says, if you don't get a good night's sleep, the effect is so immediate. You can see the problem almost immediately. And when we have shift working, that has become a kind of...
No, definitely. I think, so just to address your first point, I definitely agree with you that there has been a discrepancy in sleep studies and sleep knowledge. And I think that is really down to how fast our society has industrialized and urbanized, because, we now structure our sleep around our modern lives. So, you arrive from work at 6 p.m., you sleep at 10, you get up at 5 to go to work at 9 or something like that. And I think that's why there's been such a, it's the reason for, and also the reason why sleep has not been studied as well, because it took us a lot of time to really understand the importance of sleep. We thought that the knowledge of sleep, we thought it was just regenerative. We thought that it was just, so that we can get some rest. And to be fair, our ancestors, that's the model of sleep that they followed is very different to the model of sleep that we follow now, because our ancestors would sleep twice during the 24-hour period, which is why the Spanish have this siesta that everyone kind of makes fun of, but actually it's a very natural way of sleeping throughout the day. And I know other cultures also have this sleeping during the day as well, because that is our natural sleep habit. But because of industrialization, urbanization, also within the cities as well, the light, especially imagine if you live in New York City, impossible to sleep unless you're used to the light that the buildings emit. That has affected kind of our understanding of sleep, because it's happened so fast. But at the same time, that I could also use that same reason as to explain why sleep is so important, the study of sleep is so important now. So As I've mentioned, shift workers are becoming a very large proportion of the population. So in the medical field, in call centers, construction workers, and because these all have the idea of shift working started a couple of decades ago. Well, not started, but became more prevalent a couple of decades ago. We are now just seeing its effects because, as you said as well, the sleep desynchrony, the sleeping during against your circadian time does have a lot of negative effects. It just takes a long time. So, and now is when we are actually seeing that there is an effect. There is a higher chance for shift workers to develop heart disease, diabetes, and metabolic conditions.
Yes. I think Meeta ji here has a question. Meeta, namaskar ji.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Thank you, Saya. Glad to have you on this platform. Really enjoyed your presentation. And I was talking to you the other day that I met someone from Harvard who is a chaplain as well. She's a Buddhist chaplain. And we were discussing the effect of meditation, on sleep. And I believe you did mention that there is some sort of scientific proof or something on those lines. Could you please speak something about that?
Yes, of course. So the act of meditation, first of all, it increases mindfulness, as we talked about before. But in terms of the sleep area, what it does, and actually since our conversation, I was reading up on it as well because I was very curious. And the overwhelming opinion on meditation and sleep is that it promotes the sleep onset, because when we are meditating, we are focusing on our breathing. And as we've also mentioned as well, like, breathing and kind of getting your body to a homeostatic level where you can rest and you prepare to rest, is a very important stage in getting to sleep. And I think, now we lead such very busy lives, and we forget that we actually have to prepare to rest as well. And that's where that kind of concept of meditation, of mindfulness comes from in terms of its relationship with better or improved sleep quality and sleep onset, because there's been studies between 2010 and 2020 that showed that participants, they measured sleep onset and sleep quality, and both improved because of meditation. And although the field is still trying to explain why, and I think maybe these platforms are very important to kind of merge the two knowledge centers together, because the message within my field is that we don't know why. We could speculate, but from the presentations I've heard today, I think it's very clear. It's very clear why it helps promote sleep and sleep onset and sleep quality. It just needs to be further explored and further, further kind of shouted through the rooftops. I mean, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's also resonates with what Dr. Thangavelu mentioned about balancing the breath, because that is also part and parcel of calming down your body and meditation. So breath work and meditation go hand in hand, and so does it improve the quality of sleep eventually.
Yes, definitely.
Meeta ji, I put in the chat box one reference. This is from the molecular biology side, and this is a study that comes from somewhere in China, and it's a fascinating study about the effect on the immune system. And sleep, it's a very recent publication, so there is still more to come out from this lab. But they are starting to dissect how the sleep goes into the immune system. Now, the immune system in turn, for those who are really the, what's the word for this, molecular biology freaks here, and who are, the immune system is connected to the limbic system. And the limbic system connects to breath work. So there is a way, what Mitaji says, there is a way in which you can bring these things together. How with breath work, you can compensate for maybe some aspects of poor quality of sleep, vice versa. There are certain aspects of the limbic system that where you can use just breath work to go into and modulate some changes in the immune system that is lost by lack of sleep. I wouldn't say everybody is open to this possibility, but I'm happy to see Keith here, because Keith, might have some suggestions. Keith might have some suggestions on how all of this connects together with other practices, because Keith always looks very happy, which means he sleeps well. So I'm going to ask him a question. Keith, tell us the truth. You sleep well. Also very happy to have Professor Ish Sharma joining us from Mauritius. Ishji, namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Well, thank you very much, Madan. But I grew up in a period where maybe in another life, Isaiah and I would be having a very good chat, because I was brought up during the Second World War, and shift work is not new.
No, yeah.
The pressures are different.
Mm-hmm.
We're saying we're living busy lives. No, they're no busier than they were when I used to start work at 6 o'clock in the morning and others finished late at night. So I'm not, as I have explained before, I am not a medical practitioner. I am not an academic. I am an artisan. I work with ease. To try and engulf the message, Madan, from us, from me, is that these platforms, whilst providing us with a worldwide knowledge of a lot of the theories, that I'm more practical. When are we going to see the scientific evidence that I think meditation needs, along with all the other modalities that we have? And from a perspective of why do I look happy, you could say that having suffered a heart attack 25 years ago, had one knee replacement, require another, and all those other medical practitioner problems, is that I've never really slept happily, because I think it goes back to the lifetime when my parents were living very, very frugally, and we had to get up in the morning, get to work, and earn the £2 a week I had as a 16-year-old apprentice. So wow. I try to keep relatively active in the mind. And one thing that I have never ever got involved in is what Isaiah was talking about, was these 4 sections of sleeping. I don't know whether it's an age thing, but my dreams have got so detailed, I am convinced it's happening during the daylight hours. So the mind is an incredible thing, and I'm going to leave it all to you, gentlemen and ladies, to try and sort that out. All right. I want to actually, may I take the opportunity of asking our friend in Mauritius, Dr. Ish. You mentioned, Dr. Ish, about prevention and predictive as opposed to reactive. Are your health authorities in Mauritius actually involved in providing funding for true frontline prevention?
Yeah, I believe they can provide funding. There is my terms of reference, because it's a government to government posting. The government of India sent me to the government of Mauritius. We have got a mechanism where we draft a nice project that can be funded by my university and by the Ministry of Health, government of Mauritius. So we surely can look forward to that if you have got some proposal.
Fantastic. Good. Okay.
And I would like to add one thing to is one more thing regarding the circadian cycle, as Dr. Madanji last time in one seminar, 2 months back, did inform that more than 400 messenger RNAs undergo a circadian memory, every annual circadian memory. So, and we pay no attention towards it. Ayurveda has told in the summer times you should sleep during the day, you should have a siesta during the summer months. But we are so kind of complacent, we do not change anything. 12 months, no change in food pattern, no change in any timing, no summer, no winter. We do not pay any attention to anything. We leave home at 8 o'clock. 12 months we are leaving home at 8 o'clock, So the seasons don't matter to us. That is where it is not a great trade-off. It is a bad deal, which we have to pay off sometime late in our life. So we have to be really more flexible with the seasons.
Ish, thank you very much, Professor Madan. If you could just hold on. We only have about half an hour before we go back to the United States of America. I'm very keen that we discuss the integrated health of Tai Chi, Qigong, and the 22nd Congress that we are actually putting up in September, where two of the Healing Our Earth lead teams are there, which is Dr. Wai-Ching, who is here, and Sharon, who will be coming at 6:30. Where Professor Madan and Dr. Rajiv are part of it, as is Kit Sharp. And each we can actually develop the idea from government to government secondment. I will loop you in with the team. Kit is now part of Healing Team as well, where they exchange ideas and things. So Wai-Ching, welcome. You can unmute yourself. Madan, let's lead on to what is happening in September, where you and Rajiv are part of the Healing, which is part of that Congress, and the two leads, which Dr. Wai-Ching and Sharon are, together with Kate. Let's discuss more about it, and we can tell the viewers who are watching on the YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, website to know more about it. Over to you. Thank you.
Welcome, Wai-Ching. It's really, really good to have that World Congress that you organized. It looks amazingly good. And I think it will be fantastic to really involve all the people as many as we can, and as we know, a natural way of improving the body. The benefits are proven, and we have actually talked, Keith and I have been talking for a long time about the benefits and the history and then integration. So I think it will be fantastic opportunity. It's a World Congress. I think we all should really put our energy together. So tell us more about it, Wai-Ching, and why we should involve the whole world together, bring into it. You have been into it. You are an inspiration. You are ever active. Maybe you get from there.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. I'm so looking forward to having all of us on the panel to discuss how we can really bring the correspondences, both metaphysical and physical in Ayurveda and the traditional Chinese medicine. There has been such a beautiful, long history of interaction between India and China along the Silk Route. And we have learned so much from each other, especially in this university that's called Nalanda University that has been along the way. And it was apparently 3 or 7 stories high, and where there was all these scientists and mathematicians and herbalists who came together in that university, and it was gone. And so let us bring it all back, weave it all together. And this is so exciting to have you and Professor Madan on the platform of the World Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, and TCM and natural healing. And now we have Keith Sharp also. on board on the panel. We'll also have Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, who has developed a technology that can actually attenuate radiation with 2.2 miles. And she has other technologies, which I'm wearing actually, this and that, which is beautiful EMF smog devices, protection devices. There's some that I work with scientists and doctors, as you know, with these devices. So the idea of, a lot of people don't sleep very well, as I mentioned, because of sleeping with their phones, right? Falling asleep in front of the television with the lights on, and that upsets the sleep cycle. And of course, we know how important that is. And being a past flight attendant, I know how I had to adjust, and I use meditation. I was initiated into transcendental meditation at age 18. So that helped me through the 5 years of flying career. So I know how important that is, and that led me on to my evolution. So we can weave all this in on that day, and that we are going to be on the panel. So there'll be 4 days, excuse me, we've extended it, and we invite everyone. It's available, it's free, and we will carry on from there with workshops as well. So I do you have any idea how you want to present on that day? Do you have a feeling of what we want to talk about, or how to deepen the relationship between Ayurveda and TCM?
If I may just add to this, when we look at, the context, let me just start off by sharing my screen. Just one image that is connected to Qi and Qigong and all those benefits that we have. And the image here is something that is found in many, many places. But I put this up just to get 1 or 2 points across. And this is that image, see? And we have the yin and the yang and down the middle. And I can see Keith is smiling because he knows the importance of all these things. There is a parallel with this. So days, time of the day, and how the different organs are active. Okay, so this is comparable to the best of physiology that is available today. So there is an understanding. Don't ask me how and where this understanding comes from, but you can go into a book like this. Now, this book is over 2,500, 3,000 years old. Okay. And this book has this knowledge already. Now, I don't know how they've discovered this, but parallels are found in the Indian systems in Ayurveda. And when we bring, for me, the thing is, when we bring these two systems, the understanding of that simplified yin-yang aspect, just two forces that increase and decrease during the day, the yang qi and the yin qi, and how that balance. So that is seen here, and how it's played out in different organs. What we know today from the best of molecular biology is every organ has its own clock. And qi, you might say, is that cohesive force that brings all these, the synchrony in the system. And that is what the qi masters say, that you can do a simple exercise that will enable that synchrony. And I think the time has arrived for us to talk with the best physiologists to show that there is something beyond, those the understanding today. And when we bring these two systems together, the Chinese understanding and Indian understanding, you will see how we can refine contemporary physiology and how we can add great value to medical education and for patient care. And the other thing is health literacy. I don't think we are taught anything about health literacy. Nobody teaches us how to be healthy. They just take it for granted you're healthy. And this is another big area that we might want to bring into our discussions, health literacy, how simple exercises, the concept of chi, the concept of prana, and how they come together to give us a better understanding. The understanding with the circadian clocks, the season clocks of the seasons, etc. There is a lot of biology hidden there, and how it affects the immune system, and why we are more susceptible to colds as we approach the winters, and how we feel much better when the days are brighter and longer. There's a lot of physiology to be understood.
Madan, there's a question.
Professor Madan,
Lata.
always impressive, in your resources and research and integration. Thank you so much. As an energy healer, as a Qigong therapeutic or medical intuitive, may I add that how these people knew was because they developed ability to sense the energy. For example, the meridians. How were they able to map the network of the light letters of the body and know exactly where the portals of energies are, from here to here to here, or the K27 or the C17? How were they able to do that? It is through inner sight. It is through the ability to see and visualize the energy body of the people. And so that developed that system, as well as the correspondences with the organ systems with different times, because they would wake up at different times to go out into the field to pluck certain herbs and flowers and make into flower pills. And they would then make decoctions from these herbs. And sometimes I think it was to their detriment, but it was part of the whole Shenong experience of experimentation, just like what we are going through. We are all experiments, really, in our physicality.
Wei Jing, I can see a raised hand here. Lata has raised her hand. Maybe could we bring Lata into our discussion?
Certainly.
Lata ji, namaskar.
Lata,
Thank you. Hi.
you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Hi. Yeah, my question is also relating to emotional side of things and how it connects with our inner organs, and the healing processes and the dis-ease processes. How large a role is that? Because from what my understanding is from listening to all of you, is quite important aspect and connection there.
Well, I studied psychosomatic movement and studies. And so there are, it's definitely very, very important in our emotions and our production of hormones in our endocrine glands, and how that affects our physicality. And also energetically, we go back to the organ systems, that there are also, in terms of TCM, there have been correspondences about emotions, for example, the liver and anger. So when I was going through my training, someone did a massage on my liver. It was specifically a liver massage. And I had a wave of anger and I didn't know where it came from. So it has to be like experiential, right? And I would feel that these kind of mind, body, soul, psychosomatic experiences are basically experiential. And so just like energy medicine or past lives or, quantum medicine, it's experiential. And so it may not be the same for everybody because we are all different matrices of energies. But there are some similarities. We are one anatomy if you want to look at it. So there are certain, we are a container of emotions. And then how it's embedded in our cellular memory depends on our conditioning as a child, or even karmic conditioning and causal conditioning. So we have to look deeper into this. And this brings us to personalized medicine or healing. It has to be personalized. We cannot just put everything into a cauldron.
No, I'm understanding that a little bit clearer today, since because we talk about taking herbs and vitamins and amino acids and whatever else. We hear of something else new every day. Oh yes, I must bring this into my circle. But it's actually the emotional side of feeling the disappointments and the neglect or whatever that we can't even synchronize with ourselves, but our organs have held on to it.
Right. Breath work is very key in this. The breath work, like a holographic breath work, Stanislav's graph, it goes beyond the mind. And in one session, you can overcome all that, even physical conditions in one session. If we can connect to the causal plane, if we can connect to the quantum field, and one session that emotions that are locked up in the cells can be cleared. It's if we can go beyond that. If you want to try that,
We got like a few minutes.
Letta,
to hear
I've just put two. If you
what
can
happens, and we would have loved to have the practical example of thing, but we got limitation. Let's hear. Keith wanted to say something.
I just wanted to pop back to the lady that I now respect from the other parts of the world that I didn't know she attended for many months at a time. So I appreciate the support I get from Amalia, but I'm afraid that being that practical guy is that I think you've summed it up with a word. I would go as far as say, I think that the traditionalists back when the Chinese and the Indian people before, let's say 5,000 years ago, how did they treat medicines? Traditional medicines are now being scrutinized as never before, and hopefully we get scientific proof. But I have this image in my mind of mother treating her siblings and her family by sharpening the points of a feather and sticking them in various places of the body to see what sort of reaction they got. I cannot imagine how many thousands of lives were saved or destroyed in those experiments. And I cannot imagine, all right, it wasn't until the mid-1990s that I became interested in anything to do with Asian culture. And I now find myself really contemplating in this decade the changes that people like yourselves and some others can actually have on the world. And to say that I'm astounded, I'm very, very honored to be in this level of discussion and to have Sharon and Amalia suggesting and in arranging an invitation for me to attend the global summit it's mind-boggling. I can't even share this with my wife because I don't know how to express it. So I have a request. All right, is that the day that the 22nd Congress is happening, and I believe I'm asked to be available, is in the middle of 2 weeks of holiday in Mallorca for my wife and I. I want you all to send a please allow Keith to attend. Because after 53 years of marriage, I will be asked, why have you picked this date? I don't pick
Oh,
them.
Keith, I think you have misunderstood something. If I may clarify for
Please
you,
do.
this will be pre-recorded.
Sorry?
So
Yep.
this will be pre-recorded. So you can have a great holiday in Mallorca with your wife without disruption, and don't create any waves in your marriage.
We will try either
So
way.
we will do that. And if you can come on live, then we will. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right. You're welcome. The problem solved. Easy solution.
Recording August and September, right? Why is he records in August and see it in September?
Yes, that's right. Recorded in July, August. That's right. We'll have to set a date, by the way, everyone. So please send me your details. Make it easy for me. Send me your details. Thank you very much, and then we'll fix a date.
Waiting, if I may ask a question. You know, you said about people visualizing the flow of energy. Keith, this is also related to your question about how they came to this knowledge, you know, and Wei-Sheng was right in saying about the meridians and how they map different points, etc. Now, in a casual conversation with somebody from Austria who said they were spending a lot of time in China and going to the traditional Chinese medicine schools, and out of this conversation came one Chinese word. It's called tonk. And a tonk is a person who can see the flow of energy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're there. The tonks are still there. I don't know how I find them, where I'd have to go to.
Here I am.
Oh, here's a tonk.
Mr. Professor Madan. That's how I created Infinity Quantum Qigong, because I saw all that in 1990. It was shocking. It was illuminating. It was amazing. And I had my, what you call a Kundalini experience, and was able to do healing work. I mean, you just have to look at the testimonials on my website, humbly. And I saw the spinning yin-yang, and not just the yin-yang, not a static one, which I know I always see the static one, but it's not static. It's black and white, and then it's white and black, one within, but within each, they were spinning. And in my meditation, which thank you, TM as well. And that's been such a beautiful yogic and TCM integration in my life. I'm totally that. And also backpacking through India when I was 24 for a month, really going to the temples and the energy vortices and remembering myself as Indian. So anyway, back to this was that the yin yang symbols in my inner vision was not static. It was whirling both centrifugally inside and outside, and it was going in different directions. And it actually showed up as like infinity. So it was just very dynamic, and I entered into it. And when I entered into the polarities of the yin yang, which is what we're doing in balancing the yin yang, I came to the center point, which is the conception and central vessel. And I came into my own body, the energy field, straight down the line. And yin yang was all around me, and I was within the yin yang. I became the yin yang. And the yin yang was the duality. And from the yin yang, I went up to the Tai Chi, which was, Tai Chi is the great Chi, the supreme Chi. And so that means I was returning back to my origin, my genesis. And then from there into Wu Qi. And Wu Qi is the illimitable, the void, the quantum, where there was utter silence. There was the potential and there was nothingness. And so I knew it from my own body and my cellular knowingness and my transformation, the quantum field. And that's how transformation occurred in myself. And I knew it. And that's why they actually, I heard the voice telling me infinity quantum qigong. And I said, quantum, I'm not a scientist, but they said, now you will understand why it is that. So that's how I was guided. So here I am. Infinity
I'm
Quality
going
Gong. And
to
so
hold up
we can
another,
talk about that.
Keith, I'm going to hold up this. If it's, I hope you can see this. It says the horizons of cognition. And that's what limits us today. You know, we have our senses, and that's all we can perceive. That's all we live with. But what Wei Jing is saying is something that goes beyond those horizons. And somewhere there is something there beyond what we can. If we limit ourselves to our senses, then there is that much. But there's much more beyond what our.
I take these points, if I may, is just to say that I have, in the last few years, because I have a marketing business background, with Tai Chi and Qigong, we know that Tai Chi is very well known. I had a visit to a consultant last week about my second knee replacement. And this is a leading South of England consultant. My wife has had two knees done, and we're absolutely delighted with them. But I said to him, "Have you heard of Tai Chi?" "Oh, yes," he said. I said, "Well, I do a little bit. But have you heard of Qigong?" "No, not at all." From my perspective as an individual, somehow I've actually moved into the realm of knowledge that I have, which is always asking the question, what is it and what are the needs of the community? And this is always trumping everything I do, because there are 1,000 people in the Tai Chi Union who I represent, and probably 800 or 900 of them don't even know me, because some of it has to be very sensitive as to what we're trying to do. The reaction that I get from what I call authentic people is, sometimes we've tried this before. Well, okay, you've tried it before. What has been the difference? Well, the difference is, one is social media and the immediacy of social media to share information. But the second one, seems to me, is who is prepared to drive it. And I spoke with one of my colleagues who was on a previous session with us, a man I greatly admire of Qigong and acupuncture. So for anybody to answer, how did it start all those thousands of years ago, he would probably be the person I'd first go to. But I said, why am I dealing with all these people worldwide because of my 50 years of traveling around the world? Why am I, as an individual, pushing ahead with complementary therapies when no money is being spent on it from the governments? And he used one word, and he said, "Keith, you have been assigned." Now, I tread with caution now. I tread with caution. For many years, I was a Freemason. I gave up Freemasonry to focus on Tai Chi and Qigong for the community. I could do more with it. But we all have our people above us, and I feel that we have the person within Freemasonry is the great architect of the universe. And when Amalia, when Amalia is talking about the yin yang, it's obviously a globe. It's a sphere. It's not a two-dimensional object that we all see. It has a 24-hour cycle. And I am not in a position to go into detail, but the Tai Chi Union, the Tai Chi Union and Qigong Union have agreed in the last 5 years to become the Tai Chi and Qi Kung Union. And we are setting grades now for health and well-being instructors so that we can go to the authoritative powers and say, we have the scientific evidence, we have the experience, we have the certifications that are proven with hours and hours of practice and with good curriculums. And my role, I continually to see, is the same as I watched on a South African safari, was that of a dung beetle. A dung beetle.
Oh, you're mute. Can't hear you. Anyway, good timing.
Well, I'm delighted
got
to have
Sharon.
Sharon Rose here because, you know, when we came together, Sharon was saying that I was the only one she found when she was interviewing people who had quantum together with Qigong. And together we create quantum Qi. So we're really excited about this and to promote this even more. And we both see things, you know, in the same way. So here's Sharon.
So welcome, Sharon. Sharon, from our other part of the Atlantic Ocean, is creating a big energy, as Wai-Ching was saying. She is part of healing our earth and have been consistently, I've seen her on every single occasion. It is hats off, such a big energy she has. And I think it'll be grateful to really appreciate the work she's doing. She is a winner of Filmmaker Year of the Award, 20th World Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM. She spent a lot of time in India to learn it, just like Wai-Ching. And this has really created a change in her life. And I could appreciate when she talks, it is coming from her heart. Obviously, in other life, she's director, producer of the documentary series Quantum Qi, which I've seen glimpses of, and I would recommend everybody to see that. The Taoist art of nurturing life. It's like a real life film, and actually it inspires. She has lectured, performed, presented in films of various universities, spiritual and cultural organizations and museums. And I think she is one of beacon of light for us to help us. And I think it'll be good to hear from her how she thinks about it. And we got some more speakers lined up before we end today about how she feels we should take it forward, how we can amalgamate and fix everything together into integrated health, bringing everything together, moving forward for the benefit of humankind. Thank you very much, Vachi.
Global namaste to all of you. It's such a delight to be with you again, really. And, you know, when you were talking, for most of my life, I felt that we're so much more than we've been led to believe. We're way more than this physical body, even though this is a precious human body. And as a filmmaker, I have been since a long time, exploring the luminous energy field from many different dimensions and aspects and cultures. So later today, I'm going to show the trailer from one called Healing the Luminous Body that we did about like 2003. And that has wonderful paintings by the visionary artist Alex Gray, who has really opened our eyes to the beauty of the energy field and the luminous body. But before that, I am delighted.
Sharon, thank you very much. Once again, you are the USA Coordinator for Healing Our Earth and a senior host too. just before we bring the magnetic I'm Alive from USA, let's say a big thank you to Kit Sharp from the Tai Chi and Qigong Union in United Kingdom. He is a very senior person there. He makes lots of decisions. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, the health producer at Healing Our Earth, and Professor Madan Thangavelu, who brings so many researches that is helping each one of us, our facilitators here. They are still here with you as a panel and will be taking part together with Wai Ching, who is again a senior part of Healing Our Earth, and the conversation will go back into again the Congress. So Sharon, take over and welcome I'm Alive, please.
So
Thank you.
Amale Love, one of my loves. She's here from speaking to us all the way from Costa Rica. And we're going to talk about healing with the magic of your inner temple. Amale is founder of the Inner Temple Method, spirituality and energy teacher and guide. See, this is what we've been talking about. She creates sacred spaces for a full embodiment experience and expression of your essence. Sounds delightful. Amale also lives and teaches in Costa Rica and the US, Crestone, that's where we met. She is a certified coach by the ICF, NLP, and timeline therapy instructor, heart math trainer, yoga teacher, Psych-K facilitator, meditation instructor, angelic Reiki master, Akashic Records trainer, a channeler, and past life regression facilitator. She has worked in the corporate world for 20 years. That's hard to believe. You look like so young. Must have started at 5, leading regional teams. Download your free 5 days of self-love from her website today. And if you want to accelerate your self-healing and self-mastery, join her advanced programs, www.amale.love. Yes, amale.love. That sounds nice. So, global namaste to you, my dear friend. How's life down in Costa Rica?
Well, today it's very hot. Thank you so much for creating this space to you, Sharon, and also to everybody from Healing on Earth, our Earth. So I'm very excited to be here. Very, very excited. It's super hot. I don't know like how many degrees we are here, but it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful being and living here in the tropics.
Yes, I actually, all of the people out here, many of them know that I have this garden, you know, too, and the greenhouse. Well, it's so moist and hot these days in the greenhouse, and I'm like, I'm going to Costa Rica when I go to water the plants. So tell us about the inner temple.
Of course. Well, the inner temple is something that everybody has access, and it's so right under our nose, I will say. And it's pretty much what I consider the inner temple. I consider this vessel that we are using in this reality, in this experience that we are here on Earth. And I believe, this is my belief, Sharon, that when we are able to connect and to turn our side within, we are able to access like the more majestic and advanced wisdom and healing that we can experience. I believe that there is a power within each of us that when we enter into the space within, we are able to access to this quietness and this silence within, and from there, I think we are able to heal every part of ourselves that we think is broken. And also we are able, of course, to access that frequency, that vibrational frequency that we are here to embody, and we are here to anchor, and we are here from that anchoring to
irradiate like a light, like a lighthouse around everything that surrounds us. And that will invite many other ones to dare to see within and to access their own highest vibrational frequency. That's what I believe is the power of the inner temple.
When today there's so much chaos and confusion going on in the world. When people come to you, how do you help them get through those times, get through these emotional turmoils that we are experiencing these days?
As always, I will start with a deep breath. There is nothing that I believe can compete with a deep breath. And yes, from there, and we know scientifically also how breathing can help us to balance our nervous system, how to balance our parasympathetic and sympathetic branches. So there is a power when we breathe, and when we breathe, bringing our attention to our heart. Because I think like we are returning to the heart center humanity, like we are all going to the heart in some sort of way. And the heart has this frequency. So that's the first thing. Whenever someone comes to me, it's just, let's breathe. It's like what you say when you have a child and the child is running and the child falls down and then they start crying and they try to tell you, oh, it happened to me, and they are not able to talk or speak. And you say, just calm down, breathe. So I say the same thing when they come and they say, okay, let's breathe together. And that, it's amazing, the power of breath, because it just calms your mind and all the noise and everything that is just there. And from that space, they say like, okay, I can see now, I can speak what's going on with me. And sometimes they are able to access, just with that act, they are able to access to really what is it that is going through them. And it's not a symptom. It's not like what they thought is happening. It's not that painful thing that is just running in their heads. It's something more deeper within that is being revealed. And from there, they are able to access. So I believe when we open that frequency of the inner temple, we open a vibrational field. And from that intention is kind of, we enter into this space of vortex. So when people come, that's the first step that I always take, is just breathe and bring your mind to the heart, and let's start breathing from the heart. And everything starts unfolding from there. We are being guided from there. Because I believe there is like, and this is something very important, I believe like everybody holds this amazing intelligence within, like beyond the mind. Yes, the body has intelligence that if we are able to listen and create that space, we allow the other one to bring that wisdom. So that's why I say that one of the gifts, and I believe everybody has it, but one of the gifts that I have is like to create that sacred space, or we call it sometimes isumatak, like creating that sacred space so the wisdom of the other person comes in, because it's the other person that is doing the work. I'm just creating and setting a space for the person to calm down and to be able and to have that courage and that compassion to see what is happening within themselves.
Beautiful. It reminds me of, in the Dzogchen Tibetan tradition, we use a symbol of the mirror, that one should be like the mirror.
Yes.
And just be still and clear and pure and allow and just reflect back to the person we're working with, so that they can clearly get a perspective on themselves.
Yes, totally. Because I think like when we are able to access to that quietness within is when we allow that mirror to happen. And the person is being able to see what's going on in a very deep and a very, I would say, effective way. And it's fast. I think like we believe for so long that healing is going to be difficult, it's going to take time. And in my case, my belief, I would say, or one of my perspective or viewpoints, more than a belief, is that it doesn't need to be in life that way, right? It depends. If you want to believe that, then of course, but we can make things as complex as we want and as simple as we want. I choose simplicity, and for me, choosing simplicity has been very difficult because I study system engineering. That's the profession I study. So it's like the systems, and sometimes you make it complex, you make it simpler, but there is some complexity that in the ambience that I grew up, in the environment that I grew up, that I needed to release and kind of understand that it doesn't need to be in that way. So starting and understanding that there is simplicity and that there could be quietness, then we can be mirrors.
Yes, yes. And all of us can be mirrors for each other. The most beautiful experience I have is really learning how to listen. And we did a lot of mirroring also as a dancer, even as a modern dancer many years ago. We did a lot of mirroring movement and mirroring expression. And it really was a great learning experience for everyone to have a partner, and they would kind of, mirror you. So I know you have an experience you want to talk about, to share with us.
Well, before entering into that, I would like, and this is something that I shared a lot, is kind of, when I share about my inner temple, I share about my own experiences. And I share the wisdom that, and the gift that every experience we go through life brings to us. And what I've been realizing through my own journey, yes, I study a lot of things. Like when I started, I had so many questions and I was so thirsty, and I was those spiritual seekers that I was looking for things, but because I felt some emptiness within myself. So I was trying to understand what was going on. And I tried different things. And I also am a very curious person, and I love the biotechnology that we all are. So I tried to study, but there was a moment when I received, and I was able to enter in more depth within myself, and I was able to receive this and say, stop looking outside, no more books. So I kind of stopped reading books. It was like, no more books. And it was more an invitation to look to the book within myself. It was an invitation to start kind of, okay, observe yourself instead of keeping yourself busy, instead of going and reading and meeting friends and just watching movies and just fill your day with other things. Just look within. So that's when I started dedicating more time to this kind of inner looking or meditation. But when you look within, and one of the practices that I love a lot, and I recommend to everybody that feels the call, is the Vipassana practice. That helped me so much to quiet my mind and to go within myself. So I was able to go and understand like every gift that, every challenge that I face, or this is that I went through my life, brought to me, every information that they were bringing. So I realized that many of the things also that sometimes I was having a question about a specific topic, and I was pointed out to go and to read a book. And I was just, one chapter was holding that information, and I was, wow, this person also was looking within, and it was accessing their own wisdom. That's my dog, sorry. It's just fighting with a neighbor dog. So what I want to say here is that there is this amazing book that we hold within ourselves, and that's the inner temple. And when we start entering into that frequency of our inner temples, something cracks up within ourselves, and we start able to access, but we need to cultivate and create that space within. And I've been able to have regressions to past life, just meditating, and to see and observe so many things that has been like unfold in front of my eyes, just with that inner observation. So we all have that capacity and that ability to access to that wisdom if we decide to start having and dedicating some time. And that's what I would like to share today. This is something I share also in the book that I'm going to launch. I'm sharing kind of my vulnerabilities and my strengths of what I realized from things that were happening in at my life in certain moments. But today I want to share like a few and a small experience, maybe 5 minutes, on how you can practice and we can just access to that guidance within ourselves.
Fantastic. Yes, we love to have these kinds of experiences. It's like, how do we, we hear a lot about opening yourself up. And I know you, I know from here, like beings are attracted to you. I mean, you've showed us all kinds of orbs and wow, very interesting phenomenon that has always attracted to you, that you managed to even take photographs of, which is pretty extraordinary. So it's always that question, how do we do it? I mean, meditation, which is the subject, is a way, but tell us more.
Yes, and it is very simple. So if you are up to, I can just do a very small guidance of 5 minutes. So let's start with the breathing. And I would say, if that's okay, let's breathe together. Bringing our attention through our heart and just bringing every part of ourselves right here, right now, whatever we were, because sometimes we are fragmentized and we are dispersed. Just bring every part of ourselves right here in this moment. And let's start breathing through our heart, breathing in, counting to 5, and breathing out. Let's do it for 2 more times. Very slowly and slower than usual. Just relax with every exhalation, relax any tension you hold within. One more time. And just keep your eyes closed if you like. Just have a gentle smile in your face. And from this space within your heart, we are going to open kind of different spheres around you. And I call this the different technologies that we access within ourselves. And we are going kind of to open around ourselves one sphere that is going to be the mind, one is going to be the emotions, the sexuality, the body, the spirit, and the divinity. And right here, we are at the center in our hearts. And from this space, I want to invite you to think on something that you are looking for an answer. To think about what is it that is there rambling, that is creating noise within yourself. Maybe you are looking for clarity. Just bring that as an intention to bring clarity. And from this space, once you have that within yourself, we are going to start checking what every part of ourselves wants to say. So I'm going to ask you to just step into the sphere of the mind. And just observe. You are moving to this sphere of your mind. And just observe what your mind is telling you about this topic. No judgments, it's free of judgments. You're just observing and listening if there is something the mind is saying. We give thanks to the mind and we come back into the center of our heart. We release that information. And now we are going to move into the sphere of our emotions. So you can walk into the other sphere of your emotions. Already shake the mind off and you are into the emotions and just feel through it. What's going on? What emotions are present about this? Just observe. Observe maybe sensations. At the same time, you can release that and you can come back into your center, into your heart. Just shake, 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 shake off and let go everything about emotions. Come to your center. Now we are going to go into the body. Just move into the body. Just notice what's happening. Observe what's happening. You can do a quick scan and observe what's going on. How's the temperature? And just breathe in and breathe out. As you release the body. And you come back into the center, into your heart. And we are going to move into your spirit. We are going into the sphere of the spirit, and we are just going to listen what's happening there. Sometimes you receive guidance from this space. Yes, just listen. And you can release that, breathing in and breathing out. You can go into the sphere of your sexuality. And see if there is something happening there about this. Sometimes it could be nothing. Sometimes there is something. And then breathe in, breathe out, let it go back to the center. Just go to your divinity. This is kind of going to your inner source. And just observe what's happening there. And you can breathe in, breathe out, and release that and go to your heart. Just listen from your heart and allow all this information to integrate within yourself. within your heart. And you might notice that there are things that dissolve, that disappear. And when you feel ready, you can just breathe in, breathe out. Yes, give thanks to you and to every part of you. Yes, come back and open your eyes when you feel ready.
Beautiful. I feel so relaxed, grounded, a sense of spaciousness, a sense of openness.
Yes, yes, and it dissolves. There is so many times, there is so many things that our mind, our body is trying to express, and it dissolves. So this is a practice we don't need to do. Like, this is a way to do like all the parts of ourselves, how I call it, like all the biotechnologies that we have access to. But we can do it only for our body if we feel to, or our minds if it is too with a lot of noise. Yes, if we create this space, like every time we transition from one thing to the other one, and just give ourselves those few minutes, it helps you to recenter, and all the energies that has been moved in our previous experience also kind of just settle down, and the ones that needs to be remain within you will remain, and the ones that doesn't need, it will just dissipate. So, and this is just I would say, Sharon, this is I call it, this is kind of an initiation of the practice, because from here you can, like, your intuition will expand, you will be more intuitive, you will be more connected to nature itself, because you are connected to your body, and your body is earth, is part of earth. We have all the elements within ourselves. So everything, all those soul gifts and all those things that we are able to access will start developing and unfolding more and more as we are able to go within. So that's why I call it, that's the magic of the inner temple. We're able to access a lot of things.
Well, Wai Ching, Amalia Wai Ching is joining us from Cusco.
Oh, wow. That's so beautiful. I love Cusco so much. I born in Lima, in Peru.
You're Peruvian.
Yes, I've been living in Costa Rica for 18 years, Wai Ching. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, my dear sister. Amalia, Amalai. Is that a channel name? Because Amalia is a channel name. I was
Yes.
given that in 1990.
Oh, yes, I was, it was a couple of weeks. For 2 weeks, I was waking up with that name. I was like, they were calling me kind of Casa Amalai, which name is House of Amalai, or Amalai House. So then I understood that Amalai means I am alive, like I am life. So that was a good reminder, and it was a reminder for me that I am alive, that we are all alive, and there is a vibration of life or orgasmic life within each of us.
Fantastic.
So I decided to take that vibration and just keep it.
Yes, we have to talk more, because it was channeled through, and I heard the person ask me, what is your name? And I heard Ama.
Ama.
Right, Ama. And then Leah, which is light, you know, the mother of light. So that's what I'm carrying, and that vibration. And I left it alone for a while, and then the numerologist friend calculated it and said, you must include it, and it creates that whole, my brother was asking, who's Amalia?
Yes, that's why I'm using
I really feel, yes, the inner temple and the meditation is key to knowing ourselves and knowing the divine within, and a magical, I call it the mystery and magic of meditation. So that's key, and it takes us back to all the different time frames and where we want to travel. I mean, here, by the way, in Peru, I've been dreaming like at least six simultaneous dreams. at one time during the nighttime. So I'm working very interdimensionally here. It's activating a lot in me with the ley lines and the vortices and the memories of being here. So let's talk. I mean, I love Cusco. I love Cusco. Here we are. Oh, I can't turn around. The mountains of Cusco.
Wow.
I'm right
surrounded.
I'm in San Blas in a lovely home. Yes. So we have to talk more. I believe we're on to the next one, and stay on for the conversation with Sharon and I.
Oh, yes, we'd love to have you on. We have,
yes, please.
Shanti's coming on from Crestone. I know that both of you have been here.
Another ley lines link with Crestone.
That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Thank you so much for this space. Thank you so much, Sharon, for the invitation and to Healing Our Earth also. It's a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure to have you. And please give our love to our dear friend, Matthew Bailey, who is there with you right now visiting.
Yes, yes.
Matthew.
Yes.
I'll be staying with Matthew in the household when I go to Crestone in August, September.
You may even see Amelie too.
Yes.
They come visit. She comes to visit and then she goes and she comes and we're always just so happy to have her light and love, expression of love and joy that she brings to everyone she meets.
Oh, yes.
So we might be able to meet in person.
Can you imagine our convergence in meditation? Yes.
That is beautiful.
Amalai and Amalia.
Oh, that's beautiful. That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful.
Yeah, I feel it already. Beautiful. Thank you for the connection again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sharon.
Thank you. Shanti ji, namaste to you.
Namaste.
There you are.
Greetings to everyone. It's really wonderful to be part of this. And thank you, Amelie. Is that right, Amelie?
For me, Amalia. She's Amalai.
Thank you for a beautiful presentation. And I'm going to kind of unwind from those places that you spoke about. And it's interesting because we didn't speak before. And hopefully I get to meet you in Crestone sometime.
Yes,
but
we will. And
we're kind of on the same path, which is beautiful. So
let me introduce you, Shanti. Let me introduce you.
Okay.
Neil Kumar. Are you here? Shanti Dechin. Yes, am I pronouncing your last name right?
Yes.
Body, mind, harmony. Here we go. Shanti Dechin is the founder and director of Aroma Apothecary Healing Arts Academy, a clinical aromatherapist, professional and instructor, holistic health practitioner, board certified massage therapist, certified senior Chi Natsang practitioner and instructor, certified yoga instructor, and the author of Harmonized Aromatherapy for Seasonal Wellness. She has a university background in the sciences and over 15,000 hours of extensive training and certification in body-mind therapies that include many modalities of holistic healing, including herbology, plant medicine, body-mind clearing, lymphatic drainage, 5-element healing, acupressure, craniosacral therapy, Asian healing arts, applied kinesiology, polarity, medical qigong, nutrition, reflexology, energy medicine, stress management, and meditation. Wow. Wow. Shanti is a professional member with the National Certification for Therapeutic Massage and Bodywork, National Association of Holistic Aromatherapy, Alliance of International Aromatherapists, NAHA Regional Director of Colorado, National Certification for Therapeutic Massage and Bodywork, and on and on. Wow. So Universal Healing Tao, also a senior instructor of Chi Natsang through the Universal Healing Tao. So Montauk Chia.
That's right.
Yeah, Grandmaster Matak Chia, who really was his work and the luminous energy field was the kind of impetus for the whole Quantum Chi series.
Oh,
So,
wonderful, wonderful.
Well, out of this just plethora of blessings and experience you've had in this life, what do you have to share with us today?
Well, I would love to share a PowerPoint because I'm a really visual kinesthetic person. So if that's okay, I would like to pull this up here. And can everybody see this okay? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Wanted to get it a little bigger here. So I love colors. I love the essence because it always reminds me of the energy moving. And there's never a stagnation in that. And one of my biggest teachers, I was introduced to nature when I was born, basically. And I've observed that through many ancient civilizations. I spent 7 years traveling with Native American medicine men doing ceremonies. And then I also went to Asia for studies. I've been a lot of different places. To be able to, what you were talking about, that mirroring aspect of really knowing me and recognizing what an incredible universe we have, each one of us right here. And to me, that really struck me, connecting with plant medicine. That was a beginning. I studied lots of different things in college, but one of them was plant botany. And I love the aspect how you can put a plant in water, one little stem, and how it will grow into this magnificent plant. It also taught me how to take care of myself. Because if I observed that, it was like, oh, you need to drink more water. Oh, you need a little trim now. You got too much going on with you. So it's really helped me to be rooted in my existence on Earth. So there's many effective ways to connect with nature. And it truly starts with deepening a connection with ourselves. And I think that the internet is so incredible, but a lot of people have lost that now because they always want the information on the screen rather than getting it here. And that's an important piece that I learned for many years. So if you can see this picture of this beautiful mountain, this is Grand Lake, Colorado. My family built a cabin at the edge of that lake when I was born. I spent every summer here wandering through the mountains. You know, it was that time that parents didn't have as close an eye maybe on their children. You could wander, and I played in the mountains all day long. So it's no wonder to me that conifer trees, which are all over that area, is what I call a plant ally. And I'll talk more about those. But just the fact, now if you look at it, some Native American tribes thinks that is the place that we were born from. Because if you look at it, it looks like a pregnant woman there. Anyway, that might be too many details, but I think it's amazing. And my brother pointed this out to me just a few years ago, how incredible that was. And it starstruck me because what happened when I was 14, as my mother died, she was getting a gallbladder operation and she was dead the next day. She was supposed to be released from the hospital. And at that moment, the earth became my mother. And it was only a few years ago that I truly understood how embraced and well taken care of I was. It took a deep trust because I traveled all over the world. And I never had a doubt that I wouldn't be safe, that I wouldn't be comforted, that I couldn't ask for what I needed at the time. And I guess I've just carried that. And I've had other challenges in my life, like, everyone. We could count them, each one of us. But these basic factors may include that you have health issues. And I understand that on a genetic level, or birth defects. But when they come later in life, we're going to take a closer look at this. Because these are really the basic things of looking at nutritional habits. Yes, if you're addicted to sugar all the time, things are going to happen. If you don't sleep well at night, things are going to happen. And your stress levels. We just went through a beautiful meditation, and that is an incredibly effective way. And I'm going to share some more other ways, because I think with also these personal issues, how long do you drag it out? When are you willing to address it? Because what I know for myself, if I don't start addressing things, then maybe I feel an ache here, I'd feel this, and then I kind of try to avoid it rather than addressing it. But I always like to just take time internally, calm down before you respond. So it's in a more elated way of experience. So I've always been in that balance of body, mind, soul. If I was going to put another rock in this illustration, I would put emotions. Because what I recognize with emotions, if you can get through the turbulence of the emotion, it's the intuition. And it took me a very long time to learn this because I am extremely empathic. I could talk to someone on the phone and I feel the pain in their body. I can answer an email even now. It surprises me. And I can know what's happening with them. And part of that is that I've been a bodywork practitioner for over 40 years. So when I go in there, I try to be as empty space as possible, working on people and just being a channel for their healing. That is my commitment. When I started my practice 40 years ago, the daily, I really wanted to open it up daily for them, that they would come to daily peace. And that takes an extreme amount of internal awareness, looking inside, feeling inside, being there. The older I get, the more I love my body. Yes, it doesn't look like when I was 20, but it just works so well for me, And I realized that living at 8,300 feet in the mountains, that my body is almost like a little bear because I can go out and grab firewood and shovel in the garden and all this stuff, and it still works well. So I needed the extra muscle power, evidently. The other place that I go to in my inner being every single day is gratitude. So I have this favorite place that are steps to my garden that I sit at. And that's where I do my gratitude prayers every single morning. And I hear the hummingbirds and I see the bees and all of that, because that's a template for me. Thank you. Thank you for the days arising. Watch over me, bless me, guide me. But when you ask for that, you have to trust at an extremely deep level. So I'm basically a child of life. And the older I get, the more I am that. There was a nickname. Now, this is kind of personal. I haven't mentioned this before online, but I think it will at least make you laugh. Because when I was a child, my name was Gigglebox, because I would just laugh all the time. And there is that saying also in the Buddhist, if you I don't remember the whole saying, I'm sorry, but it's a Longchenpa saying. And he said, you know, if you really could see this, you would just break out in laughter. And that, to me, is the true divine heart essence. And yes, we can go into, if we look at the news, you know, tears, you know, but they're authentic. And when I say those prayers of gratitude, I offer them up. And ultimately, I feel like that's the best, honestly, I can do. I can do that. And I know it's making a difference because it's making a difference to each person that I come in contact, each animal that I might come in contact with that day, everybody. Because when you are that sense of pure essence, there's not all that thorns, you know, like if you looked at a rose, it has that beautiful blossom, but then it has the thorns. I'm kind of one of those, I think it's a hybrid. I don't have as many thorns anymore. It's not worth my energy at this point. And then also creating connection, as I've mentioned, is each individual experience. We learn from each other, but we could be in the same room at the same event and have a totally different experience. And to really be able to honor what your experience is, you know, you don't always have to change it unless it's uncomfortable. And then you change it for yourself. And really what that comes from is that sense of empowered self-care. Now, I want to just preface this because I was looking back through the generations of women in my lineage, you know, my family, and recognizing, and I think this is the case of a lot of women on this planet, they take care of everybody else first. And then if there's anything left, then themselves. Turn it around a little bit. Because I recognize, yes, I do have a daughter who's fabulous. And I taught her really how to take care of herself. I didn't recognize that, you know, but she did. And the biggest piece that I could offer her is to do that. And partly when I look at that in nature, like when you look at deer, like the does, they'll have the little babies right next to them for a year or two, and then they go their separate ways. It takes a lot longer, obviously, for humans, but what can we do? And that helped me to recognize I needed to be my own best friend. I needed to be my own best cheerleader. If I need a nap, I'll go take a nap. I've actually learned how to take a 10-minute nap and be completely revived. So it's the little things, the little things. Self-care is not selfish. It is an act of self-love. Until you can love yourself, you cannot love others fully, and you cannot receive love fully. And that was a big aha for me, because a lot of people want it out there. There's always looking for something to complete themselves out there. Knowing yourself is not a destination, but a path to self-discovery and awareness. So I ultimately believe that everyone has the innate power to heal. We're humans with a body, not the disease. And for those people who have diseases, you have to separate your consciousness from that. So there's that unconscious part that will just drag you along in the disease. And where can you put your focus but the healthy ease? Ease and grace was actually one of my intentions for this year. So when I do a New Year's resolution, I always just put the intention out. Oh, I want this. I don't make myself, okay, I got to lose 5 pounds. I want to exercise 4 times a week. I already do that kind of stuff. So it was, what is it? And it was grace and ease. And I'm telling you, there was times that I was not graceful and it was not easy, but I just kept working with it. And part of it is healing with team support. Those could be your friends, your family, other health practitioners. Ask for what you need. Okay, I'm going to say that one more time. Ask for what you need. Because a lot of us think, oh, I'm an adult now, I should be able to take care of this all by myself. And it just separates us from that beautiful mandala of life and what we can really offer. So anytime that I was struggling and I didn't have that sense of peace and ease, help me, help me. What do I need to do? And I quieted myself and deepened that inner conversation. Sometimes I feel like though meditation is fabulous, other times I'm kind of like Sharon, I got to get up and dance. I got to move the body, because sometimes it's the body that's just contracting and it won't allow that full essence of the message to be there for you. Another one is music. I use that a lot. It's like, okay, I am going to change my mind. Let's hear some music. And sometimes if I get a song, I'll just keep replaying it until I really feel the essence of it. So deepening the inner conversation. How do you start that? Asking. Ask. You rebalance the true cause of what that condition is. Let's say inflammation, right? It could be anywhere, and then it could move around. It's not just alleviating the symptoms. It's connecting deeper, because as you might go, oh, it's just in my shoulder. And I'll talk about these body-mind connections that help me to be able to understand the more of the body languaging. So the synergy of the body-mind connection. If you can see this illustration, I am a big one, obviously, on mandalas. You can see one behind me as well, because I just feel like this little drop in the middle. And then what grows out of it is fabulous. To me, if I follow these little steps, healthy organic nutrition, plant medicine allies. Now, I talked about the allies a bit with the trees in Colorado, how those conifer trees are so grounding to me. And I will speak further on that as well. But there's also exercise and movement. My favorites to bring that awareness is yoga, Tai Chi, and Qigong. And the reason why, because they're very different than getting on a running wheel and doing bicycling, because they all bring the energy, further. Because if you could really, I'm sure that you've all seen different pictures of auras. We are way bigger than just this physical aspect of our beings. And that, to me, when I can hook into that, even just clearing something on an energy level clears what's happening physically. Over and over and over again, that has happened to me. And I also mentioned previously about being empathic. Well, I can walk into somebody's field, and if I don't have a good enough boundary for myself that day, I can feel what's happening to them. And sometimes I have to ask, is this me? Or is it just this energy cord or something else happening? And I would say 50-50. A lot of times it's something that's happening with them. And the truth is that I don't work on people unless they ask me to. If it's a very clear, yes, I want to be your client, I'm there with them. But otherwise, I'll just kind of clear it out and keep going. Then there's time for self-care. I'm going to say it again. Self-care. What does it mean? Make time every day. Yes, I understand if you're a parent, how challenging that is. That is the #1 hardest job on the planet. Honestly, it's very rewarding, but it's very difficult. But you still need that time for self-care and time in nature. I'm 50-50. I spend half my day in nature and half my day in the office. I've got to have that balance. If I get really frustrated with something, I'll just walk outside and be in nature for a while. But I'm very fortunate. The place I live, I rarely hear human noise. I might hear a jet once in a while, but mostly it's like the birds, the bees, all the things of nature. One of my favorite aspects is sitting there listening to the breeze through the trees. It's magical. And then again, the perspective of gratitude, right livelihood and enjoyment of work. I have worked for myself my whole life for 40 years now. And I did something just because I wanted to, not because, oh, it's going to make me a lot of money. I have never done that, but I've always been taken care of. So I know that's a possibility, and I love my work. And if I don't, I step out of the office and be with nature for a few minutes, because it is amazing how fast, when you train your mind, that you can change your perspective. It is easier than you think. Okay, and then clear communication and harmonious relationships. I've worked on that a long time, but the most harmonious relationship you need is with yourself. Again, if you're expecting it to be out there all the time, it's a losing battle, because if you truly love yourself, then you're going to attract that as well. And then having a team of support. I call for help a lot. Hey, can you work on me? I need this. Because once you understand what that feels like, that place of ease and grace, relaxation, it is so much different. Creating balance. Now, if you could see this photo, the top rocks that are balancing there, there's this huge rock here, and then this little tiny one, and they're still balanced. It kind of amazes me, you know, what we do to balance our lives. It's an exploration. Nothing's going to be the same moment to moment. And the easier that we realize that, the easier it's going to be on us. If we expect, oh, once I have a house and a car and husband or a partner, all of this is going to be great. And, you know, it's constantly changing. So that's the moment. The natural state of being is joy-filled, relaxed, and present. So as I'm saying that, let's all just take a deep breath and imagine that state of being joy-filled, relaxed, and present in this moment. Some of these nourishing steps, knowing your self-worth. It's not ego. It's, again, being your own best friend. You're going to be there for yourself no matter what. I have navigated so many different things in my life, and I know myself, you know, but the more that I am able to express myself easier in my life, the selfness seems to just be like water, that I don't have to cling on to it anymore. But I still take care of this being right here. She's bigger than I expected. Like, that's what Sharon was saying. It's amazing how big of a presence each one of us is. But it's cultivating that. So it's kind of like teaching, being your own best friend and raising yourself as a child. So many times, if I was having an issue with something, I would see this little me right there and I'd talk to her, you know? it seemed like it worked out really a lot easier. You know, part of my training was counseling, and this body-mind clearing that I did in college was all the ologies: anatomy, physiology, neurology, embryology, psychology, sociology, counseling internship, and massage internship. And I was like, this is so fascinating. So I realized that being able to study the internal body was like the universe to me. And so knowing my self-worth, but it was knowing myself was like turning myself inside out. Do you understand that? This is my universe, and then I can turn it out and join the marvelous, universe that's happening outside. So letting go of overworking. It took me a little bit of adrenal strain in my 40s to recognize I was a driven girl and how to calm down and then set the basis of healthy self-care habits. We're going to talk more about anchoring because it can just be one aspect at a time. So our bodies are gardens to which the wills are the gardeners. And I do have a few more slides here, Sharon. Is it okay? I think I'm past my time. Okay. So the body, thank you, and emotions. We all have times of emotional pain. Like I mentioned, that the natural state of our body is relaxed and free of pain. If not, I question it. I question it at that moment. What's going on? And just stop everything and be with yourself. It's so much easier because otherwise it like everything starts to knot up and it's a lot more challenging to unknot. Creating intention. I've talked a little bit about this. For years, I've cultivated this. So this process has assisted me to make clearer choices and to attract more goodness. So let's take a look at a few of these. So this is some that I do sitting on my favorite place on the steps of the garden. And for me, it was this picture of a sprout growing, because each time that we support ourselves, we start blooming, we start growing. We are more confident in that whole evolution. So some of these intentions: thank you for the guidance to be present and loving in this day. I mean, that's sexy of being present right there. Thank you for the confidence to be me. Once you recognize you can't be anybody else anyway, you might as well celebrate that. Surround me with caring and compassionate people. May all my connections be meaningful. Open my heart and mind to give and receive love freely. These can be really helpful. I have a bunch of affirmations on my refrigerator, so every time I go in there, I read some to myself. They're great little sticky notes. One of the places that I started with these affirmations was this book from Louise Hay. She was an amazing leader in being able to connect the body-mind. So I want to give you 3 examples for this. So if you, for instance, had issues in your throat, it was about the inability to speak for oneself. And you might have swallowed anger and blocked your creativity. So a great affirmation for that is, I express myself freely and joyously. I speak up for myself with ease. And sometimes when I have that, the Qigong can help to be able to clear that out, and then saying this out loud a few times to yourself, whatever the intention is, and then just continue to say it internally. So for the arms, it's about embracing life. So when people have issues that come and see me when their arms, it's like, Okay, this is about the capacity and the ability to embrace life's experiences. Because the other part is that, pushing things away. So a great affirmation, I lovingly hold and embrace my experiences with ease and joy. So that's like a cuddle, right? It's like cuddling. And then leg problems, the fear of the future, not wanting to move forward, difficulty moving forward. So this year I was on a walk with a friend in January. We're talking about things, and it was a path I'd been on a lot, and I sprained my ankle. And I'm thinking, yeah, well, what about this? And I just couldn't get a clear direction this year. So I had to sit with my leg for a couple months, and then it cleared up and I was ready to roll. And it was so interesting because I was like, oh yeah, fear of moving forward. Okay, what do I do now? You know? So now I'm moving forward with confidence and joy, knowing all is well in my future. And these seem pretty simple, but they are so right on. So I recommend this book. It's really quite beautiful to have on your shelf. Now I have a couple more things to talk about anchoring wellness. So if you need a template, training or anchoring your body-mind awareness on a daily basis will assist. It's easier to start the process when you're feeling good, to strengthen your immune system and overall radiance. So the breath. And I'm going to talk later about aromatherapy, how powerful that has been and what it does to deepen my breath. It always excites me. One little drop of goodness in these bottles. So the aromas, but they could be like, for myself, my mother used to be an amazing rose gardener. And so I would play in the backyard and all these roses. And that is one that just touches my heart, is the rose and having that connection. So it could be oranges, you know, that you really like, or the trees. But if you can remember at least one aroma that really brings joy to you, that's an anchor. Could be lasagna. I mean, it doesn't matter. And then your body focus, okay? You can bring your attention into your hands, whether you want to put them on top of each other or resting over your navel. Now there are parts, what's called the dantian, and it is 2 fingers below your navel. So for women, if you went through that point, it would be on the top of the uterus. That is a really powerful grounding area. Bring it down. Because if we have too much chatter going on here, it's really hard to get that awareness of what's happening in the body, to make that body-mind connection. So then there is the sight. So you can focus on an object in your field of vision. It could be the mountains, it could be the ocean, it could be a flower. You could look at a beautiful picture, but look at the colors, the texture, the shape, because that's going to take you into it deeper. And so part of it is even like looking outside at the clouds, taking it in. Then there's sound. So it's music, or also outdoors is especially helpful anchor. Talked about the breeze coming through the trees. That's also with the feeling. So that is a good place to start. How do I feel? Ask yourself how you feel. Be honest with yourself. Now, one of the best, fastest anchors I know is aromatherapy inhalation. That was one of the reasons that got me back into it over 25 years ago. It was such an aha. And now they found through research how just upon inhalation of an essential oil, it goes up into what's called the limbic brain. And that is amazing because then it talks to what's called the neurotransmitters and talks to the nervous system in 20 seconds. That is the best drug I've ever seen. You know, that's natural. And the sense of smell acts mostly on the subconscious level of the brain, because when we're hurting, when we're out of balance, a lot of it's unconscious. So if we can bring it to that conscious level, it's a lot easier to clear and balance it. So the sense of smell is 10,000 times more information than the senses of sight, sight, taste, and touch combined. So you can see the illustration, how quickly that is. So I just want to give you a brief overview. So for the essential oils, there's flowers, there's fruits, there's trees, there's spices, many different aspects. But for the flowers, again, it was the lavender. One of the affirmations is nourished reassurance. So it's a beautiful calming hug. It calms the nerves. And rose, Rosa Damascena, clears the heart, inflammation, restores, and calms the heart as well. Loving and radiant embrace. I mean, that is so beautiful. So if I think back to my mother as representative of a rose, she's always giving me this beautiful, radiant embrace. And then ylang ylang, Chananga Odorata, it clears the heat, relaxes the mind, calms the nerves, and the emotional affirmation is euphoric and mindful kindness. And then a little bit more about lots of fruit oils. We have bergamot, Citrus bergamia, bitter orange, Citrus aurantium, blood orange, Citrus sinensis. And it's different than sweet orange. To me, it's a little more grounding. Grapefruit, Citrus paradisi, lemon, Citrus limon, sweet orange, Citrus sinensis, and then mandarin, Citrus reticulata. Now, one of the things you need to know about these, if you put them externally, some of them are photosensitive. That will create issues on your skin. And then the tree oils. One of my favorites is balsam fir, Abies balsamia, black spruce, Picea mariana, cypress, Cupressus sempervirens, pinyon pine, Pinus edulis, Scotch pine, Pinus sylvestris, silver fir, Abies alba, and Virginia cedarwood, Juniperus virginiana. Now, I just want to mention one thing about these branches, why they're so powerful to me, because they remind me of the respiratory system, the bronchial tubes. They are like a scrub brush, so they can clear emotions as well as congestion in the respiratory, circulatory, and lymphatic systems, and really grounding, because trees, as tall as they are, is how deep those roots are. They're very unique in nature that way. One of the ways I use it is this nasal inhaler. Okay, so you can see this. And it has another part. So here's the felt wick. So you're going to put it in a glass bowl. And then they're really easy, very effective. These are a personal inhaler. So once you make it, it's basically for yourself. And here's a blend I want to share with you. So it's blood orange, fir balsam absolute, and rose. So it's a fruit, a tree, and a flower. So it creates that sense of balancing. It will help to calm your emotions and be balancing and centered. Okay. So another aspect is that you can look at this later, but it's a whole set of how you anchor with that. So you're going to bring up the nasal inhaler to the nostril, and then you close off the other nostril. You want to breathe in 3 to 5 seconds and then change sides. And you want to breathe deeply because you want to allow that essence to penetrate. And when you inhale, breathe in through your lungs, expand your abdomen all the way to your back ribs. Closing your eyes, bring your gaze to focus on your navel and feel the centering power of this gesture. Bring your attention now to the bottoms of your feet and feel the connection to the earth. Continue your awareness on your breath into the upper chest, abdomen, and back. Relaxing, letting go of any tension. You can continue that as long as you like, but then when you feel that sense of grounding and are more relaxed, then you can slowly open your eyes and move forward in a relaxed manner. Now, once you do that enough times in a good place with this nasal inhaler, then when you're having difficulties, reach for it, inhale it, remember that moment. It's such a powerful anchor that I've really appreciated to be able to have that. And I appreciate all of you for listening to this presentation. I appreciate that it was a little bit longer. I guess once I get started talking, I have a lot to say. or share with you. It was fun. So may you experience radiant health, happiness, and vitality. Thank you so much.
Shanti, what a beautiful, deep presentation.
Thank you very much.
We thank you so much. I know that Amalia Weiching is like just waiting to talk to you.
Now that I found my voice, I actually had a cough, Shanti, and it was a deep dive into the consciousness of the cough, just like your sprained ankle. It was such a beautiful lesson. And Sharon knew my process. And it's about my own journey plus the collective, not being able to speak of the suffering that is happening now and the fears and the limitations and uncertainty of the future. So it gave me an opportunity to go in. And like I said earlier, I had at least six simultaneous dreams per night while I was going through this. And yeah, I was going into dimensional healing and of course using the oils. I have my rose oil in there, but this is a Japanese spearmint I found luckily here. And I tried several oils like munya, which is Peruvian mint. And it's so helpful. And of course, drinking my water, my structured water, very important because they're smaller dynes and more bioavailable. And emotionally, how deep did I go with especially speaking my truth now, because we're all called to step up and be spiritual warriors and speak our truths, whatever it is. And I have been on panels with many doctors and speaking their truth. And I have also been wanting to balance discretion, right? Discretion of speaking, and you can't just blare up everything out to different people. We're not ready to receive the information, and also to tell the truth from the heart. So it was just a beautiful opportunity. And what you just said was so reassuring. I was just here bathing in your wisdom and your experience. I can feel your experience, and this is what's important: is experience, experiential healing, and embodiment. You hear that, Lata? For your emotional issues. I mean, we have lots of tips, right? Shanti, to share. And we're always here for everybody. Having said that, wait a minute. Shanti, I think that was one of my issues. I was there for everybody all the time. So I have to take my own advice of self-care and self-love as well. So this deep, and we know an illness, an imbalance is always an opportunity to go
Absolutely.
deeper. Just like my potential cancer in 1990, I say mine because I want to own it.
Mhm.
And it was ovarian, and it had a lot of to do with male-female relationships and feminine oppression through time, through the timelines, our ancestral history in ourselves. So it was really a very timely, a deep healing for me, catalyzed by 40 hours of traveling, hot, cold, temperatures. It's scorching hot. I'm sure Amal, know it's scorching hot here during the day, and it's freezing cold during the night. And from 5 o'clock, it's cold. So my body was adapting as well to everything besides the greater metaphysical as realities. So Shanti, thank you so very much for bringing that encapsulation of healing.
Yes, I've been thinking lately, Shanti, about how blessed we are to live where we live, in nature, away from the hustle and bustle. I mean, it's a pretty powerful place that brings up, Crestone is known for bringing up all your shadows to be released and healed. And we're so fortunate. I go in the garden. Lately, I've been really, the smell, you were talking about the smell. I'm growing some tulsi. And every time I water that tulsi, I just like drink in that smell.
Nice, nice. Well, it's interesting that you talk about that because this is my 12th year in Crestone, and there was a lot of changes in the last 11 years. And this year seems more that I have more embodiment than I've ever experienced in my life. So you know how that year 11 and then you get to go on. It's quite amazing. Quite amazing.
Shanti, I've been going to rose farms here in Ecuador. I thought you might like to hear that. Yes, and everywhere there are roses in honor of Mother Mary, and all the energy of Mother Mary. And of course, this is Catholic overlay, the Pachamama aspect, the feminine of the earth practice. And of course, I've been wearing this, if I may be a little religious oriented, I've been guided by her to be here to do the healing work. Yes, so the roses, and roses capture my attention all the time. And then I tune into the rose, right? The energy of the Rosa Mystica, which is about transformation and about healing with our heart, with love.
Yes. It's pretty simple. We've tried to make it very complicated, I think.
Yes, that's part of the problem.
I'd like to say something. When you said we're very privileged to be where we are, but I think also, don't you think we're a very privileged generation to be born at this time of history?
Yes.
In the journey of the earth, because the features and the facilities and everything that it's offering to us right now, because of human developments and mind and all the technology and all the electricity, industrialization and electricity, we are at a very, very privileged time for the women to discover ourselves, because we can actually now give ourselves a bit more education and self-care and self-love, which we weren't mentored about before. We were just told, keep working, you're just a machine to keep working. But right now, what a transformation, don't you think? When you absorb.
Yes, Tata, especially with those of us involved in integrated health. This is a time to rebuild a new healthcare system. much better healthcare system.
Yeah, we
And
could have
that's
built.
why the corruption and collusion is showing up in the old healthcare system. That's why it's happening. So we have to give blessings for that.
Yeah.
There's a positive aspect. So we are here and we are so blessed to be rebuilding it and integrating. So yes, the
From
answer.
so many cultures, the wisdom, you know, gleaned from thousands of years of research. Thousands.
Now we can drive cars and buses and planes, going up to the moon, all these features, designing, you know, automobiles and steamer ships and ships, submarines. You know, it's just fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
They
And we
show-
have to balance the technology with good technology and for the benefit of humanity.
That's right.
And also the number of women who've been involved in computer development and codes, and that has all been suppressed. All that information about women being the leaders and in technology. That would be a good one to explore.
Devika.
Very thankful.
Namaste.
Hi, namaste. It was such a beautiful to listen to you all. And yeah, namaste. So I was just, when she was talking, I feel like, oh, let me do some gestures and dance and connect to the breath and, you know, do some movement. So anyway, thank you so much. Such a lovely people. And it was a great pleasure to listen to you all. I love listening things to, especially, you know, your own experience, lifetime experience. Thank you so much for that.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Yes, it was dance. Dance is where I started. It was my mother who went to college at 15 in chemistry and bacteriology, but she was also a tap dancer. So she said at 9 months when I began to walk, she taught me a little tap dance. At 3, I was in ballet. At 5, I was in singing lessons. By 7, I was in acting lessons. It was a dance that was a through line. And the dance gave me this kinesthetic awareness that is rare. So when I went to study craniosacral therapy, even though I was not a massage therapist licensed in anything, they said to me, the teacher said that I had much more of a gift for it all because of this highly developed kinesthetic awareness that came from the movement and the rhythm. And also by then I'd already been doing yoga for years. So that's really what kind of led me into the whole experience as a filmmaker of looking at alternative, it's called that, integrative methods of healing in cultures around the world. And when we began our whole company with a instructional video I created, which maybe I'll show you some next week, called Yoga of Light for Women. And it was how to really anchor, as you say, Shanti, and just ground and feel that Shakti from the center of the earth rising like the roots of the tree into your body and through your body, without creating this great toroidal donut-like shape around you and feeling, and from that, as a woman, opening yourself to the energy coming from the sky and becoming harmonized and balanced with the energy coming up and then the energy coming down. And we know this from Qigong, which I have now been, I don't know, about 6 years now absorbed in it. So I'd like to show you, because one of the people that impacted me the most when we started our films, and actually this brings in a little of two people. One is the great visionary artist Alex Gray, who I met at a retreat many years in '85 of our teacher Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche, the great Tibetan Tantra and Dzogchen teacher. And then also Alberto Viodo. And Amalia is down in some of his, in his area. Dr. Alberto Viodo, which I hope to bring him on sometime, he was a medical anthropologist who went to the Andes and lived with the Quero shamans of Peru and trained in this ancient technique of what's called healing the luminous body. So I'm going to, because I want to offer you all a gift to see the whole film for free. And I will put, it will be, you have to go to Gaia, Gaia, wait, Gaia, yeah, .com. And then it says portal / Sacred Mysteries, which is the company I've had with my husband since 2000. So if I could share the screen here. Let's see. So we made this film a long time ago, about 2003 or 4. And still it's one of the favorite ones on Gaia. And so this is a little trailer. You'll hear my husband, Jay Widener's voice.
Healing the Luminous Body, The Way of the Shaman, with Dr. Alberto Viodo. In this fascinating and informative DVD, Dr. Alberto Viodo introduces viewers to the luminous energy field that surrounds and informs our physical body like a blueprint of life.
This luminous energy field is what contains the imprints of our early life experiences, of genetically inherited illnesses, even of memories before we were born, when we were still in the uterus and before. When we learn to perceive the luminous energy field, we learn to perceive the luminous nature of life. The visual spectrum, what the eye can see, is a very narrow band of the electromagnetic spectrum. Very, very small. Most of what's happening in the universe is happening outside of the visual spectrum. When we learn to perceive with our inner eyes, with the eyes that can perceive the luminous nature of life, we recognize our interconnectedness with all things, with the stars, with the rivers, with the mountains, with the valleys, with each other.
Unveiling the secret of ancient shaman healers, he teaches us that many of our physical and psychological problems stem from imprints within our luminous body. Dr. Viodo reveals the nature of this luminous field, how it acts as a blueprint for our physical body, and how by understanding its nature, we can actually heal ourselves and each other. Once the luminous body is cleared, Dr. Viodo explains, physical and emotional healing can begin. Trained as a medical anthropologist, Dr. Viodo left the academic world behind 20 years ago to study among the Incan shamans. It was in the Andes Mountains of South America that he discovered the wisdom of the luminous body from the indigenous shamans. This ancient knowledge reveals the secret of true health and happiness. To aid Dr. Viodo in explaining the luminous energy field, the paintings of visionary artist Alex Gray are presented. No other artist has depicted the luminous energy form in all of its intricacies as clearly as Alex Gray. Dr. Viodo's presentation together with Alex Gray's images, helps all of us to understand the nature of our spiritual and physical well-being.
And today we're training people from all cuts of life to learn to heal themselves, to learn to heal each other, and to learn to heal the world. And this is who the shaman is. We are caretakers of the earth. And my mission is to train Western shamans that can dream a dream of healing and of peace.
Many of our illnesses, psychological disorders, addictions, and failed relationships can be traced to faulty imprints in our luminous body. In this DVD, Dr. Villotto unveils how to heal and recover from these destructive imprints, and how to regain our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Join us as we travel to the Andes Mountains of South America to learn the secrets of the ancient shamans, a secret that can lead all of us to health, happiness.
So we worked on maybe 4 different films with Alberto. And in one of them, which is now on my husband's membership site on YouTube, Reality Check, we talked about prophecy and the Kali Yuga, and from all different perspectives. So we've been looking for, ever since I met my husband and beyond that, we've been looking as filmmakers to bring this knowledge of integrative health, of all of these ancient traditions, to humanity, to our audiences. And now, in the next, hopefully before the end of the year, we'll be bringing out the first 2 episodes of Quantum Chi and talking about the luminous body. In episode 2, I always had this dream of being able to show people what that looks like. What do their emotions actually look like on an energetic level? So we have these animations that show somebody really angry, and you see this like red jagged light, all kinds of things coming out. So that to me, it was always that if we could really learn to see and feel the expressions of the emotions and how they affect not only those around us, but ourselves, because Shanti was talking about that, and how I've noticed in my own life, like if I really don't like to argue. I just don't. And when, somebody wants to get in this argument with me, it's very hard for me to boundary myself. That's what I'm learning now. And that's what we all need to learn. And that's what these films and the upcoming World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, etc., that Wai Ching and I are putting together a 5-hour presentation to assist Dr. Effie Chow, mother of, traditional Chinese medicine in the West, a real, amazingly powerful woman, even at 89. We're working to bring this together. And Wai Ching, are you here?
I am here. I am here. I'm just reveling in all that you're saying, and also to see Alex Gray's work again. And I'm here in Peru, and I don't know, Dr. Alberto is here. It would be such a pleasure to meet him. And I want to also thank Alex Gray. I met him in Bali, and he and his wife gave me permission to use their stills in my presentation. So maybe, in one of our integrated health forum, I could present the work on infinity quantum Qigong. And since I mentioned it earlier on how, it came to pass, right? And the story, but many people don't. And I know I'm going to be speaking about it on the 22nd Congress of Qigong. And so please, everybody here, please do join us and pass the word around and join us. And it would be so lovely to have your Qi body with us and your luminous body. And so just to tell a story, when Sharon and I spoke on Zoom, was it, or just WhatsApp, we spoke for 3 hours and we shared so much about our vision, commitment, and future projects. And it was just such a natural merging, a sacred marriage, I call it, of coming together. And our baby is quantum chi.
Our
So
baby
we will
is quantum chi. But I do want to say, you were talking about Alex Gray. We also made I call them portrait documentary with Alex Gray called Art Mind, where we see him painting in the studio and we have a whole conversation with him about the influences in world art, not just, clearly he had influences from, the art and spiritual practices of India, of Tibet, of the West, lots of places. So it's a very beautiful film that's also on Gaia. So we have the Healing the Luminous Body is now up for free on Gaia. And if you want to watch it, then go to gaia.com/portal/sacred mysteries. And so now we're just continuing on our blessed, we could call it mission, we could call it heartfelt expression on healing our earth and in everything we do to bring a whole new level of coming together and with dialogue. Oh, there's our Sacred Mysteries website with the number of our films. The last Avatar was about actually Kalki Avatar. And we have my book there, Path of the Priestess, and some music with some of my favorite musicians who are also involved in my current Nectar of Bliss. What does Neil said? It's like a unity of faiths, paying homage to the divine feminine cultures all over the world. I'm working on at the moment. We've talked about that. So as always, it's a real pleasure to be with you. I wanted to share a little bit about my filmmaking history so that because we always say, oh, she's the winner of this award. But I really wanted to share a little aspect of that really came from this great desire to heal and to bring this knowledge to the world. So I'd like to also mention our upcoming shows. Next week is, here we go, Future Events, Healing Our Earth, Yoga and Meditation on the 24th. It's going to be a wonderful show, as always, to really help us continue this process of healing, this process of, really bringing the community, the world community who gets this, who understands nature, who understands that our connection with the natural world, who understands the healing power that we have, who understands all the ancient ways and like Shanti, the aromatherapy and the power of the trees and the power of the water and all the elements. That's what we're here for on Healing Our Earth.
Sharon, I would like to, I know that your talent of filming is so good because some of the movies you record for playing on kitchen shows and yoga shows are so beautiful. You've been going for a number of years. Coming back to the Congress, which will take place in September, but I'm very proud that you, the senior host and the coordinator at Healing Our Earth, and our roving ambassador who moves from different countries, Dr. Wai Ching, both of you are now leading and helping Dr. Effie Chow, who is a very good supporter of Healing Our Earth. Tell us more about it. I think this year we are still going to go virtual online majoritarily globally, but I feel that next year maybe London or New York should be the place where we actually do a real Congress and convention. What you call Congress, we call difference over here. And I think we should actually do person to person. Like today at Healing Our Earth, we have announced the first retreat in Mauritius, which will start very shortly. And then we've got East Africa and plenty of other destinations. I think with the knowledge Effie Chow accumulated and the in-depth knowledge you and Dr. Wai Ching have accumulated, wherein now you are actually leading the whole string, will help us globalize even better. But can you tell us a bit more about it from a virtual point of view? And I think at Healing Our Earth, in August, we are going to run a whole episode telling people the integration way of Tai Chi, Qigong, why from Yin and Yang, where you think that the yoga and Tai Chi and Qigong will actually integrate in future. So we'll dwell with that. But whilst I have got you and Wai Ching over here, let's dwell for the next 5 minutes purely on the Congress in September. So the viewers, when they watch the recording tomorrow, some of the countries which are sleeping now, can get some sort of idea. Over to you.
Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, everything Dr. Effie Chow does is entertaining. It's not only informative, but entertaining. She's got some wild things that that you will love to see. So it's
you have to come on to watch.
Yes. So
we are not we're not breaking the surprise.
Yeah, wild abilities that these chi masters have, to heal, but also to, to do some phenomenal things. So, but we're going to also weave it together. There's a lot of science. There's a lot of talk. We're going to be talking about what we've been through in the last, few years and what we've learned through the process. And so they have, the first day is filled with all of, and also some musicians, some dancers, some martial arts artists, etc., but woven together with deep science from, doctors, Western doctors, as well as Chinese, traditional Chinese medicine doctors. And then on the second day, we open with Wai Ching leading an infinity quantum qigong, because we have 5 hours devoted to quantum qi and bringing the teachers, the masters, the artists who are part of the film to talk about quantum, the whole quantum aspect of healing, to talk about energetic protection on all levels, to talk about nature and the Tao, and to talk about integrative health. And with that, Wai Ching is going to be leading that panel, so you can describe what that's going to be like.
Well, as we were online earlier, before you came on, I talked to Professor Madan and Dr. Rajiv and Keith Sharp, who is on the panel. And there's also Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, who works with NASA, who's developed amazing technologies. One of the very few known women scientists, Lata. And she's amazing. She's paved the way for this work of protection, 5G and radiation, EMF. And not only that, if you've heard of medbeds, there's some technology to accelerate the healing on a cellular level and emotional level too. And Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, she has that technology, and she will also be coming on board. And she has actually been awarded by during one of the congresses with the Scientist of the Year, and she practices Qigong, and she's a kahuna. That means Hawaiian shamanism. So she's an embodiment of a wonderful galactic sister, and who really is amazing. And we have a few, who else do we have?
Bonnie Jarrett.
We have Bonnie. Yes,
amazing
Lonnie I met in
doctors,
Massachusetts.
writers,
Yes.
researchers, and
books this thick, and I've had
nourishing
acupuncture
destiny
treatments
is
with
his book.
him. Yes,
Dr.
and
Kim Engard, who's a naturopath, Qigong
Dr. Kim can,
practitioner,
yeah, that's right.
acupuncturist, herbalist. She's been on Healing Our Earth. So
Who lives in Crestone.
Yes, and then amazing, just in general, some of the top Qigong teachers and healers in the West. And then we're going, and that'll be interwoven, of course, with music and trailers and dance. Lorelei Chang, who's just an extraordinary dancer, who's like danced with her twin sister at the Olympics. She'll be offering a Qi dance, and it's going to be a really fun-filled and informative event.
Sharon, I was just thinking, let us show people, which may not be directly connected to the Congress, but let us show the production capability of Quantum QI and the kind of global people they have got, together with what you mean by dance and music, which is not what this will be, but let's show them and give them a glimpse of something that I love. So I'm going to share my screen and show what impressed me, and we go from there. You just bear with me a moment. Can you hear the sound? It will come shortly.
No, no sound.
It needs to be.
Foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from qi.
She'll be with us, Li Jing. Roger Yanka, he'll be with us.
He'll be on the quantum panel.
Universe. What does qi feel like? A buzz. Tingling. You're so excited, full of energy that you want to be playful all the time.
When it's free flowing, you can feel like warm, expansion, tingling. Without qi, when you move, you also have a power to heal.
When you're doing qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within,
There's the toroidal field.
We can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated.
Lee Holden will be with us.
Yes, Sharon, you were explaining earlier, people saw that our Dr. Reverend Wai Ching was there in her, I think, the Inca costume or something. It looked like, seemed like Inca costume. But this was made several years back, and still they go strong and strong. So I think, Sharon, let's move on and let's show them a bit more. And let's remind the viewers that vast majority of the performers have already been on Healing Our Earth.
Yes.
And they're not performers. We are not performers here.
The teachers, masters. Ming Tongo, extraordinary. There's
Make
John Milton. He's been from the Way of Nature. He's been on Healing Our Earth.
And what a stalwart he is for environment. Watching, you were making a comment as well.
Yes, I said that we are not performers, we are teachers. I just had to make that amendment. Sorry, Neil.
That's fine. Teachers are performers as well. In daily life, teacher perform to teach people even better than just a teacher. So when you are a performing teacher, you are actually showing people not just by vocabulary, but by action. Let's move over.
Yes, thank you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts, for sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination.
That's Crestone there.
Yes, Sharon, what was that?
That was Crestone.
Yes, what a beautiful part of America it is, because you regularly show us the beautiful views of the mountains and the fields, and when you bring the garden. So Crestone would be one place where we would think we can hold a fair, you know.
It'd be amazing. We have some beautiful centers here.
Let's show them more, because this is so nice the way it's flowing from one person to another scene to different aura and energy. So we are collecting energy and aura here as well. So let's carry on.
Practitioners and teachers love Qigong.
Oh, he's talking about how yoga practitioners love Qigong.
Much more awakened, internal sensory awareness.
Daisy Lee, she'll be with us.
What was that, Sharon?
Oh, Daisy Lee, she has Radiant Lotus Qigong, works with women. She's beautiful.
And earlier we saw Jai Ling, who is in Germany at the moment, and how wonderful.
She'll be with us. And her father, Master Li Junfeng, who was a martial arts film star and then trained Jet Li, was the head
and
of
Donnie Yen. And Donnie Yen.
And was
Donnie Yen as well.
Team, Master Li, my guru.
Simply amazing. So we've shown nearly 66%. Let's move on. And if there's any comment, just raise your hand and we stop, and let's tell people more so they can be part of this journey. Let's carry on.
Resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy, which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through.
Well, let's tell Wai Ching, you can say this is our Sharon Rose, our own coordinator and a senior host. Wai Ching, I want to ask you a question, because you and Sharon have been friends for a long time. We know how we met. It was you who approached me first and then introduced me to Sharon, who came in with lips and bound and said, hey, Neil, I can do blah, blah, blah. And look, we are one big family now. When you were recording this, and you obviously knew Sharon, did you know that years to come later, people will be seeing this?
Yes, that was my intention. That was our intention too. I was actually meditating and calling in a filmmaker to make a documentary of Qigong.
And then this was being shot. Were you there when Sharon was being shot on this scene?
Not all the time, but Sharon invited me to Eastover, to come over to the US to shoot me, because she saw my past videos, which I did, which I was going to do a video series. And she saw that and she says like, oh, this takes it to another level. And so it was very beautiful. It was shot by a videographer who was with National Geographic for 25 years. And that's Finn, to give a homage to him. And they're beautiful, but I never really put them together. And this summer we are going to do that. And Sharon is going to produce my video series.
Wow.
So that's good to announce on Healing Our Earth. Yeah, it's going to be really beautiful. I'm really excited about it, finally. So I had all this footage and I sent to Sharon, who saw that. And the meditation, I said, you know, it's time to bring out, because there's so much information about yoga and beautiful films, but more information about Qigong. And then Sharon called me to interview me, saying that she's not found anybody with quantum on the web, on anywhere in the website, Googling. And we spoke for 3 hours. And then she said, we were just quantum sisters, right? And so and I go to the US quite often to teach, with offices in Los Angeles and New York as well, besides London and Singapore. So she says, why don't you come to Eastover? She's been invited there by the owner, and Eastover is a huge 600 acres, isn't it, Sharon? Facility that she bought for
Lenox, Massachusetts.
Yeah, she bought for millions and millions, and it was beautiful. And there were going to be about 20, 30 teachers there. And why not go there and just film the teachers? So many of the teachers came from there, and this is Eastover, Massachusetts. So Sharon picked me up from the airport, And it was a great, wonderful, joyful reunion. And then we drove to Eastover, and that's where we did some of the shoots.
Wow.
And then we shot some more in Crestone, and I stayed there for 2 or 3 times already. And this time I'll stay and shoot some more, like from the mountain scenes. And I had to climb up the Crystal Mountain as well. As everything was a wonderful experience. And the collaboration is so tight and so cool and harmonious. Yeah, Sharon. And then, it's like became really good friends. And
so it's a beautiful memory, and may your friendship live ever infinitum. Sharon, I want to ask you.
Infinity, and from the past and into the future and in present time as well. We know each other from many, many lifetimes. So.
Yes, like I said, you live ad infinitum. There is no end to it. So may you be blessed with that. Sharon,
Yes.
who was actually directing you? Because you are actually making moves. Did it come from the mind, and the mind was actually engrossed in what was being shot, or was there somebody directing you on the moves?
Okay, this is a very interesting thing, because we had done a bunch of interviews, but then I met Zane Isaacs, who's a drone videographer, right, who was living in Crestone. And so I said, I'm going to do an interview with Master Li Junfeng in about 4 hours away. So why don't you come with me? I thought, drone. And this was actually one of the first, so we were on the way to visit him. And so I wanted to see what he could do. So we got out of the car, and, I said, okay, do this. I'm directing, focus on this, and, get, swirl around, etc. And that was, I think, one of the first drone shot that we got. And then it was so beautiful to get, especially I wanted almost every shot in the whole film, the series, is in nature. I wanted to immerse people in nature, in the beauty and flow of the movement and the depth of the wisdom. And so, meeting a drone pilot, videographer was a big boon to the project. And I continued and then went deep into animation.
And how wonderfully you did. I always keep on watching this, I always pull this video up because it shows the energy, the aura, the environment, the flow of each one of you friends, because most of you know each other personally.
Well, honestly, I'm the first person that brought all of these teachers together in a film.
Amazing.
Everybody has their own little thing, but their own films and their own, but this is because I really felt, coming out of many, many years of yoga and then jumping into this, I just felt that, and also because I had a yoga, Iyengar style yoga teacher in Boulder who was bringing Qigong into the yoga teaching too. And I saw that the blending of these two ancient, amazing traditions could really be of benefit, was to me and to everybody. So these things happen. It was a synchronicity that it all happened.
And Sharon, I will not say that it happened and things, because you are still doing it. At Healing Our Earth, you bring people from different parts of the earth, as does our Wai Ching, because she's a friend and she follows the same footstep. She is now in Peru, and she's already met 6 vegetarian restaurants for the kitchen people. And every day I get to see different dishes. So both of you sisters are amazing, because you have got no culture difference. There is no boundary between you two. And you keep on bringing, literally, for the earth, which is Healing Our Earth, you keep on bringing this over and over again, and we hope that you keep on doing it forever.
Thank you. Well, I do want to say on what Shanti was talking about earlier, and I loved her presentation. I'm very grateful for her to come on, that you need to ask, I'm a creator. That's what I do. Between the films and the music and the dance, I'm a creator. And we want to do one where we've done 2 episodes for Quantum Chi.
Yes.
One really about what is Chi, an overall view. Another on on the relationship between Qigong, Tai Chi, martial arts, protection, energetic protection, emotional body. And then we want to do one more on healing, quantum healing.
Yes. Quantum healing.
We need help. And so, I'm asking now, if you want to help on any level, we could use some resources, we could use some financial help, we could use some marketing help, because this
funding,
yes.
Funding.
We have a nonprofit we work with. And so, I really feel this needs to get out. We've had a dream also of having a whole, integrative health site. I have so much material. We have
a membership club, Sharon.
We have lots of ideas, and we're about to sit down and write an executive summary about it. So
beautiful, Sharon. Sharon, do that, because we can spread the word. There is no harm in spreading the word. Those who want to support and join, they will. Those who want to just sit and watch, fine. We are happy to share our knowledge. So yes, we are going to pursue that, because till we don't pursue and ask, it doesn't happen. I'm going to stop you both just for a moment. I'm going to continue with the Quantum QI movie that we created as a trailer of, and we see the last 30% because it's beautiful.
Many energy which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qigong for everyone.
Qi is love.
Qi is light. Qi is free. Qi is energy.
I do want to mention, Neil, about the soundtrack.
Yes, what a beautiful one.
That is also the same musicians that are the integral part of the Nectar of Bliss, my magnum opus for the divine feminine and cultures around the world.
And isn't it coming out beautifully? We've heard the synopsis of them. And when it comes out, I'm sure people will be marveled, because that's a fusion of a culture music. I mean, that's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're bringing in a gospel singer now for a couple of songs too. So.
Well, beautiful. You both are wonderful, and you are senior leaders at Healing Our Earth. Maybe it's time to now just wind down with a little meditation, either one of you, and we'll say it good night for once again, and good morning and good afternoon to you guys.
Wai Ching, take it away.
That's my forte here. All right. I know, Lata, you have a question, but do we pressing?
Yeah, let's Lata.
Yes, please.
You're looking very, very beautiful today, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. So are you all. It's always a delight to be here. It sort of re-energizes us, doesn't it? Thank you, Neil. What I wanted to just mention, I don't know if this is good news or if you've heard it before, but there is a hospital here in London, UCLH, and it's got Tai Chi in it and acupuncture, and it deals with yoga and all that as therapies to heal, counseling, obviously. So it's also homeopathic. And so it's called the integrated medicine. And it's been a foundation of one of the doctors. I think he just passed away. But yeah, I don't know if you're aware of that. Why
He should know about.
Yeah,
But
we have
that's
Dr.
not really-
Rajiv Gupta and Dr. Professor Madan should be aware. But there are many hospitals around the world that have integration. I personally visited Beijing with TCM and medical allopathic. And there are many, many healing centers. As you know, I'm involved in that, in the co-creation in many of the centers. So it would be good if, as a resource, please do tell Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Professor Madan about that and bring it up. Yeah. And I would definitely come visit when I come back to my office in Harley Street. Definitely. I remember, send us the information.
You're most welcome with the red carpet treatment. Isn't she, Neil?
Thank you. And then now I'm going to offer you an infinity quantum qigong, and it's simple and powerful. So the breath is 8 counts in and 8 counts out. If you can remember that, otherwise just natural breath. And we're going to create an intention because we are all manifestors, we are all creators of our lives and the new matrix into this world in integrated health. And we can change the world and heal our earth, healing our earth. And we are just creating that with our intentions and connection with our souls. So with great service, I offer this meditation. So if you just gently close your eyes and take a deep breath in, a natural breath, before going into the infinity breath, breathing in 8 counts at your own time and 8 counts out. They say that when you can count to 8, your lung health is good. So you can have people with viral infections just attempt to go to 8 counts at least. And the 8 also create a symbol in the mind of infinity. And you can have the infinity symbol as a visualization on a horizontal plane so that you are centered in the point of light in the middle. And that can create the 0 points of light in the center line, the conception vessel, central vessel, right down the center of the body. So while you're breathing in and embodying what I've just said, breathing in 8 counts, breathing out 8 counts. This is the basic. There are more advanced healing breathing techniques, but we'll do this right now. Breathing, 8 counts in, 8 counts out, tapping into the sacred geometry of infinity. Breathing in now through the nostrils and keeping your mouth closed. By breathing through the nostrils, we activate more nitric oxide for oxygenation only through nasal breathing. And when we are doing that, we can even hum or om. That would increase nitric oxide. It's been found scientifically. So breathing in and oming or humming and taking it down into the bronchial tubes, into the alveoli in the lungs, upper, middle, and lower, filling up the lungs with light, our luminous body. Breathing in from the sun, visualizing. This is idiokinesis, idea and movement. Breathing in from the sun, sunlight into the lungs. And breathing in moonlight, merging together, yin yang, Shiva Shakti together, anima and animus. And we are breathing life force into the lungs and into the heart. The heart is pumping through the rhythm of the universe. Now breathing in stellar light, starlight, the full spectrum light of who we are. Rainbow light, diamond light. And we breathe in planetary light, any colors, into the lungs, into the heart, the blood. As the light flows into our luminous body, the meridians, the nadis, going through all the cells of the body. Breathing in, and we're activating the throat chakra, throat center, the heart center, and expanding the light in the throat, front and back and to the sides, expanding through the heart, the front and the back and to the sides, into the toroidal field as you have seen, and feeling deeply the shifts of energy in our body. And now breathing in into the stomach, spleen, pancreas, the triple warmer, improving digestion, and then into the liver and gallbladder, assimilation of nutrients and information as well. Breathing through the organ systems and releasing any stress, contraction, stagnation. This is a self-healing meditation. As we breathe in into the solar plexus, into the navel, and breathing in through the umbilical cord, the etheric umbilical cord, into the kidneys, the primordial chamber. And here we build up our life force in essence, and we go down into the eliminative organs of intestinal tract and out, and into the creative centers of our sexual organs, where we recreate ourselves. And here we can connect with the different chakras, different states of consciousness. And we take the energies down our feet into the earth and ground these energies into the earth, called rooting and earthing. And we bring that into our embodiment. We take the energy from the earth through the feet and the legs and up the spine. We're embodying in the earthing, rooting energy, and up the spine throughout the vertebrae, into the spinal cord, into the cerebrospinal fluids, into the mind, into the brain, the mind, an energy level into the brain on a physical level. We're activating the pineal pituitary gland, expanding, breathing, continue to breathe, expanding the head chakra, and going to the spheres of light above the head, representing the soul light. Sphere of light above the head. And another one, and another one. Each one smaller, going to a point. And then from the point of light, the source, we bring in the guidance from Shen, the spirit, from the illimitable. And we breathe in down the center line, through the infinity. The body shaping into many infinite threads in the matrix, like a weaving. And we're going down the center And from our center, we expand from the heart and all the chakras, if you will, to our family and friends with love, the highest frequency, and healing. And to all peoples of the planet, all people we don't know, to people who are in suffering. And to the souls who are leaving their bodies, may they be guided into the light. And we surround the planet with our love as we reweave together, all of us, in this meditation and beyond. This new matrix of healing our earth and healing humanity. Breathing in together one more time and expanding our luminous body. And receiving and knowing who we are and why we came. May we be guided by the divine presence, which is who we are.
With that sense of relaxation, of healing, of grace, of beauty, of joy, we say to you, Global